and gals, and welcome, welcome, yes. Let's get started, shall we? What's up, Ethan? You the only one left?
Looks like it.
The last of the Mohicans.
And it's early, too.
You know, getting late in the season, so people are getting burnt out. Me, on the other hand, I feel like I still haven't explored everything that I want to explore.
There's entirely too much to explore this season.
I know, and I'm still exploring. I think one thing I really want to do, I was just thinking about this earlier, so I've already set up a concussive stomp build with thorns, but I kind of wanted to see what it would be like if I set up a concussive stomp build without thorns.
Just do the concussive stomp itself.
Yeah, just try and scale concussive stomp and see how far I can scale it. I think it'd be kind of interesting to do.
Probably quite a bit, considering you can also get free ones.
A lot of free ones. There's a lot more than just the normal amount. I'm assuming I'd probably need Jacint's shell in the build.
Because you can use the Rune to get free ones. You can use the mobility skills to get free ones.
Well, I mean, let's look at it objectively from a certain standpoint. We could do it is a gorilla skill, so we don't necessarily need a gorilla skill in the build because unyielding hits requires a gorilla skill, and we're going to be concussive stomping all the time. So we'll probably use unyielding hits in the build, and then the interesting thing here is that we could maybe do. It'd be kind of interesting if we did loyalty helmet, and then did double jaguar or something. I don't know. Went a different path to try and multiply the damage out. And I'm not entirely sure how we could make it even mo amazing. Or we could.
Shell is probably the right way to go for armor.
Or we could go Wuxie Nakpa, and we could go quad tags. We could quad tag concussive stomp and get all the multipliers that way.
Could be interesting.
So we do Wuxie Nakpa plus Ebiwaka, and then we grab let's build it out on a planner real quick, and let's just get an idea of what we would do. So build planner. So let's assume that we go Ebiwaka. Harmony. Oh, we're not on the right class. We're on Necro. Of course, the Necro doesn't have an Ebiwaka helmet. Alright, so Harmony of Ebiwaka for the helmet. That way we can get multiple tags on Concussive Stomp. Concussive Stomp becomes our right click, from what I can understand with this build. So we just end up right clicking and using it as any time we can. That whole kinetic, or what is it? Kinetic suppression, I think, is the aspect. The one that makes it so that it hits everything around us in a circle requires us to spam a mobility skill. I mean, as far as mobility skills go, I'm pretty sure there's a handy feature in the skill tree where you can actually just type in mobility.
Well, if you use Thorns and not Pa, your hunter becomes a mobility skill.
Yes, and he's going to get spammed all the time too, which will definitely be nice. Although I'm not entirely sure that's the direction we go. It's gonna be interesting to see exactly what direction we want to push this. But yeah, the hunter can be mobility. We also have rushing claw. That's technically a mobility skill. Soar is also a mobility skill. And
well, all your basics are mobilities.
Yeah, unfortunately that aspect specifically precludes the basic mobility skills, which is a little rude. It's you can't use this, me.
So it basically wants you to use rushing claw or soar. or turn the hunter into a mobility.
Isn't there also an aspect that turns skills into mobility skills?
Not sure.
I wonder if also, like, and this is kind of an interesting thought, I wonder if any of the rune words are technically mobility skills, and that maybe they also function for this.
I don't think any of them are.
I mean, none of these are mobility skills. Cry is not a mobility skill because that's vortex. We know that's not. Challenge shout is not mobility.
Well, so barbarian, you get the 2 war cries and the earthquake. That's neither one of those. Druid, you get
Druid ultimate's not mobility.
and neither is bulwark.
What about countering concealment? Is that considered a mobility skill?
No, but it is a subterfuge, I think.
Countering concealment, rogue skill, clash tree. Let me pull it up on a build planner real quick just to take a look at it.
I want to say it's a subterfuge, so that could have some interesting interaction with slide steps. Especially if you're using Jocelyn's.
Boom, 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 boom. Beep, 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 beep. Subterfuge. It doesn't say what the tags are actually on this build planner. This is stupid. It doesn't have the tags for anything listed. Oh wait, no, it has the tags for dash listed. Dash is a mobility skill. It's just a thought. Earthen Bulwark is not mobility. Mystical Frost Nova is kind of fun, but that's not a mobility. Concussive Stomp, of course, I'm going to be using. Don't see any reason why not. What if we approach this from a different angle? Okay, so instead of thinking about it like how do we get the most mobility skills, whatever, blah blah blah. What do we think about it from another angle of how do we get the most out of, like, the Tizik, the Concussive Stomp rune? It doesn't say it has an overflow. It does have a cooldown of 1 second, but I'm curious if it has an overflow. I'm actually don't know if it has an overflow or not.
You know, you would think it would because you can increase concussive stomp size, and it's usually what overflow does if it's a skill like that.
Well, let's play with it real quick, so I can at least play with it and see.
What's the offering limit for it?
It's 250.
So that'd be tough to overflow anyway, really.
A Theo rune can overflow it. I just wanted to see what happened if it got overflowed. I'm gonna test it. Okay, let's see the overflow version. Holy Jesus, that was a big explosion. Is that the size of my normal one? I guess that is the size of my normal one. Interesting.
Oh, so that was it all around you.
Oh yeah, kinetic suppression is I believe that's what it's called. Yeah, kinetic suppression is amazing. It's casting a non-basic mobility skill grants you 8 resolve and causes your next concussive stomp to strike in a circle around you. So it's like massive size. Like it basically hits like the whole screen. I mean, like, let me get like multiple training dummies on here, and let's turn them off for a second.
So
like as an example,
don't your tempers on your gear affect the rune itself anyway?
Yeah, it does. I'm just checking. I wanted to see what would happen if you overflowed it.
Well, you might already be at the max size.
Well, there are ways that you can overflow it without the Theo rune. Because it's an odd number, it's actually really easy to overflow, at least a little bit. because it's 250. So like if you use something like Neo as an example, Neo is going to give you 200, which is not enough to fulfill the rune, and then it's going to give you 200 again, which will overflow to 400. So it'll be 150 over what you are required for it. So there are ways that you could potentially overflow it. The real question is like, how do we get at least one every single second? Because if it has a cooldown of a second, I mean, that's cool and all, but we want one every second. That's what we want. Like every second that we're utilizing it. Yule is a really interesting option because it's 50, so it only requires like 3 mobilities. Or was it no 3, 4, 5? So it's 5 mobility abilities or cooldowns. And the cooldowns are actually really easy because I got so many cooldowns in the build.
Concussive Stomp itself is a cooldown, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So I'm gonna assume that Wuxie Nakpa is like one of the better options here because we're going with the four do janks. So we're gonna have Concussive Stomp capped out, which means that we can't use Gorilla Spirit Hall as any of our Spirit Halls. So we're gonna be stuck with the ones that we choose is either going to be the Centipede or the Eagle. The Eagle one, I think, is the better one, like in general. Like as the primary, because first you get like the evasions. Actually, no, it doesn't really. Well, not really thinking about the primary Spirit Hall choice itself, but like the
tag.
No, because it doesn't matter because you're going to get the tags no matter what, aren't you? I don't really need the evasion. Because I'm not going to be evading. Like, I'm going to be mainly just rushing, clawing around. I'm not sure if Jocelyn's Shell can actually work into the build. I was actually just thinking about this, and it's like, with Jocelyn's Shell, the way that you counter it is to spend vigor, and I just don't have any way to spend vigor.
Yeah, you do. Ravager.
Ravager doesn't spend vigor, does it?
One of the upgrades it does. It spends vigor instead of having a timer.
You're talking about like where it costs vigor per second or something?
Yeah.
Hmm.
But that is only if you're going to use it anyway to help get permanent rushing claw. Because otherwise, there's really no need for it. Because you can get the rushing claw numerous other ways.
Numerous other ways.
Speaking of, I just watched a video earlier of a Chinese creator that pushed to 150 with the pinball build.
It's possible.
With the Wuxie Nakpa and
yeah, Wuxie Nakpa's the weapon. That's the weapon. We already tested them all, and we figured out Wuxie was definitely the weapon.
Yeah, although they still had Harlequin and Shroud of False Death on.
You know why? Because plus the skills is the most important thing for Toxic Skin.
Yeah.
So Toxic Skin's scaling seconds. You remember that build I did in season like 4 with the Flay Barbarian? And I kept scaling the Flay's duration and my damage just kept skyrocketing. When you bring up the skill level of Toxic Skin, one of the benefits is that it increases the duration. So they're hitting like level 25, level 26 or something like that, or level 27 Toxic Skin. Like they're getting like triple masterworks on like the pants. They're getting like triple masterworks on the armor.
Use the wound drinker with
yeah, they're using the wound drinker with the Toxic Skin greater affix, and they're getting the multiple on that. And so what they figured out is the same thing that we figured out, which is scaling the level of Toxic Skin is more powerful than anything else that you can do. Which is why Harlequin Crest becomes better than any other choice, because you can get +4 skills there. And that's why even something like the Prime Pants, I'm not sure if they were using the Prime Pants, but those can have a greater affix of 3 and go up to like 5 or something like that.
they were using the, the only non-legendaries that they had was Shaco, Shroud, and the Wuxie Knock and the Wound Drinker ring. Everything else was an ass.
Wait,
And then,
no. Prime is focus skills, or no, it's defensive skills, and Toxic Skin is focus skills. Prime would be for what I'm doing, so that's why I was. That's one of the things I was actually thinking of using is protection of the Prime, because it has a greater affix defensive skill on it, of 3 ranks.
they
Which,
had ridiculous cooldown in their build.
well, yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily need it, but
Well, because they didn't even have any points in rushing claw at all, and they were still like they never
no,
ran out.
you don't have to have points in Rushing Claw. You have to have points in Ravager.
No, they had 0 because they just used the skill that was granted to them from the Harlequin crest.
It's not enough. So you need 4 from the Harlequin Crest, and that brings you to 5. You need an additional 5. So if you do the boots and you have the focus skills on the boots, you can get a greater affix, and then you can roll that up. So if you triple masterwork the boots, that's enough points. You have to have 10 to maintain like full uptime on Russian Claw.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They weren't doing that.
Well, I'm not really sure how they could even attain that otherwise.
They had 0 points in Rushing Claw at all and 0 in Ravager.
Well, you don't put any points in Rushing Claw. That's the thing. You only put 1 point. That's it.
They didn't even have the 1 point, and they had no Ravager. That's what I'm saying. They had an insane cooldown.
So were they using Evade?
No, they were using Rushing Claw to dart around, but their cooldown. Oh, okay. They had so much cooldown that they were getting back their charges just as quickly as we are with the Ravager and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was ridiculous.
I mean, if you have 65%, which is the cap, and then you're running Prodigy's Tempo, I mean, Prodigy's Tempo will give you back most of the cooldown, but then you're missing out on a large amount of damage. And they're not going to be using Noxious Resonance at that point.
I think they also had, I want to say like 5 points in the Swift with the Shroud.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way that you could potentially do it. If they've used Swift on the boots, that was an option that I explored. It's just another way to keep Rushing Claw active permanently. Honestly, it's much easier just to get the skill ranks. Like, it doesn't really take very much to get the skill ranks. Like, you just get the 5 skill ranks on your boots and you wear a Shaco and you're done. Like, it's not really that crazy. It's kind of odd that they wouldn't just grab the Ravager and do it that way.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
It sounds to me like they were trying to eke out every bit of damage that they possibly could, and 1 or 2 extra skill points here or there was too much for them, so they had to like squeeze them out somewhere else. I mean, it's neither here nor there. I mean, at 150, you're pretty much just taking advantage of every single bug that you possibly can. I'm pretty sure they had like 20k plus HP, and they were probably sitting on like as many resolve stacks as they could manage as well.
40 something. It was like 40, 42 is what it was in the clip.
Yeah, they're not much different than the build that I was currently running. They just have it better min-max than me. I just don't have the patience. Like, I don't have the patience to sit there and triple masterwork every single one of my resolve stacks to like freaking 13. It's not.
Yeah, it was just insane.
You're talking about like helmet, armor, pants, and amulet all need to be triple masterwork to 13. Like, it's a pain in the butt, and I just don't want to do it. I mean, and when you got a guy who's a streamer who streams like 8 hours a day, and he doesn't want to do it, I don't even know how they're doing it, to be perfectly honest.
The thing of it, I don't know how they would reach that high either, because they're using 2 mythics for the helmet and armor, so that only leaves pants and amulet for resolve stacks.
Sounds like they're cheating. You can get double resolve stacks. That's a bug. So you can get 13 on your pants and you can get 13 on your amulet. And there's a bug where you can get another 13 on your pants and another 13 on your amulet, which is what 26, and then like 26 plus 26 is 52. There's a it's I think I linked it at some point. There's some Chinese like people who've been exploiting the ability to put like two of the same tempers on an item, and then like when you masterwork one because they're the same temper, it masterworks the other, and so they both get the greater affix. There are some pictures floating around. How did my poison druid go? He's doing fine. Like, I could go in and refine him some more, but I kind of wanted to play around with this idea real quick, the concussive stomp idea. The main problem with this build is that I have so many, like, really good defensive aspects that I need. It's kind of crazy how many defensive aspects I have. Like, unyielding hits is an offensive aspect, so that's nice. But I also have the kinetic suppression, which is a really good defensive aspect. It also is technically my offensive aspect, which allows me to attack with the concussive stomp in a circle around me, which is exactly what I need. It also gives me massive resolve stacks, too, so... Wouldn't the best way to spread rabies through crits as rabid bear is with the tornadoes? I don't know. I was trying to explore a shred build. I didn't really... There's like 100 different ways you can potentially build things. You can multiply them various ways. I mean, the way that I built it was actually working pretty well for me not really even scaling it. Like, I didn't really even take the time to scale it all the way, and it was still doing really well. Kubus the monster dog. What's up, Darkonian?
How you doing, Gareth?
Let's see, did I ever get his glyphs capped out? No, I didn't. I got tracker capped out, or 46th. That was the only one. Everything else is still like baby mode. He was clearing like Torment 4, no problem. Like with baby glyphs. He's probably gonna scale up quite a ways. He was having a little bit of trouble with bosses and stuff like that, which was... I'm not really sure what's going on there. But stop distracting me. You distracted me. Why are you distracting me? Yeah, the only difference between like those 150 builds on this and my build is that I just haven't taken the time to min-max everything. I don't have the resolve stacks all capped out. I don't have like a perfect interdiction. I don't have a perfect redirected force. I don't have a perfect what is it called?
Fell Soothsayer.
Yeah, I don't have a perfect Fell Soothsayer. It's really just a matter of they've got all the perfect aspects and they've got all the perfect masterworks and tempers, and I don't. Other than that, functionally, there's no difference between our builds. They just scaled theirs higher than mine. They probably also have like crazy mythics too that with like triple or quad freaking like GAs on them or some crazy number, and their amulets are probably 10 times better than mine. Like this is my amulet right now, and their amulet is probably something along the lines of like GA dexterity, GA armor, and like GA whatever the like passive is that they need to like push the build. When you have infinite money, you can pretty much buy whatever you want. And I think the reason why a lot of people are scaling so high this season is because the best builds are they're actually usually just using like legendaries. So it's really just a matter of having enough money and enough time and enough like what's the term I'm looking for? Like, just to sit there and just shop for items essentially. So like if somebody like if you go on Diablo.trade and you find somebody with like a triple greater affix amulet that's like perfect for your build, and you offer them like you're like Elon and you offer them like $1,000 real dollars or something. You're like, here Elon, here I'll give you $1,000 for that amulet. Sold. That's why Elon's in the top 20 this season. I guarantee you. Like, I've seen what you're capable of if you put your mind to it this season with like basically no lifing the game, and like me and Leon are definitely like in the no lifing category. The only difference is we're not spending money like on our equipment. We're not spending like real dollars on our equipment. I mean, if I wanted to, I could go on the trade site right now and get a perfect interdiction if I had enough money. Just go get like, just give me like, 50 billion or something, or like 70 billion. I'll get you a perfect interdiction right now. Done. Sold. Sold.
Still working on this cursed necromancer.
It's interesting. I did notice there's an affliction double damage in there, which probably would make a big difference from what I was running.
There is.
I don't know. I didn't particularly like it. It was okay. I kind of switched off of it. Trying to think how to get the most out of this build. I mean, I don't know if I could like work it into the thorns build. I'm just not entirely sure if that's possible. We also got to figure out exactly how much damage we can get out of concussive stomp. I don't know if we can get the most out of it. We need to get the most out of it. I mean, that's where I'm thinking that the prime pants come in, because the prime pants have a huge defensive skill bonus. And you can get more defensive skills. I think, what is it on the, is it the body? Which is the one that has the defensive skills on it? I know the gloves are core. Body is, yeah, body is defensive skills. So you could technically grab 3 concussive stomp, or rather 4 concussive stomp there.
You
You
could
can
have
also
an
get
insane protector with that.
Hmm?
So you could have an insane protector with that. The gorilla ultimate.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The protector is
because
also defensive, isn't he?
yeah, with the whooshay.
Well, the thing about that is I don't think I was going to go that direction.
No, this was just another thought that popped up.
Barrier. What do you get from scaling him anyway? Damage and cooldown reduction. Sene. General. I mean, when it comes to the spirits, I can get slosh and damage reduction. I can get... Obviously, I think the Jaguar Primary Spirit Hall is like one of the best ones. I'm not exactly sure how well I would take advantage of something like that, though. Concussive Stomp isn't exactly the fastest ability, which is kind of an interesting way to think about it. I mean, assuming that we go with Wuxie and we go with Ebiwaka, this is just a way to explore it. We would potentially be grabbing...
What about turning it into a Mystic Circle build?
Well, the problem with that is that because you need the mobility skill to make the concussive stomp hit in a circle around you, it causes all sorts of other problems. Can I put kinetic suppression on the boots?
Yes. You should be able to. Is it defensive or utility?
No, it doesn't go on the boots.
So it's defensive.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Bang, 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 bang. I don't really have a good, like, greater FX defensive protection of the Prime anyway, but it looks like I'm running into a situation where I just don't have enough aspect slots. A lot of the aspects for Concussive Stomp are defensive aspects. Of course, because it is a defensive skill, right? It's one of the few times I've ever been in a situation where I feel like I've got, like, I need more defensive slots. And then, you know, like, if I wanted to pull in things like interdiction, interdiction is also a defensive aspect, so that's a whole other thing. Just build around Concussive Stomp. I mean, I have a character that's already built around Concussive Stomp, so like that is a thing. And I've been playing around with the thorns version of this. So this would be basically what I'm trying to design is a non-thorns version of the Concussive Stomp build. Maybe if I play around with the thorns version of the Concussive Stomp build, I can like get a better idea of how I would potentially build the other version. I actually just reset this one for the Thorns video because I was testing out a bunch of stuff, so she is unfortunately demolished. Nothing really I can do about that. Demolished. She using Shakalaka Ding Dong? I can't even remember. No, that's right. She's using Loyalty's Mantle. So she does need to put 10 points into Ravager, unlike the Shaco version, which can avoid it. Can't remember what ultimate I was using with this. I think I was just using the gorilla. Bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom, boom. I think this is pretty close to what I had before. Of course, I barely even got my points in, but...
They thought he was gone.
And I don't have my Paragon board in because I reset that too. Everything's all mad jacked up. Ah. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be only concussive stomp, which is also like a whole other thing, but like... Alright, let's put a little stank on it, shall we? Put a little stank on it. I got that song stuck in my head. If you guys haven't seen the new Diamond Wonderland, it's really good. I like the theme song, as you guys can clearly tell, because I'm singing it. I pretty much took this whole board. It's hilarious. I don't even care. I don't even care. We want hubris right here. Hubris. The hubris of man. Oh, you futile beings. Oh, I forgot. This one enhances all the magic nodes. So, of course, it enhances the strength that it gets from the magic nodes. That's a lot of additional strength. So grab the intelligence nodes, too, then, so I can get, like, a boatload of freaking resistances, too, from that. This sounds kind of fun. Armor and dodge chance. Kind of want that armor. Don't necessarily need the dodge chance, but I'd be taking HP everywhere I get it most of the time. So freaking nice. It's like they got hit points all over the whole Paragon board, and you got all these extra points, so you might as well take it.
I think each board gives you 2 nodes.
What do you mean?
Like each board has 2 node clusters for max life.
You end up with a lot by the time you're done. Especially once you start stacking up points and you have plenty to spare for, you know, like other stuff. It stacks up. Okay, where do we want to attach? Let's attach it right here. And then I think we want sapping. Is that our last board, or do we get one more board after this? Before we get one more? Or, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is our last board. Ne. Au gérant. Hold on. Bad side. We don't want the resource side. We want the non-resource side. We're not building a resource build at this particular moment. Could be interesting to combine. Could be interesting to combine Payback and Concussive Stomp together. The gorilla. The grillu. How do you open up boards? I'm still on one. This is your board attachment gate right here, Field Marshal. Need to make it to the board attachment gate. Not the best place for that. Let's put it here. Honestly, this might not even be the best place for it either, but whatever. John. Alright, things are getting activated. Look at us, we're doing stuff. This character is set up for Mystic Circle potency, so let's just go ahead and cap him out. Alright, so now we got our Dewjinx back in order. $4.5 million. Just 4.5 million flat is what I'm looking at right now, like on pretty much every attack that I do, like, because it's a Thorns build, so every attack is doing the same damage. 27.4 million. Interesting. Am I gonna do a video on the Writhing Moon or the Midday Hunt soon? Yeah, they're already up in the member section. Right here. I got coming up tomorrow, Protection of the Prime Pants, and How Does Thorns War Damage Work? Then I've got Scorn of the Earth and Yielding Hits coming up the day after that. Ring of the Writhing Moon, Ring of for a Band of First Breath, and the Ring of the Midday Hunt. All scheduled. If you want access to them right now, just become a member. They're on a scheduled release date. I can only release 2 of them a day, basically, so that's all I can do. So if you want to see them sooner than 2 a day, I'm not trying to Not trying to steal your money, but if you want to see them, what is it, like $5? $5, and you can go look at all the videos right now.
The Band of First Breath. I haven't seen anything useful with that.
It's all over the place. It's unfortunately it's just an item that's just all over the place. Like it doesn't have, it's missing so much because it's like spread out all over the place in really weird ways. I don't know how to like even talk about that ring. I'm pretty sure in the video I also had a similar problem with it. Like I was trying to explain it in the video, and I think I had to redo the video like 3 times.
Like early on, I found a 4GA one, and it's just useless.
Band of First Breath is the one, just to make sure I'm thinking correctly. It's the one with the
The armored hide
poison
passive.
duration.
It grants the armored hide passive, I think.
Yeah, it's all, that one's all over the place. Yeah, it's all over the place. It's got too many effects that are doing too many different things, and it doesn't seem to have any focus on what it's trying to give you. And like a lot of the stuff that it's giving you is stuff you don't want. Like nobody wants armored hide passive because you're usually using armored hide on your bar. Nobody wants the bonus to the vigor because everybody usually has like maximum vigor these days. So it's like nobody cares.
The only affix on it that I was really intrigued by was the plus damage modifier after you gain resolve.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of interesting, I guess. Theo? We don't want Theo, we want Yule. And we can get our free concussive stomps. $475 million. See that? That was beautiful. I don't know where that came from. This build is already, like, fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with this build. It's fine. It's a thorns build. It's designed entirely around thorns and building thorns damage. I'm afraid to tell a lot of people, like, that have built thorns builds, but they haven't actually been building thorns builds. They've been building, like... I don't really know how to explain it. Like, they've been scaling the damage of, like, the skill, not the damage of the thorns, and the thorns has just kind of been getting neglected. I think this is the first time I've actually seen a build that's like fully based on the thorns and nothing else, and it's actually quite glorious because it applies to every single ability that I do. Even like Vortex, like when I use Vortex and I like suck in a bunch of monsters, all the monsters take a hit from my thorns when I suck them in. Like it's pretty crazy.
So yeah, I've got 2 different versions, and the Rushing Claw one is really fun.
Yeah, this one is based around Concussive Stomp and basically just using like Rushing Claw to get like massive amounts of Concussive Stomps, and it does work very well. I'm actually utilizing the reactive armor, and I just don't really think the reactive armor is actually working, like, for me. I have to kind of like stand still for it to work. As you can see, like if I stand still, then yes, I can get my concussive stomps off. But like, it's almost as if the way that I've built it has kind of precluded the reactive armor, and I guess I need to use that aspect for something else.
Yeah, you don't really stay still long enough to get hit.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, I have another idea for a build, which is similar, but doesn't utilize the mobility things, and basically just focuses on like getting hits, and then that uses the reactive armor along with the bristleback, so that you get like double damage whenever somebody tries to hit you. It's kind of more of like an AFK version of the same build. I mean, if I could...
Pretty nice score. AFK scores thorns build.
I actually have Scourge in here, but I don't need it. Like, now that I figured out the way that Toxic Skin works, I just put more points in a Toxic Skin, and then I can just pull those points entirely from Scourge. It's not even necessary anymore. I'd rather put 5 points in Toxic Skin so the duration increases, because the more points you put into Toxic Skin, the better it works. Oh, these are Ravager boots.
I had
Interesting.
both.
So instead of being, I don't think I can re-roll those. So I was thinking of re-rolling them to focus skills so I could get more points into the Toxic Skin ability too. That way the Toxic Skin puddles that I'm spreading all over the place last longer. And it just makes sense with the Thorns build, because you get that big multiplier if the monsters are poisoned. And so as long as you can keep Toxic Skin active, like as you're bouncing around, you're poisoning everything. So it's it helps tremendously to get that multiplier.
That's part of the passive.
What?
Isn't that part of the passive?
What, the duration?
No, the bonus thorns for poisoned enemies.
Yes, but it does require that the monsters be poisoned. So how it works is what I'm doing is I'm increasing the skill ranks of Toxic Skin so that the active has a much longer duration on it. That way I'm constantly utilizing the poison coming from the actual Toxic Skin itself. So it has 100% uptime, essentially. If you put enough ranks into Toxic Skin, the active duration gets up to the point where it's almost like 11 seconds. And then you barely need any reduction whatsoever to like hit permanent uptime on the slime puddle underneath your feet, basically. So that way, as I'm dashing around, I'm putting the puddle on the ground, and I don't need Scourge to like poison the enemies, which is what I used to be using. I used to use Scourge to poison the enemies, and that's not even necessary anymore.
No. Scourge is really mainly just used to auto fear them for that apprehension aspect.
I mean, honestly, I'm thinking of swapping. I think I'm gonna swap reactive armor for
But that's what I was doing with mine. I was fearing them, making them run, and I was using that aspect that makes them take thorns damage every time they move.
I mean,
It was really
that is a
it was
nice
really
one, but it's an
it was
offensive,
really
and I don't know if I can fit the offensive in there.
just running through a dungeon, not touching anything except Scourge and Toxic Skin. Just watching everything die. The only problem was bossing. So you have to get the boss to move.
Yeah, it's not always easy to get him to move.
Now that the one that you had trouble with when you were first doing the pinball one, the Mother's Judgment, they died quickly.
Well, yeah, because they were moving around. Moving. Get them doggies moving. Wonder if aspect of shared misery would be pretty powerful with this build.
Oh,
Thought you guys were done for the night.
Me? No.
it's only 8:30, man.
We still have time. I was doing a horror game, and then I finished the horror game pretty quick, so.
Go back at it.
I was listening to it. That was pretty creepy.
It had some good sound effects in there. Or good sound effects.
Well, I wasn't even watching the video, but I was listening, and it was creepy.
Nay. Oh, Sharon.
At the time, like right when I put it on, my wife came in to talk to me, so I just minimized the window, but I was still listening.
think the play here is probably to take the duelist aspect, put it back on the boots. I lose a little bit of ferocity, but that's okay. Then that frees up the duelist amulet for something else. I could potentially put...
If you need it.
What?
Said it's another defensive aspect if you need it.
Mm-hmm.
You said you were running short on defensive aspects.
Defense. Who needs defense? I need defense.
You know, it's kind of fun running through pits and not just instantly blowing everything up.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets stupid after a while. You're like, why am I playing this game? That's what I was feeling. Same thing.
Playing the
What pits are you
doing?
doing?
Oh, these are just low level because I'm still leveling up a character. Well, not
I am
leveling,
too.
like I'm doing just 30s right now.
Oh, like really low.
I could go higher, but I'm looking for an aspect that I don't have and I can't seem to find.
Yo, mama brings all the aspects to the yard.
Oh, crap. Oh, I just lost that glyph XP.
This bruiser's aspect seems so weird. Gain 1% armor and 30 thorns per missing 1% mixing maximum life. Even on an amulet, it's 45. I mean, what is that as a maximum amount of thorns, just as an idea? So that's what, 45 times 100? Or actually, no, you can't have 100 because you'd be dead. 99? You'd be dead. 4,455 is the maximum that it could potentially give you.
A lot of thorns.
It is a lot of thorns.
But the only way that would really, like, the way to get the best out of that would have to be use like the Jacynth, so you're always injured.
Which, you know, well, yeah, you can't do. I'm just looking at it. I mean, it's just it's not even, it's a defensive aspect, so it can go on like a defensive slot.
I mean, it could be interesting, but I don't see how much benefit you would really get out of it if you're not set up for being permanently injured.
Not set up for being slapped around.
Yeah, basically.
I was thinking about I don't know if that one works though. The one that like increases the damage of potency skills by burning resolve, which I have absolutely no problem with resolve because every single time I use concussive stomp I get 6 resolve back, so it's like a constant never-ending stream of resolve. There's a couple like items that like have like things that like, oh, burn a resolve stack for something, or aspect of potent exchange is gain 1 resolve when you dodge an attack, and your potency skills now consume 2 resolve to deal 45% of times increased damage up to 55% of times. But I don't think that that applies to thorns, which makes that not work for what I'm trying to achieve. But interestingly enough, because you know the entire purpose of setting this character back up was to get an idea for the other build character, the one not using thorns, and that actually sounds kind of interesting. Because if I'm doing like Rushing Claw and Concussive Stomp, I could set up for Rushing Claw as well. Rushing Claw is a potency skill. Now Rushing Claw is going to have a huge multiplier attached to it, so I can have the damage output on Rushing Claw and Concussive Stomp together. That does not sound terrible.
That I used that when I theory crafted my pure Russian claw build.
What, the concussive stomp regen?
Oh, the potent exchange.
Mm.
I built like my main damage was Russian claw. I just did a Russian claw build.
Well, I mean, I wasn't gonna do the main damage as Russian Claw, but like, this might as well be like main damage Russian Claw.
Well, what I mean is like that aspect is really nice to add to potency skills. And with the one that you get, you earn resolve for using whatever. It was like you said, I had a constant stream of resolve to use for that damage boost.
Banana.
Con, what level pits are you doing?
55 right now.
I don't know if I could do 55.
Ravager no longer has a duration, and instead it drains 5 vigor every second until depleted. Effects which extend Ravager generate vigor. It's an interesting one. I mean, having 10 points in Ravager for those builds, it's not exactly terrible. You can get 375% thorns damage from the Tormentor's chain. It's a lot of thorns damage. I'm gonna come bring my OP character in here and see what you guys are up to. My thorns character.
Ooh, this is rough. I don't know if this is gonna work.
Hey, well, Cheryl. Oh, I forgot to put my tip or my viewer count back up there. I heard giggling. I heard giggling. There was giggling. I don't have any gems in my gear. Let's see how terrible I do. Stomp.
This ain't gonna work. I definitely cannot do a 55.
Stomp. This isn't even my poison build. This is just a concussive stomp thorns build that I made, Con.
Yeah, it's fast. That's the one that makes me motion sick.
Yeah.
If I play it, I mean.
Well, it's kind of required for this build. Like the other builds, it's not really required. But like, so like if I do my concussive stomp without doing a mobility skill first, it just has like a forward-facing cone. It's not really that amazing. But if I do it after using a mobility skill, it looks like this. Here, let me show you. It's a nice AoE circle, like, and it's huge too. It like covers like freaking half the screen. And it applies all my thorns damage to it, which is what I like. It's funny when I get a lethal shrine con, even though thorns is not supposed to be able to crit, all my attacks are still crits. But the number of the damage doesn't actually go up. So they're the same damage they were before, but now they're yellow.
I thought Thorns did crit with the lethal shrine.
No, it doesn't do any extra damage. It just turns yellow. It doesn't do any damage. You know what's crazy is even my protector does like tons of damage with these thorns because he's hitting for thorns every time I use him. He just comes in and he just like smacks him around with his thorns damage. Ooh, a double greater affix chest armor and a pair of booties. A booty balooties. The worst double greater affix chest armor I've ever seen.
It's like healing and
13 life per second and 75% shadow res.
What are you talking about? That's like
man.
top tier.
Top
I get
tier,
so
he
many.
says. Top tier.
So, yeah, so many of those.
With a bunch of healing received bonuses, you could get like 45 life every 5 seconds.
I'll fight you.
Well, you're already 4,600.
I was making fun of one of the rings. I think it might have been the ring you were talking about earlier that it had life on kill. And I was like, ooh, wow. 18 life on kill. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. I was like, that is, oh, wow. Okay, let me check my HP. Okay, 10,000 HP. All right, so how many monsters would I have to kill at 10,000 HP divided by 18? You know what? Let's bump it up to like, because I can greater max or worse like that to 25. That'll take me 400 kills to refill my 1 HP bar to 10,000. Yeah. Bravo. The most useless mod I've ever seen on an armor, like, in existence. But the only thing that does is maybe trigger an effect which requires you to heal yourself. Like, I healed myself, like, but boy, you put on the smallest band-aid out of the band-aid pack. Like, what is that even supposed to cover? Your arm is hanging off. Yeah, but I healed myself, though. Yeah, I guess technically that counts, but like, you're really going to want to get that checked out. I think you're going to bleed to death. Wah, 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 wah.
Why can I not find this aspect?
The aspect? Did you try the vendors, the merc vendors?
No, I haven't. I've just been gambling boots. I just cannot get it.
Yeah, go like reset it a couple times and
Yeah, have you been doing the merc vendors? The merc vendors are amazing.
yeah, they're really good.
I haven't recently. I normally use them.
Go on all your characters. You get 1 free roll every day.
Yeah.
It's just wild that I have not seen it because it's a utility aspect on gambling boots.
Okay, so like we're getting a basis of the build. So we build Concussive Stomp and we also build Rushing Claw at the same time. Like, I don't think there's any reason not to build both of them. They work very well together synergistically, so I don't think it causes any problems. We got plenty of resolve stacks coming from the Concussive Stomp aspect, or the kinetic suppression aspect, so we don't got to worry about that. Um. Hmm. I mean, I suppose we could build in the critical strike damage. I mean, we don't have any way to multiply it, though, like with the Rod of Kepeleke. So maybe using unyielding hits and interdiction and redirected force and all that silliness. Or maybe we can go the other way. We could go into the Peacemonger's Ring. I have been wanting to, like, do, like, a full Peacemonger's Ring build. Funny, I actually really like the fact that it automatically casts as I'm just doing Rushing Claw, like, so I don't actually have to cast it myself. The Concussive Stomp, I mean. Because it just automatically goes. It's such a fun build. Apparently I'm using Vortex on my movement ability. Or the rune, I'm using the Vortex rune. I could probably swap that to something else too.
Oh my god, I'm so sick of the skeletal priest.
I wonder if any of those things would apply my... Well, no, because it does say gorilla. It does say gorilla skills specifically. So it does have to be a gorilla skill. Hmm. It got to be a gorilla skill. The worst there ever was. Man, 70% chance, failed twice. That's some bad odds.
Huh.
Out of 4 attempts with a 70% chance, you think I would have succeeded? Maybe fail once, not like twice is like a 50% failure rate.
I was thinking about you. I was rolling an item and I got 9 or 10 in a row of the same roll. Like you know, like trying to get the masterwork on it. Or not a
ever.
Putting an or you know what, imprinting it, whatever that's called. I can't remember.
Talking about tempering.
Tempering, yeah. Thanks.
I had it happen to me the other day with masterworking. I kept resetting it after the first one because every single time it would land on the one that I did not need. And it did that like 7 times in a row.
$1 trillion down the drain.
And then I would finally get the one that I wanted and go for the next tier of masterworking and get something I didn't want. So I'd reset it. And again, it would start, like, the whole process would start over.
Because it doesn't like you.
It didn't. I had horrible RNG that day.
I'm trying out the one that makes it so that the monsters that are poisoned get hit by my thorns. Let's play a
When they
game.
run?
Here, let's play a game. Watch. Watch this like. I'm just gonna walk through them with the with the toxics. Yeah.
Oh, that one's lovely.
Oh,
Like that's why I liked it with a Scourge, because it caused them to move.
It's an interesting combination. Causes them fear and won't walk away. Unfortunately, Concussive Stomp makes them fall down. It's one of the interesting things about Concussive Stomp, and I was actually looking at like building into it to see how high I could potentially like push it. And do the knockdown duration on Concussive Stomp goes like through the roof. Like right now it's a knockdown duration of 4.2 seconds with 5 ranks. And it keeps going up like 0.3 seconds like every rank, and you can easily get it to like rank 15 or something like that. And by the time you're done, it's got like a 7 or 8 second knockdown duration.
It's a long time to be on your booty. Go on Diablo trade and see if I can find somebody selling this aspect.
Again, 2 failures and 2 successes.
oh, I got cleared here.
No, you're not allowed. You already started it. That's too late. Social binding contract. Social binding contract. I'm gonna stomp them. I'm gonna stomp them right in their face. Dude, the difference between Concussive Stomp, like, with and without the kinetic suppression is hilarious. It's like a little baby stomp. It's like, oh, I got little stomp, little baby stomp. And then, like, you do the kinetic suppression, and it's like, big mega Hulk stomp, blah, 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 blah. Hulk smash. I got 3 more skill push points I need to put in. I forgot about that.
Get that?
I think, honestly... Problem is Dominant doesn't work on the thorns.
Finally.
Dominant does not work on thorns. I need to re-roll that passive now that I think about it, because I got Dominant on my amulet. Or maybe I just give this amulet to the actual... Yeah, that's probably the better idea, is I just give this amulet, like, to the character that's actually going to utilize that. Because that +4 Dominant is massive for a build designed around unyielding hits and like trying to get actual damage out of the Concussive Stomp as opposed to using the thorns. I dropped a gorilla down on his head, son. You can't have none, son, of this gorilla, hun. Die.
Got so many rares and
Hey. I mean, the other idea could be to try and combine the two, but I just don't think there's enough aspect slots. Like, throw unyielding hits in the build just to beef up the damage of the skill. At which point you would also beef up the damage of Concussive Stomp and Rushing Claw. I mean, and I am building multipliers, so it's not like I'm not building multipliers. Thorns is just very, advanced to go into, so.
survive. 6.
I won't
65.
survive. I will not survive. No, 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 no. I'm probably gonna die because I don't have freaking resistances. I didn't transfer over my gems. This guy's got whatever he had on him, and that's it. No swapsies, no take-backsies.
Character's just really squishy.
Who is the squishy squish? Oh, you're a channeling build?
Yeah. Stormy again.
You like your Roseanne bar knockoffs.
I do.
It's kind of
Change
odd
one.
with this character because I can't really get a feel for how much damage I'm doing.
Interesting.
Because everything does the same damage, no matter what.
Yeah.
It's like, for the first time ever, everything on my bar is essentially relevant, and it's I don't know how to deal with that.
So, it does not seem like this cursed aura aspect for the Necro actually applies Iron Maiden.
I mean, it applies both. I don't know if it has to be on your bar.
It doesn't, because it's applying the Decrepify, and that's not on my bar. But I'm not seeing the Iron Maiden effect, the damage from it. But when I actually use this skill, I do.
Iron
Oh,
Maiden
I-
is probably the one that you would want to use anyway, because it's the only one that converts to shadow. There's an aspect for it. It converts Iron Maiden to shadow damage. Which means it'll scale with your shadow damage over time, multipliers, and all that other stuff. I can't remember what it's called. I was using it on mine to get the Iron Maiden shadow damage.
Torturous.
Yeah,
I'm using it.
yeah, it just converts it to shadow, which is exactly what you want, because you're trying to do shadow damage. What's up, Drowsy? Hey, your mama's a hoe and she looked like a hoe, and I didn't really want to tell you, but you probably deserve to know.
Interesting.
Greater
That's
affix
crazy.
ring.
It's not applying my Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden is the red one, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I would see it go off all the time when I was using the. I was using both of the runes. So like I wasn't just having like one curse go off when I was playing with it. I had like every curse of all places. Like I used both the rune words. I grabbed the frickin' auto curse. I actually kind of moved away from the auto curse because it didn't seem to be applying the damage for the key passive.
It doesn't. That's what I'm testing now.
Yeah, so it didn't work, and I didn't like it. So
Because that R doesn't constantly apply the curse, and that
only
passive
happens upon application. Yes.
Yeah.
So the thing is that the like the two rune words do though. So if you do both the rune words, the Iron Maiden and the Decrepify one, then you have them both going off all the time anyway.
Yeah. Oh, well. Now I'm disappointed that I spent all this time looking for this aspect and it doesn't even apply one of my curses anyway.
I could have told you. Actually, you would have learned that if you watched my Necromancer live stream the other day. I did a whole video where I tested all that stuff out, and like it was on live stream.
But that aspect doesn't seem to be applying like the curse itself.
I mean, it also doesn't seem to be doing any damage with the curses either, so it seems useless.
But like when I just hard cast my Iron Man, I can see the damage ticks on the dummies.
Mm-hmm.
But when I when I use the aspect to apply my curses, there's no damage tick from Iron Maiden like there should be.
I wish there was, but they're taints, and they got a dirty taint.
So even if I was using Shadow Blight, that wouldn't help me out much.
You know what that means? Wipe your butt. Well, you can't use Shadow Blight and the new key passive together, unfortunately. That would be amazing.
I'm not talking about the key passive anymore. Like, for a key passive aside, this aspect's not even applying Iron Maiden as a curse.
I mean, Iron Maiden's damage comes from when the monsters hit each other, or sorry,
No,
hit you, or when they die. Yeah, there's like a couple things, but it doesn't just happen automatically from the Iron Maiden curse.
Yes, it does. There's enemies afflicted by Iron Maiden take 30% damage every 2 seconds, and each time they deal direct damage.
See.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not seeing the automatic damage ticks, so it's not even applying the curse.
I mean, from what I understand, like a lot of people are using the pants, the Blood Moon breaches, to get like automatic curses cast by the minions.
Yeah,
which stacks on top of it too.
To go with this build.
That stacks as well, so you get like that way. But it's only like even on like a perfect pair of Blood Moon breaches, it's only like it's like a 10% chance or something.
Yeah, it's extremely low.
I mean, granted, if you go full minions and you get a bunch of minions going, I mean, it's a much higher chance, but because you got so many minions attacking. And I suppose you could also go with like the several other options that allow your minions to attack more often. Like there's the shadow ones that have like the extra bolt or whatever, so then you'd have like an extra attack going off every certain number of attacks. You could potentially go with the like the highest count on the skeletons, which I believe is the skeleton warriors because they have the highest count. Or you could potentially go with the ones that hit the most for like the AoE damage, which is
Reapers.
The Reapers, because they just hit, large swaths of enemies. But I mean, they're not going to be as good at ball and bosses and stuff like that, which is probably where you want it. boom, 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 boom. I'm not even using any broken aspects, Con. Like I'm just.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Like this is just. I'm not using unyielding. I'm not using, you know, like interdiction. I'm not using redirected force. I think I might be getting some benefit from viscous shield, but I'm not even stacking HP. I only have 7,200 HP, which is pretty low actually.
Yeah, my HP is pretty low. I haven't found any good gear.
Clear it. I probably need to post this build. It'd be fun to like put it up just so people can play with it. It's a pretty fun build. I don't know how far it would scale if I did like all the resolve stacks and everything, but I don't even think resolve stacking is the way to go with this. Although it would give me some additional bumps of multiplier. Is there any way to enhance the one key passive called potent? Because I think potent might be one of the strongest things in the game. I was unaware of how ridiculous this ability is until I started to do testing on the thorns, and like I realized that it's not giving you a multiplier to your damage, it's giving you a direct increase to the damage of that the monster takes, which is something completely different. So like after everything is settled, and after like, you know, you've figured out all of your bonuses and your damage is calculated, like if you, all of a sudden now you've got like, you know, 500,000 damage or something, and then the monster has a debuff on them which causes them to take, you know, like 30% more damage, then like you just like tack on an additional 30% on the top of your like 500k and it turns into like 650. And like with my testing, I realized that potent doesn't apply to you; it applies to the monster. So every time you hit the monster, you're just increasing the damage that the monster takes from you every single time you hit them, to a really high degree. And I like it a lot. I'm also kind of curious about this whole thorns thing too, because it might be functioning as a separate hit in the calculation of the total number of hits for like the Jaguar key passive, and it might be making the Jaguar key passive go off more often. Now I'm not currently using the Jaguar key passive, but it could be a very interesting mechanic to just simply like add in additional hits into your build, just to like have the tiniest bit of thorns. I mean, all you'd have to do is pull in like 1 point of Bastion basically, and then have the Gorilla key passive at some point and a Gorilla tag on a skill, and all of your skills would be doing a secondary like little thorns attack. And if the thorns attack is counting toward the total 15, then you're reducing the like total number of hits that you need to reach 15, you know, in half essentially, because you're doing 2 hits. If they actually do count as 2 hits. Which means that pretty much everybody probably wants 1 point of Bastion. this 1 point bastion, grab your little thorns or whatever, or just grab thorns from somewhere. And then if you're utilizing the gorilla key passive and you have things tagged as gorilla, then you're already good. Then you're going to get the thorns damage on pretty much everything, acting as an additional hit. I was kind of thinking of maybe using that as an advantage for this particular build too, like, because even when you use like Rushing Claw, it's very obvious that Rushing Claw is doing more than one hit of damage. Like it's hitting multiple times. I don't know exactly how many times Rushing Claw is hitting, but it seems like 3. Which 15 divided by 3 is what? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, so it's 5. So you'd only need 5 hits per Jaguar key passive. Sounds kind of insane. How am I not at 300? I don't know. I haven't been trying. What's up, Shador Kieran? I don't know. I don't know a lot of streamers that are at 300 that haven't like deliberately pushed it. Like unless you're deliberately pushing it, I don't think you're gonna hit 300. Oh, I can't take out points while I'm in here. Oh, bags. You need to hit 300 by the end of the season. You're at 325. Well, then you got some work to do, buddy. You need to get rolling. You need to get yourself a build set up that can do like sub 90-second runs of, say, pit 90. And you need to just start burning pit 90s as fast as you possibly can. You can do it in a group with other people if you can find a quad, but if you can't find a quad, you need to just do it normal. And you need to use all the bonuses too, the EXP bonuses. So you want to make sure you have a potion up, make sure you've got your opal up, make sure you got your incenses up, so you got all 3 incenses, because you get a small EXP bonus from each incense, and just start burning it. I mean, I don't particularly think I want to do it, but I might. I might do it. I might do it anyway. Once I get like a really fun build set up, maybe I'll do it then. Like, I just want like to have, if I'm gonna spend a whole bunch of time grinding out something like that, at least I'll do it with a build that I actually enjoy and have fun with. I mean, 4 days should be plenty of time if you're devoting yourself to it. The most important thing is just getting your build set up so that you're capable of doing the runs at a proper speed. Most of the EXP is coming from the completion of the actual run, not the actual run. Like the monsters in the run, so it's actually faster to just focus on trying to get to the end as quickly as possible in the pits and get the completion EXP. Thinking about a wind druid for farming ancient tunnels in D2. What's a good general build for that area? Usually that's the sorceress's domain. I guess technically because it's cold. Like, there's pretty much no cold immunities there. Wind druid isn't limited to the ancient tunnels. I mean, you do have cold damage, but you're also physical too, so... I mean, you got a little bit more options than most other builds. And on top of that, you can have a mercenary put a little amplify damage on the targets too, you know. I mean, you get a little amp-damper. Nothing wrong with a little amp-damper now. have I made a video on the subject that you can search up? I don't know if I actually did a Windy Boy. I mean, I did a Hurricane Gilbert build, which was interesting, to say the least. Hurricane Gilbert was a melee Hurricane Druid, which was pretty successful, to be honest. It revolved around proccing the hurricanes and the tornadoes, or the tornadoes and the twisters, as opposed to having them like automatically, you know, like you casting them. So instead of casting them, you're getting a procs of them through melee attacks. And it utilized items like Stormlash and like Windhammer, Ogre Ball, and whatnot. And it was actually really fun. The traditional like Windy Boy never was my favorite, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I'm not trying to like snub you or anything. It's just if somebody like held a gun to my head, I'd play it, but I mean, if you sat me down and said choose which build you want to play, the Windy Boy is not the one that I would choose. And if Chunks were here, Chunks would tell me to shut my dirty whore mouth because he loves the Windy Boy. Like
I do too. I actually like
he
Windy
loves
Boy.
the Windy Boy. I can't stand the Windy Boy. It's the two of the worst immunities, in my opinion. Physical and cold. They're just absolutely terrible. You run into so many monsters that are immune to physical and so many monsters that are immune to cold. It's such a pain in the butt build. And then on top of that, like, good luck aiming. Like, the freaking tornadoes never go where you want them to go. I freaking hate that stupid spell.
I guess you're right.
And then like to take it even further, like it's basically a melee build. Like it's a caster build that's basically a melee build. And Chunks always makes me laugh because he's like, gotta get my 75% block chance, because he knows. Like he likes the build, but he knows. Like he's not a dummy. He's like, okay, this build is a caster class, you know, like in quotations in the air, and then he's like, yeah, but I gotta be in melee range so I can actually get the tornadoes to hit the target. There's also some funky stuff that goes on with like next hit delay on Tornado, and I don't like it. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but like Tornado has a problem with hitting a target more than like one time or like 2 times. Like it doesn't hit a target like more than once. And you can also have it where like the first tornado hit like misses the target. I wish I could explain it, but it's so convoluted that it's essentially like the tornado has 2 separate functions. So like there's the initial cast of the tornado, which does a really large amount of damage, and then there's like this pulsing like radial effect, which happens like once every like second or something like that as it travels outward. And so like the actual hit of the tornado has this huge next hit delay problem where like you can cast 2 tornadoes back to back and only one of the 2 tornadoes will actually hit him. And then like the other part is the pulsing effect is apparently a separate next hit delay than the on hit effect, and the on hit effect can be blocked, which is also freaking weird because it's physical damage, I guess. So, you know, like, why not? I don't know. I've always felt it was like kind of a I remember one of the times I tried to level 1, you know, just like the normal way, obviously not getting power leveled, and I got to frickin' Den of Evil, and Corpse Fire was cold physical immune. Could not kill him. I literally could not kill him. I was just trying to complete my Den of Evil quest, okay? And you know, Den of Evil requires that you kill all the monsters in the Den of Evil, so I had to like call for help to get somebody to kill like frickin' Corpse Fire. It was so stupid. There's a reason why I love builds that have no problem with any kind of immunities, and why Windy Boy is not my favorite. It's because if you do a build like a Vengeance 2-handed Paladin, you run around just one donking everything, and then you go like on your Windy Boy and you find like a cold physical immune monster and the monster just laughs in your face and you can't kill him. Like this, it's just such a big difference between the two.
Girl, I'm not used to having no little babies. My ass tired. Actually, y'all remember you only have me up at 3, then at 6. And Amara goes. She goes, look at she goes.
3, 6, 9. Got him every time.
My baby love. She said, yep. How my baby love. Yeah, and who's your baby boy? I said, Travis. She said, yep.
I'm having a lot of fun with D4 Steven. I wouldn't be playing otherwise. I would not be playing otherwise. The builds are really fun to set up in this game. Just like the really fun to set up in D2.
My hammer sings on your return.
Speaking of builds.
Oh, I do want to switch one of my aspects.
I mean, Concussive Stomp doesn't necessarily have to stack with like interdiction and stuff like that, but I was trying to think like how I would potentially approach this to get more damage out of everything. I mean, generic scaling is amazing. I wonder if there's any way I can just like mesh the thorns and like the concussive stomp damage together, like. I mean, it seems like the thorns damage is just on top of everything else. Maybe that's the key to the Jaguar Key passive, and I just don't even know it. Like, because I was thinking about it, right? So, like, it's a really small duration. So it's only like 0.5 seconds, right? So it's how much damage you do in 0.5 seconds. Well, if you can attack 3 times, like, with 3 different, like, you know, attacks, like, one is the thorn attack, and, like, one is your, you know, like, your main ability, and then you get, like, the concussive stomp goes off at the same time, because it's on the ability. You get, like, a massive pump of thorns damage from all 3 abilities. And then they all do their own damage as well. And then it all feeds into the passive, or the Spirit Hall bonus. Could be interesting. Boop, 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 boop. Oh no, it's full on the marbling opals. Failure. I mean, D4 Windy Boy is totally a thing too.
Oh yeah, the boulder toss, the poop toss.
Poop toss? I wasn't talking about poop toss.
I'll keep my
No,
Return soon.
Hello,
Not a bad pull.
Shame Vasily's ghost.
I had that. in
Just
my bag.
gambled a whole bunch of gloves, got nothing.
Well, hello, Vasily's ghost. Hello, shining beauty.
Terrible gloves of mystery? Is that what you call these? Because that's what you should call them, is terrible gloves of mystery.
Well, shame the hello, Vasily.
Not a bad pull, that.
They gloves so terrible, I cannot lie. Look at the gloves and they're gonna cry. Oh yeah, I was gonna try something else besides the cry rune. I don't know what, but something. Cry. Cry. Cry, 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 cry. Cry, cry, cry. Your potency skills deal more damage. More damage. Ultimate cooldown. It's too bad I can't use 2 Tizik runes.
I know.
Tizik, Tizik, Tizik.
I think that all the time.
Tizik, 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 Tizik. Tizik, 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 Tizik. Tiz, 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 tizzy, tiz, tiz, tizzy, tizzy, tiz, 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 tizzy, tiz. I just want a Tizik. That was Jan's speech. Yeah, I don't know if any of the other ones are really even worth using. Maybe we could swap to Frostova instead. That'd be kind of nice.
Wear the stars around your neck.
I've got no freaking gems in my equipment because, you know, I just keep yanking everything all the time for other characters.
There is power in
Yanking.
stones.
Just be yanking. There. Now I at least got something in there. Teleport on top of Stormy Daniels. You never played D2? Got on at the beginning of D3? I was like, you got a really fun game to explore there, Chidori Kirin. Because D3 sucked and D2 was amazing. D4 is amazing. You get to go back and have fun on D2. I'm jealous. You got like 20 years of gameplay to catch up on. What's up, Mother's Judgment? Your mom's a judgment. Your dad's a judgment. Your kids are judgments. Oh, nice. mean, what really do I need to make the gorilla build work? That's the question. I mean, I would just need one Spirit Hall bonus to make sure that Concussive Stomp and Rushing Claw have the thorns attached to them. So just choosing... Well, I mean, that means I would have to choose Gorilla as one of the primary Spirit Hall bonuses that I'm getting. One of the two. It's definitely an idea. I couldn't go double Jaguar that way, though. Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
What's that?
I'm an idiot. I'm missing out on so much damage. Or at least I think I am. Maybe? Nay. Well, Cheryl. I mean, it's an evade though. It's not a Russian claw, so it doesn't necessarily work for that. I mean, I could swap out Vortex for Armored Hide though, and get the Thorns bonus, which would increase my Thorns damage at least. I mean, there's something to that, because you're also using Armored Hide for the other stuff too, the interdiction and all the other crap. That really kind of way a lot. You gotta like build into crit for that though. Booties, a ring. Azri. The booties, they suck. Your mama, she suck. What am I crafting? I don't know. I'm crafting up something. Thinking. I has an idea. I'm still trying to figure it out though. So far, this is what I got. I was even thinking maybe not using Harmony of Ebiwaka. I'm trying to figure out how to have my cake and eat it too. That's what I'm trying to do. I want my cake and I want to eat it too.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Ooh, updated aspect of Alcridity. I didn't know there was an Alcridity aspect on that ring I just run. What do I get my Alcridity up to? Hmm. Mm-hmm. No, that's like Alcridity, not accelerating. Poopies. Bow, 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 bow. Who that? Who that?
I don't know if I can do 60s with this character. We're gonna find out.
I mean, I could join you on my werewolf and we could both struggle.
Could drop it to 55s. No, I think I opened.
Here, I'll be right back. I'll go get my werewolf.
I think I have 4 open. No, I don't.
Kubus the Mossum Dog. Kubus the Mossum Dog. Him's a Kubus Mossum Dog. There you go. Hmm. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 3, 4, out the door.
Oh, let me. You want to
5,
try
6.
55 first or 60? No, 55.
Do whatever. I got you, man. I got you, fam. Why you gotta bring me down like that? We was doing 65s. I thought we was doing 65s. Oh, this is your rogue. Okay, so you don't know how good your rogue is. That's what problem is.
Yeah.
Let me show you the unlimited power of the big Chongus the Tongus, the man himself of the hour. The Chongus. A Chongus slashing away.
This is too easy.
Chongus, yeah, this is me.
Builders down.
Executed. John, John. John, Chaka, John, 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 Chaka, John. Come here, Mr. DR guy. Come here. Are you using poison?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that means you get no kills. All your kills are belong to me, for I am the Shattered Vow using werewolf. All your vows are shattered. I'm just gonna execute all the monsters for you, basically. I hit them once, you could like stack them up with poison, and then they get executed. Bow, 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 bow. I cast Cataclysm. Werewolf. The wolf of the were. A wolf so where. I also need to theorycraft a sword build. I don't know what I want to do with the sorcerers. Sorcerers has always been like a sour subject for me. It's just like a I don't know what's wrong with the sorcerers. She's so like I can't kill single targets, but like she's like really good AoE damage. So you feel good right up until you get to the boss, and then the boss is like, "Is this all you can muster?" Bow, 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 bow. Stack it, high, sticky, high.
Stack it.
See how the poison like kind of comes, like their health is going down and then they kind of gain some health.
Yeah, it looks like
What's
they're
that about?
healing themselves somehow. Well, I got no glyphs. On this boy. Pretty much everything is just a toy, and I need some glyphs. Yes, I do. I get a little Bane glyph coming for you. I actually did plan on trying to get this guy finished off. At least 46 glyphs, just to kind of see where he lands.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
What'd you say? Pit 105, let's go.
55, that was good, no? Or you want to go 60? Oh my gosh, 65.
John. Yeah, this character's pretty well set up for no glyphs. Like, I was actually kind of surprised at how well he's doing with no glyphs. Once he gets some glyphs set up, he's only, I think he's got Tracker right now capped out at 46, but that's a couple more runs I'll have Bane capped out, and then that'll be like the bulk of my poison damage. And I think I need to work on Canny. There's some sort of bug going on with the Shred, I swear, like where Shred does like massive amounts of damage to groups. So like, here, let me get like a big pack here, and let me show you this, watch. So we need this big pack, we need a really big pack. Let's get like a really, really big pack, okay? Alright, now watch this. See this big giant pack right here? I'm gonna pull them all in. It's gonna take me a second to get them all pulled in. And when I pull them all in, watch. Okay. Like, actually there's a DR guy in here too, so this is actually a really good test. Because the DR guy is like holding these guys up, and I'm just still ripping them down. It's something to do with large amounts of like monsters all in the same place, and all of a sudden the damage just like massively coalesces when all the monsters are standing in the same place. I'm not using Stormclaw. RJ Panak. Here, let's try it again with a pack that's not DR'd up. Here, watch. Pull them all in. See how quick I demolished everything except for the elite?
Yeah.
But it's only when there's a lot of them in a group. Not using Stormclaw. I'm using Shred, RJ. I'm using Shred. Okay. Oh, look at this big boy pack. Oh, here we go. Dude, it's beautiful when it happens. You see it on stream? Can you hear it? Like, Stormclaw aspect. What is the Stormclaw aspect? No, I don't think I am using the Stormclaw aspect. I think Leon actually said something about that too. He was like, you should probably be using the Stormclaw aspect because that'll probably make it even better. But I'm not. Please don't copyright strike me. I got that song stuck in my head. Like, I go to court and they're like, found not guilty. On what cause? He was obviously singing the song. He went to a doctor. The doctor said he had the song stuck in his head. The doctor now also has the song stuck in his head, and thank you, the judge, also have the song stuck in my head, so, like, I'm sorry you're not getting money out of any of us. have to put some, to do a little bit of searching on the Stormclaw aspect and take a look at it. I didn't even consider it in this build. Could be fun. Maybe it'd be good. Maybe it'd be bad. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you're just a cat. Come on down and let me tell you all about all the shreds that I'm gonna hit you in the mouth. Inquisitor Hudion Frost Grip. Look here, increased health monster. Suck it. It's funny, you're poisoning them up and like it's taking a while for you to kill them, but like they're obviously going to die. And then I walk up and I just touch them and they're executed.
Yeah, saw that.
It's not because I did lots of damage or anything. It's because you dotted them up so that they were completely full. So all I had to do was touch them to activate the Shattered Vow, and that Shattered Vow was like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're full on dots, executed. Oh, you got a puppy at home? It doesn't matter. You're full on dots, executed. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should stop getting executed. Get some poison resistance. Sucker! Look at all my crits. So many crits. I rarely, if ever, even see a white number unless it's coming from the dot itself. Like, I basically got like a 100% crit chance. I figured if I was going to set this build up, I might as well get 100% crit, because all my poison damage comes from crits, so... I wonder if I stacked a little, like, poison creeper duration in here. That could be kind of interesting. Oh my god, stop exploding. Everybody's exploding. Stop exploding. I swear, when this game first launched, they could have renamed the game to Everything Explodes and nobody would have batted an eyelash. They would have just been like, yeah. That's pretty accurate. Yeah, everything explodes. You're right. Yeah, that's pretty, yeah. Am I using Agile Wolf? I'm using Blurred Beast. And, that's about it. Oh, I'm a big old bear. Now I'm a wolf, now I'm a bear. I'm a big old wolf. Now I'm a bear. Wolf, bear, 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 wolf, bear. Look at all my derrieres. Wolf, bear, wolf, bear. I'm gonna stand right in the center and I'm gonna die. That's it. I called it.
Did you really die?
I did really die.
I don't know if I can get you.
No!
Oh no, I'm gonna die.
No! Oh,
Oh.
bow, 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 bow.
3 stacks. Can't.
I got 3 stacks there. I just avoid the things. It's not like too ridiculously difficult. The main problem with this guy is he puts those like ridiculously long, like 18,000 second duration freaking fire puddles all over the place that just never go away ever. You gotta like lure him over to the corner or something to like get him away from the fire puddles. So and like even when you lure him away, he just makes more fire puddles. It's obnoxious. And they do eventually go away, but not at a rate fast enough to be like worthwhile to talk about. Oh,
Ooh. That hurt.
Yeah, my boss damage isn't the best. It's not like the most amazing. And it probably would have helped if I hadn't died, so. Well, that's kind of a nice one. Got willpower on it, but it's a max resource armor. Got some unsung heretic wraps. They're kind of nice. What are you using on your Stormy Daniels? Do you need some nice unsung heretic wraps?
Oh yeah.
Because
Got a
these
greater
are
graphics one. What is the damage on the bottom? I think
40.
mine's only. Yeah. Is that out of 40 or is that out of 50? I can't.
Out of 40.
I think I got a 4. I'll take them. I'll see if they're better than what I got. If you're not going to use them.
They're on the ground.
You should pick 'em up and put 'em in your stack.
Better than starting from nothing. My hammer sings on your return.
They got ranks to Defiance on them.
Defiance. Oh, 40. Alright. I think that's it for me. I'm pretty tired.
Alright, Con.
Appreciate it. I'm doing 2 builds. I'm trying to scale. Blade. I'm trying to do alchemical admixture and victimize. So I have one that's doing victimize and scaling it. So far, the victimize is more powerful, but we'll see. I haven't gotten this one.
I mean, to get the most out of alchemical admixture, you really have to build into it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying.
And on top of that, it's only to the like victimizes on all your attacks. All chemical admixture is only to your imbuements. So
Yeah.
you really kind of want to like work on that. What's that one where it gives you like unlimited poison imbuements? Like when you like go through the puddle or whatever. Or
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Or like you can also get the what is it, the increased imbuement charges on your like rings and amulets and stuff, I think. Or your rings.
That's what I did. I got it on 1, so I have 4 charges, but how Dance of Knives works is snapshots. So as long as you get it in the beginning, like you do it and then you just go, so if you don't stop, it doesn't use another charge.
Mm-hmm. Boom, 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 boom. I'm trying to think how I'm gonna do this thing, and I don't know what I wanna do. Dang. Tryna do da 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 da, tryna do da 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 da. I don't really know if I want that. Hmm. Duelist, of course, is really nice if we go with Mystic Circle, but I don't know if we go with Mystic Circle. I mean, I was thinking about one of two ways. Either A, I set it up with the Harmony and try and get like maximum tags. Or B, I was also thinking that this could be a very interesting one to set up as a double Jaguar. So go with Wuxie and Harmony of Ebiwaka and just go with double Jaguar. Could be a very interesting way to approach it. So utilizing, of course, the ultimate for the mobility, grabbing the 100% spirit hole bonus, maybe even throwing in so if we throw in Loyalty's Mantle, like we get the 100% spirit bonus from both. We end up with a 45% bonus. I think that's what it ends up being. 45% damage on the Jaguar Spirit Hole bonus. And then we add in probably Fell Soothsayer. And then we want Kinetic Suppression. I'm not entirely sure if we're even gonna need the Ravager with this. I mean, technically, with the way that this is working, and the 60% reduction for going double Jaguar, we're probably looking at like no cooldown whatsoever pretty much on Rushing Claw left. At which point we could go Shroud, which does give us a very nice passives to everything, which, of course, having passives to everything isn't exactly a bad thing. frees up a lot of points for us. Let's take a quick look at the skill tree, how this would look if I did double Jaguar. So the basic skill, again, doesn't matter because we never care about the basic skill anyway. We're also not using core skills of this build, so again, none of this stuff matters. It's all pretty much garbage. We're definitely putting 3 in Apex. We definitely throw 3 in Unrestrained Power. Those are just like no-brainers. They do lots of damage, so why not? We get, what, bonus lucky hit chance with the glaive. In this particular situation, we put 3 in Concussive Stomp, and we grab the Reinforced Concussive Stomp. And then we're also going to be putting... Oh, sorry, 5. We're also putting 5 in Toxic Skin, and we're grabbing the Measured Toxic Skin, which gives us the like additional poison damage and critical strikes to nearby enemies. We definitely are going to grab 3 in Dominance, which I feel like is a no-brainer for this. Most likely 3 in Resilient as well. 3 in Potent and 3 in Furnace. Now the only downside is that Dominant is not going to apply to Rushing Claw. In fact, Dominant is only going to apply to Concussive Stomp, which is unfortunate. I think we take points out of that for right now, and we think about it. Armored Hide becomes important just simply to have it. We have to use Exalted Hunter, which is going to be our main ultimate for spamming. So we're going to put 5 points in that. Progedy's Tempo probably becomes the one that we're looking at. Maybe Adaptive Stances. I think Progedy's Tempo just works better for what we're trying to achieve. We might not even need to put like points in Ravager. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Rushing Claw has what, a cooldown of 4 per 20 seconds? So 20 minus 60%. That brings it down to an 8-second cooldown. And then if we utilize Swift, three seconds off depending on how far you travel with them. 4 charges. We could get a couple extra charges too. I mean, that's probably enough to completely cancel out the cost of Rushing Claw. Unfortunately, we don't have any way to apply thorns to the targets. Because in this particular case, we're not going gorilla. Although, come to think of it, we still could go gorilla. Because we are using Wuxia. The difference would be a 30% multiplier on the Jaguar Spirit Hall versus a 45. If we went with the Protector, that would give us the Gorilla tag on the Rushing Claw. And by going with the Jaguar, we get the Hunter tag on Concussive Stomp. So Concussive Stomp gets all the bonuses from the Jaguar passives, and then Rushing Claw could get all the bonuses from the Resilient, like the Dominant passives. I mean, we lose a little bit, but it's not like we're losing a ton. In return, we gain the barrier from this. We also gain thorns, which allows us to strike an additional time. So the question becomes, does the thorns actually reduce the number of times for the Jaguar ultimate, which I think is something that we have to test. So if the thorns does reduce the total number of hits required to breach into the Jaguar ultimates, then we're sitting in a situation where having thorns is better than not having thorns. But the unfortunate thing is that the only way you can do this is with Wuxie Nakpa, because you can't have the Spirit Hall Gorilla primary and the Spirit Hall Jaguar primary together at the same time ever, unless you are running Wuxie Nakpa. It's the only way that you could do it. So this build would rely on the fact that the Wuxie Nakpa is somehow applying the thorns damage in a second hit to essentially reduce by half the total number of hits required, increasing the frequency tremendously of the Jaguar procs. And we need to test it, so we need to go into the training grounds and see if we can test to see if having the Gorilla passive and the Jaguar passive at the same time, or the Spirit Hole bonus at the same time, somehow allows us to, like, cause the Jaguar ability to trigger faster. So I guess the easiest way to do this is just to grab something like Thunder Spike that just simply attacks one time. And we just got to count it out. So let's just go ahead and put the Jaguar on here first. And we're just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm assuming that 2,960 was the 15th strike. I'm sure some sort of counter, make it easier. Do have the Jaguar up, right? Trying to see if it shows up down here anywhere. I don't think it does, even if it's only for like 0.5 of a second. It's so hard to see it. 1, 2... Buckle my shoe. I feel like this would be easier if we had a naked character. We need a naked character, boys. We need the nakedest of characters. That character's so naked. I know a character we can use for this. The nakedest of characters. Blue Ranger is not set up for anything right now. She can be, like, completely reset and I wouldn't care. I still haven't quite figured out a really good, like, Eagle build that I want to play around with. I was messing around with a couple different Eagle builds, and I think I'm eventually going to convert her into like a Storm Potency. That's my eventual idea, but not right this second. Alright, so let's just go ahead and pull off her equipment so that we don't have any interfering doojanks. Let's go ahead and reset her tree so we don't have any interfering doojanks. We're going to go ahead and just use something like Thrash. Well, not Thrash. Let's just use Thunder Spike. Thunder Spike is probably the easiest one. We'll put 5 points in it so it actually does some damage. Go ahead and reset her Paragon tree too. That way she has no Paragon points and nothing to interfere with the testing. Where did I put the staff at? The Wuxie Pookpaw. The Wuxie Peepaw. Well, I have a Wuxie Knockpaw here. We can use this one. I think the other one I put on the other character. That'll be fine. I'll go get that one once I actually do the build. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Anything could be lurking here.
Alright, I need, we need testing that doesn't involve interference. I'm gonna have to take the mercs off, too. I wish I could dismiss them from here. Be easier that way.
What kind of bird is it that you have?
Not the kind.
That was fun.
Farewell, friend.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, we don't even have it on there, do we? Alright, so we need Jaguar on here first. So confused at like how this actually multiplies out. I mean, is it 15 standard hits to a target? Is it 15 hits in a specific time period? The Jaguar Spirit Hall, is it specifically the Jaguar skill? I mean, this technically counts as a Jaguar skill because all skills are now Jaguar skills. So that's fine as well. I don't even see the number popping up on my screen. Like, am I not attacking fast enough? Does it not count for basic skills? Is this like an answer that we're coming to? Is that like basic skills don't count? That would seem kind of weird, but... I mean, I don't know exactly how the hell we would test it if basic skills don't count. Guess I could try to use Rushing Claw. Cooldown on it is just too ridiculous. Rushing Claw seems to hit twice. Like from what I'm noticing. Like whenever you use Rushing Claw,
Claw does hit twice.
it hits 2 times. Which means that if we throw in the Gorilla passive, and you have like at least 1 point in Bastion, which is really easy to do, it should hit 3 times. Yes, it does. It hits 3 times. As far as the numbers on the thing go. Which means technically, if you had the Wuxie Nakpa, and you did the Jaguar Ultimate, so you cast the Jaguar Ultimate, you now temporarily have that Spirit Hall bonus, which means you're now getting 3 multipliers, 3 additive effects to the supposed Jaguar skill tree, which is kind of how I'm trying to like envision this. I mean, under that assumption, if we ran like a little calculator, I'd be using Loyalty Helmet, which is going to give me a 100% bonus to Jaguar for running Jaguar. Then I have the Gorilla as my ultimate, so I'm spamming that, and I get essentially the thorns on there as well. It only takes 15 hits, and you divide that by 3, which means that technically it should only take me 5 hits to maintain that at any time. But I'm also going to get, according to the rune word, if I do Tizik, which is, of course, what you're going to do with this particular build, because you want your concussive stomps firing off automatically. Tizik gives you a 250 offering, and then you use the cooldown option, which is Yule, which is 50 offering every time you use a cooldown. So it's 50, 50, 100, 200, 50. So every 5 attacks, you're going to get an additional attack as well. So
Are you using Ravager?
I mean, I may or may not need to use Ravager, but it might be in there anyway.
Because Ravager gives you additional attacks.
Yes. Which is a whole nother thing. So, like, feeding into that, you get, like, a whole other attack from Ravager. So we're talking about 4 attacks then at that point. And you also get the additional attack from Concussive Stomp going off while you're doing those attacks. Which is kind of cool. I mean, there is a potential option for... I mean, I don't really have enough offensive slots, but... there is that aspect that makes Ravager active all the time and it burns resource instead. But I mean, it shouldn't be really that difficult to keep Ravager up, honestly. I mean, there's that aspect on Ravager that makes it so that it like gets hits like when you heal yourself or whatever, so it like stockpiles hits. It's actually really easy to do. I mean, any healing that you receive, and all you need is some sort of healing coming in, so it works really easy if you have just like one little healing item on, like healing on hit on like any piece of equipment or whatever, and then it's active all the time anyway. The cooldown of it should be extremely low too with the loyalty helmet, so I mean that's fine. Like no matter what, it's just gonna be smacking the crap out of everything. Trying to think exactly how I build this. Probably just 1 point in Bastion just to get the 20 thorns. And it doesn't even really matter. I mean, if I go that direction, then 3 points in Dominant becomes powerful because then it applies to all of the Jaguar skills as well. Max out Ravager. Oh, no, we don't. We might actually. We don't even need to max out Ravager. It counts as an extra hit for what we're doing. So we're really just maxing out Rushing Claw. I don't even think we need 5 in the Hunter. Actually, the Hunter is the wrong option. We need the Protector. We do need 3 in Supremacy. Supremacy becomes a defensive skill too under this, which makes the defensive skills bonuses that I'm getting for Concussive Stomp also applies to everything else. The other thing that I'm missing is Vehemence. I think Vehemence might actually be stronger than Dominance. I think we just pull that and go 3 into Vehemence. It does increase the cooldown of Rushing Claw, but we should have plenty of cooldown reduction, and Rushing Claw should be hitting pretty dang hard at that point.
Well, get out of your mouth, or you are gonna throw it away. Are you trying to make them go?
Thinking about Ravager.
Number 2.
Mm-hmm.
What you want to watch? Surprise you? Okay.
Actually, this would work really well. I'm actually thinking about this and like trying to find like some information on the way that the spirit hole works. And it sounds to me like it takes all the collective damage done within that 0.5 seconds. So if this build works the way that I think it will work, I mean, I don't necessarily even have to do the gorilla part. That's just if I can manage to get it to fire off quicker. I mean, you know how fast I can do, like, 4 attacks. Like, it doesn't even take very much time to get 4 attacks off. What does the... Hmm. Hmm. What are the weapon tempers for? For my boy here. Kind of interested in that as well. Do we have things like concussive stomp, double damage, or concussive stomp, extra hit chance? Okay, that's interesting. So there's no weapon temper for Rushing Claw? I don't see it on the list. I see Rake, I see the Hunter, I see Thrash, I see a lot of things, but I don't see... I do not see Rush... no, oh no, there's Rushing Claw. Okay, chance to deal double damage, 25%. It's not really, like, super amazing. 25%. So what's that? 50 if you put it on like a weapon. $50 on a two-hander, I would assume. Let me grab a random two-hander just to check it. Yeah, it's 50 on a two-hander. Interesting. Interesting. Boom, 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 boom. How does that even work? I kind of want to like play with it just to see. I like extra hit mechanics. Extra hit mechanics are nice. Like double damage mechanics are stupid. They swapped everything to double damage, and I don't like it. It's dumb. He's dumb. He's stupid. He is poopy. He do the poopy dance. Do you know the poopy dance? You do not know the poopy dance? He does not know the poopy dance. Well, I just bricked that item, so I ain't even gonna burn a scroll on it. It's just trash. Moving on. I got like 1,000 more items in here. I don't really care. I'll just pick another crappy weapon that doesn't have the greatest stats and do use that one too. Temper, 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 my friend. Temper, 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 temper in the end. Alright, so we got a 44% chance for an extra concussive stomp. I want to play with it. I want to play. Play with it. I want to play, I want to play, I want to play with it, I want to play. I want to play. I want to play, I want to play, I want to play. Oh, only one viewer on Twitch today? That's low. Hello, one viewer on Twitch, whoever you are. Thank you for being my one viewer. Don't leave! Okay, so it literally did just attack twice. That's interesting. Alright, so here's an interesting question then. Because this pertains to my thorns build. I'm actually kind of curious about my thorns build now. So like if I have thorns, does that apply to hits of thorns? Okay, first let's see it without it. So we got two numbers. Two numbers. One's a crit, one's not a crit. Okay. So with it, fan that was on top of the computer case is turned off. That's rude. Alright. Definitely three numbers. But it should be... If the thorns is applying to the double stomp, it should be four numbers, right? Or am I not thinking properly? So it doesn't look like the extra hit is utilizing the thorns damage. And this thorns damage stuff is so freaking weird. does whatever it wants to do. It's like, okay, you hit him once, alright, thorns damage. Okay, you hit him twice, okay, but you only get 1 thorns damage, like we ain't giving you 2. Like, okay, well I hit him like 16 times, how about that? Well, you still get 1. That's it, just 1. I hit him 16 times, okay, well you get 16. Well, why does he get 16 and I don't get 16? You know what, I don't make up the rules. I mean, the extra stomp is nice, but it doesn't really, like, seem to... it's just a second stomp, I guess. For the Thorns build, it's actually absolutely worthless. For this build, I don't know, maybe. For the build where I'm trying to get the most out of the damage output, it could be kind of interesting. But then I wouldn't be able to use my Wuxie knockback. I mean, I could still get the Jaguar Spirit Hole potency from a legendary weapon, so that is possible, but I would lose access to the really fast ultimate cooldowns and the supremacy stacks, so I'd have to get my multiplier somewhere else. Wow. I kind of feel like this build would be better off with a legendary weapon, and the Thorns build that I'm doing would be better off with the Wuxie Nakpa. Just like Swippy swap them. What I stack damage-wise, though, on the other build? It's a good question. Also, another question, kind of an odd question, is does the Jaguar Spirit Hole multiply the Thorns damage? That could be kind of interesting, too. That way I'm doing all this Thorns damage from, like, multiple different sources, and then I can pull that Thorns damage into the Jaguar Spirit Hole and multiply it. Utilizing the supremacy stacks and some other doojings. Maybe? Let's play around with this real quick. So let's do Tizik. And we need a Yule. And so we're just going to swap this in. I'm just going to, not even going to bother changing anything. I shouldn't technically lose too terribly much. I'm still losing 100% on the Gorilla, but I'm going to the 100% in the Jaguar. And then we're going to stack Supremacy stacks with this. Get our Supremacy stacks up to like 12 or 11, whatever it currently is at. Let's go ahead and grab multiple training dummies. I kind of want to see how this functions. Then we also have to switch our ultimate to Jaguar so that we're getting the Jaguar Spirit Hole bonus, which is kind of the whole point. I need Russian Claw back on here. Of course, we gotta wait for it to cool down. Did I mess something up with this build, or no? 10 stacks? Everything's looking fine. Building Supremacy stacks. It's going to take a little bit of time to get the Supremacy stacks built up. Actually, it doesn't look like I can maintain them with Jaguar. I guess Jaguar is too fast. That's unfortunate. Because the Jaguar Spirit Hall doesn't last long enough. So I can't maintain them before the reset. Even just holding down the button, too. I think I need more points in the Jaguar Spirit Hall. Let's just pull something for right now to test. We don't need 3 in Bastion. The supremacy stacks have to stay up, otherwise there's no point. Stupid Jaguar and your lack of resets. I have trouble with Russian Claw just using abilities half the time. Like, because the Russian Claw has such a fast activation time, a lot of the times it just doesn't want to use the ability. I feel like this would be better tested, like, in an actual dungeon. And that part of the problem is that nothing is dying, which is exactly what Supremacy is supposed to do, which is when you kill things while Supremacy is active, you get Supremacy stacks. And yes, you can generate them the other way too, which is working very slowly, but if I was killing things, I wouldn't be having an issue. My Supremacy stacks would be capped out all the time. Now, let's just go to Torment Form.
Hello.
Okay, I'm at 14, 19 Supremacy stacks, 20 Supremacy stacks. Got a nice 258 mil there. 491k. I mean, it's way easier to maintain the stacks when I'm killing stuff, so there's that. I feel like I'm lagging or something, like, check my milliseconds. No, I guess I'm not. I don't know what's going on. It feels wonky. Oh. Yeah, I guess that would be why it feels wonky. I'm literally playing without my thorns damage. That was smart of me. Okay. I can't believe I killed anything at all, considering I had no thorns damage. I forgot to put the Gorilla Spirit Hall back to the Gorilla Spirit Hall choice while I was using the Jaguar Spirit Hall choice, because I'm a big dummy. Don't ever let anybody ever tell you that I'm not a big dummy, because I am a big dummy. Let's make that change, and it's going to make a massive change. Ridiculously massive change. So big, so huge. You guys, it's like, I might as well bump it up to like 70 or something. That's how big of a difference this is going to make. And I was looking at 400 some odd millions without my thorns in there. What the hell was that? Was that just having the triple Jaguar? Actually, no, I didn't even have the triple Jaguar. That was only double Jaguar.
Nah. Bullshit wrong.
I think I like having the cry in there. It pulls everything together better. Can't believe it looked like he was actually going to be capable of a 65 with no thorns damage. Thorns build with no thorns damage, and it looked like he was like 65 capable. It was just silly. I think if I added Fellsuit Slayer into this build, which I do not have Fellsuit Slayer currently into the build, I don't even know what killed me there. I think that would be pretty massive too. Let's do a couple little changes here and there, see if we can refine this further. Right now I'm using the Mystic Circle, and it just doesn't, with this particular build, it just doesn't really work very well. It's there when you need it on like hard monsters, but like, okay. Which means I have a lot of Mystic Circle potency on my equipment, as you can see. Mystic Circle potency, Mystic Circle potency, Mystic Circle potency, which is all like dragging me down at this point because I'm not using Mystic Circle potency anymore. But the change I wanted to try, that was not it. Let's try bringing in Fellsuit Slayer into the build. We have an Incarnate skill, and we do spam it, so multiply the damage even further. Let's go. If this does work, we change out the Mystic Circle potency for, I don't know, like vulnerable damage or something. $69.4 million. I mean, the damage numbers aren't like super amazing. I'm not even getting into the billions here. I gotta get into the B for billions. The billions, my boys, the billions. I love the freaking concussive stomp spam. It's so beautiful. Like, it's amazing how ridiculous the concussive stomp spam just, like, I don't know, just locks down whole packs. And then they go invulnerable all the time, or unstoppable. I probably should include the, like, 45 times multiplier to unstoppable monsters into the mix. That way, whenever they go unstoppable from me smashing them into the dirt, I get that added on top. Which I'm spamming knockdown so often that most of the monsters are unstoppable, like, all the time. Because as soon as they get knocked down for like 8 seconds to get up, and they're just instantly unstoppable. And since I'm not stacking Ferocity for Mystic Circle anymore, that makes sense as well. Or I could also just do a pull-in so I get more damage on smaller packs. Just like the wild bolts, everything's like following me around as I'm jumping around the map. I definitely don't think I need the AoE vulnerable thing. Especially if I'm using Felsu Slayer, that's going to make all the monsters vulnerable anyway. I can't get to you. I guess another interesting aspect of this is if I'm using wow, don't even know what got me there. If I'm using the ultimate all the time, the mobility ultimate, I mean, I guess I technically don't necessarily have to be using Rushing Claw. Because Wuxia Knockpot turns it into a mobility ultimate, which gives me the AoE concussive stomps anyway. I mean, granted, I gotta spam the hunter, but I get spammed pretty fast. Just random deaths. Resistances suck? Yes. Yes, they do. It's probably just cold damage or something. Yeah, these guys are cold monsters. I've been wanting to do like a full Jaguar Spirit Hall build, like ever since the beginning, and I just don't really know exactly how to get the most out of the full Jaguar Spirit Hall build. I mean, it would be Loyalty Helmet and probably Wuxia Nagpa, or Loyalty Helmet and I don't know. I think Wuxia offers them like the most damage out of pretty much all of them. Because that 8 Supremacy is absolutely insane. And then if you were to stack the 8 Supremacy on top with something else, I mean... like you could potentially put Mystic Circle on the amulets, stacking like both bonuses together. That's not a terrible idea. How high would that damage go? I mean, I guess theoretically I have a character set up for it right now. Grabbing the 120% multiplier from Supremacy, and then grabbing the additional bonus from the Mystic Circle. I don't think I like this direction though. Like, it's so much easier to keep the supremacy stacks with the protector than it is to keep the supremacy stacks with the hunter. The hunter just, like, he doesn't last very long. And because he doesn't last very long, the supremacy stacks are kind of a pain in the butt. But you have to choose the same Spirit Hall choices for both, so... I think it might be better to go double Jaguar. I think that's the play. So double Jaguar Protector with the WoOshay. The Protector gives you the Thorns. But then you lose 100% Thorns off of the Gorilla, that's right. So it really depends on whether you want more Multiplier or more Gorilla. I don't really want to lose too much Thorns because I feel like it'll just sabotage the build. What's up, Mother's Judgment? The Judgment of the Mother. Actually doing 4.4 million bleed ticks to the mothers, and I'm not even set up for poison. Like, it's kind of crazy how good Toxic Skin is, like, even if you're not set up for poison. I mean, it'd be nice if I had some resistances so I could actually survive the hits, but... Yeah, I also don't like how the hunter, like, kind of ruins the flow. I feel like the hunter is ruining the flow of the way that the abilities work. It'd be a hell of a lot easier to keep the gorilla up than it would be to keep the hunter up. Alright, let's change some things. I did not mean to do that. Whatever.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Alright, let's take
Use it well.
Bellsooth and put it on gloves. Let's take the Mystic Circle Potency and put it on East. We take our Spirit Halls, match them up to Gorilla. We're gonna swap out the Jaguar completely, just for the moment. I just want to play with this for a second. Let's bring it back up to a 70. Let's go die bunch. Alright, supremacy stacks are already at 18. That's exactly what we're looking for. $794 million already. What's up, DR guy? like the Protector. The Protector's so freaking crazy. Massive amounts of barrier. Smacks the ground multiple times. Oh, almost died. I didn't change the boot aspect, but we are using the Spirit Hall bonus now, so. I don't know, it feels much smoother now, of course, because the Protector gives us a massive amount of barrier every single time he's up. He's also keeping the Supremacy stacks, you know, like, capped out, like, permanently. A lot better than the Hunter was doing. It's way easier to keep the Supremacy stacks capped with him. His damage output is nice, too. What's up, Reidner's Frostburn? Oh, they got me with the cold. That was pretty funny. Just a random ice effect on the ground, because I have like 40% lightning or cold rest. Just the random ice effect got me. Pretty funny. What is your name? Quessa Blink Swift? What's up, Blink Swift? Why are you blinking? And why are you Swift? How Swift are you? Are you a Blink Swift? It's interesting that I'm still getting a rather large amount of poison damage with this build. Just like teleported into that back and just destroyed it. John, Jagga John. I want to see how fast it is on the boss. Boss brings all the boss to the yard. My boss is taking it in yours. Your boss is take it like mine. Come on down and make a rhyme. Make a rhyme in time. Dude, the concussive stomp is like a bomb. Like when you get into the middle of the pack, it's like it's legitimately a bomb. I love it so much. Like, I don't know how to explain it otherwise. It's just like a friggin' bomb. You're just like running along, and all of a sudden you just got like a bomb comes out of your butt. And you got a butt bomb. Butt bomb, come on, butt bomb. Hey, we got a big old butt bomb, butt bomb, butt bomb, got a butt bomb, butt bomb, butt bomb, get a butt bomb. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, I don't hate it. It's a better setup than I was running previously. Garbage, 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 garbage. John, Chaka John. Oh, I already had Felsu Slayer on my ring, which means I don't need Felsu Slayer on my gloves. In that case, I can go back to utilizing Conceited. So I'm missing out on a multiplier there. Unless I want something else in the mix. So that was a change for no reason, like I already had that.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Let's do a quick change real quick, because I have a hunch. I have a hunch a lot of my damage is AoE, and we want the monsters all within AoE range. So, like, I was utilizing the freezing one to make all the monsters cold, obviously, but, like, I don't think that's really necessary. Let's bump this up to 80 real quick, so I can go die. Grab myself a resistance jewel, too, so that way I might not die. It's a possibility. I could maybe not die. There you go, I'll put another diamond down. That bring me up to 70. Now I'm in Torment 3 right now. That bring me up to 70. Cold's still not capped and fire's still not capped, so unfortunate. So cold and fire can still kill me. I'll have to be aware of that. My monsters bring all the doom to the yard. My monsters are better than yours. Come on down or I'd have to charge. I got monsters in their yards. I'll teach you, but my monsters have to charge. I'm trying to push this specifically because I want to see, like, what the groups look like when they're much larger. I think the problem is that Concussive Stomp knocks the enemies back. I think that's the problem. So every time, well, I don't think it's meant to be a knockback. It's meant to be a knockdown. But the problem is that it does in fact knock the monsters away, which that way if I have more pull-ins, I'm getting the monsters like next to me easier and more, you know, consistently, obviously. Well, this is going to be a slow 80. I mean, it's an 80, but it's a slow 80. I mean, I'm seeing billions. I got a 1.24 billion. There's a couple billions in here. That was a 2.46 billion. Not amazing. Like, I mean, it's okay. It's okay damage. This is the highest I've managed to push with Thorns specific build. Thorns damage is hard to like build properly because you just end up building other damage instead if you don't know what you're doing. I got a whole video coming out on it tomorrow. You guys can like go over the data. Oh no, he's gonna kill me. My oracle's bringing all the monsters to the yard. His name is Dominic Nightfist. Dominic Nightfist gonna die now because we don't want him in town. We need more monsters together all at once. That's what we did. Let's get all the monsters together so we can die. Horrible, painful deaths. I called it, didn't I? Dang it! Yeah, it doesn't look like we're doing 80 on this character. Not without some serious work to our aspects and whatnot. We need better aspects, obviously. We also need way better masterwork on our item here. We missed the masterwork on like the important ones. Higher resolve stacks. Better masterworks on the Mystic Circle Potency. Better masterwork on the Mystic Circle Potency. Better masterwork on the resolve stacks. I think the Mystic Circle Potency just doesn't really work very well because with this particular build, you're stealing all the resolve stack or the ferocity stacks all the time. Like that's how this works, is you're deliberately stealing the resolve stacks. So unless you're standing in the Mystic Circle to get maximum resolve stacks, you're just gonna like steal them and drop the resolve stacks down anyway. So Mystic Circle I just don't really think works with the thorns properly. I mean, it gives you a little bit of extra damage when you're standing still in a, you know, like a pack of monsters, but I think this build is better off stacking other modifiers. It's just a dead end, I think, going down the Mystic Circle Potency road for this particular build. Just moving around too much. I'm not getting the effect of the Mystic Circle Potency. I'm also not keeping the ferocity stacks active as much as I should be. So there's like it's like a catch-22. Like it helps me a little bit, but then it also hurts me a lot too because I could be having something else in that slot which would be doing more multipliers or something. I'm not exactly sure what I'd throw in the slot, but it's definitely not living up to the potential that it could potentially be giving me for this build.
How may I help you?
I'm kind of curious if I should just drop the ritual glyph, put something else in its place, grab, I don't know what in its place. I mean, first off, we could take Duelist off because we wouldn't necessarily need that anymore. And I think a good choice for that would be Exploiters, because all the monsters are getting constantly unstoppable from the spam of all of the knockdowns. So that would give us a 45 times multiplier for any monster that's currently unstoppable. It also increases the duration of our knockdown too, which, I mean, it's neither here nor there. I guess that helps a little bit. And then as far as the other offensive aspects goes, I mean, let's take a look at the offensive one specifically. Inner calm, definitely not. We are definitely not a calm person. I did think Aspect of Potent Exchange could be interesting, but we're not actually dishing out like damage with the Russian Claw. It's part of the problem. So we're not set up to like multiply Rushing Claw. I don't really know if that would help us out at all. We're not even building feathers. But there's a fun feather one in there that could just be fun to have the feathers shooting out everywhere. Unyielding hits doesn't apply to thorns, so unfortunately that doesn't really help us at all. The Devourer becomes a potency skill with Wache Knockpaw? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, the problem with going with the Centipede is that I lose a bunch of thorns by doing that. So I lose 100% thorns if I go with the Centipede. 100% thorns gone. I do actually want to eventually do a build where I beef up the Centipede to like ridiculous proportions though, to see if I can get the Centipede into like crazy mode. Crazy mode. I mean, I haven't really used a Needle Flare aspect. I didn't even try Needle Flare aspects. Let's do a run with Needle Flare aspects. I don't even know how Needle Flare aspect works. Does it apply my damage that I'm applying as thorns? So this is something that's very interesting that I've found out with this whole, like, Gorilla applies your thorns thing. It just counts as thorns. Like, it doesn't count as you hitting the monster. Like, it's just counting as thorns. Like, it's a thorns hit. That's what it is. And it just throws a thorns hit in there. And it's like, here, have a thorns hit. And then, like, maybe Needle Flare aspect is the way, the truth, and the light. Maybe Needle Flare gives us a 68% to get to thorns damage to all enemies around us and, like, multiplies our damage by, like, massive amounts. I don't even know. That sounds absolutely insane, actually. Let's give it a try. Of course, it doesn't need to go on an amulet, but we could throw that somewhere else. But let's test it on the amulet for right now. Let's give it a test on the amulet. We'll test it on the amulet. Let's do that. Let's do the 80 again, because we know for a fact that we weren't clearing the 80, right? So let's see if somehow these two changes that we made allow us to clear the 80. I think Fell probably goes on the amulet in this scenario, but
Hello.
damage looks much higher. Holy Jesus, monsters be dying. I don't know what to say anymore. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Dude, that really looks like the Thorns damage is applying, like, with Needle Flare. This is crazy. Like, that is 100% applying Needle Flare. That is definitely 100% applying Needle Flare. What the hell's going on? My homies. My thorns bring all the homies to the yard. My homies are bigger than yours. Your homies can't be spent charge. I don't know what to do with yours. Come on, down. Tell me what you got. Come on, down. We got the right. Come on, down. Homies in the right. Homies everywhere. Homies in your hair. And this gives me some ideas. It gives me some ideas. Dude, this is like way faster than I was doing before. Just for including needle flare? That's it? That's all I did was throw in a little needle flare and I'm like flying through these now? We gotta swap it and see if maybe putting the Feltru Slayer on the other side like changes this and makes it more powerful. Like maybe the Felsleuth on the one side and the Needle Flare on the gloves instead. Actually, is Needle Flare even an offensive aspect? Or is it a utility? It might not could go on the gloves. I know that's the best English you guys have ever heard, so y'all shush. It might not could go on the gloves. It might not could. So this opens up a whole new world for me. I was thinking about this and like I came to the conclusion that like, okay, so if Needle Flare is applying thorns and then you're getting the explosions from Needle Flare, then that means that any thorns that you apply is having a chance to apply Needle Flare. So you're getting Needle Flare applied on all thorns bonuses. Every ability applies thorns. So, you know, because once it's tagged as a gorilla skill, they all apply thorns. My pack clear speed has definitely increased tremendously. Like, as far as killing packs goes, I think it's very clear that my pack kill speed has, like, tripled or quadrupled just for including the Needle Flare aspect. And you can clearly see that when, like, the pack of monsters dies, that, you know, that clear speed is gone. So, like, I lose it as soon as it goes down to, like, 1 or 2 monsters. So it's not as apparent anymore. But when I hop into a pack of monsters, and the monsters has, like, you know, there's like 15 or 20 monsters, and I get them all together, like, they just melt. This is a density clear build. I think I just created a Jabazon, guys. Because that's basically what's happening. It's like, as soon as I get the pack together in a nice big squashed, you know, little doojank, like, they just melt. They melts. Like ice cream on a hot summer day. Oh no, they got me. Must have been a fire or a cold attack, probably. Since I still don't have capped fire and cold reses. It's fine. I'm just doing testing anyway. My monsters bring all the guys. Wait, hold on. My monsters bring all the guys to the yard. My monsters are better than yours. Come on down. Because we can go farm. I almost feel like an additional pull-in would be even stronger than just like having the 45 multiplier, but I could be wrong. The exploiters here is powerful because they're getting vulnerable like multiple times. Or the unstoppable, sorry. Let me stop focused on the increased health monsters. Let's move on to the next pack. Unfortunately, Concussive Stomp has a very negative outcome of causing the monsters to get pushed back. I don't know why the knock down is somehow becoming a knockback, but it does indeed seem to be knocking them back despite it being a knockdown. I guess it's a knockback and a knockdown? I don't... Is that a thing? It does clearly say knockback on the skill, right? Or knock down on the skill. It says knockdown. Yes, it does. For 5 seconds is what it says. I gotta get to the boss. I want to see how this does on the boss. I'm just like deliberately pulling like as big of a pack as I can. Trying to see if I can get them all together. Since I seem to do my best in the biggest, bestest of packs. Let's get them all together and let them work. Aww. Well, the good news is even if I run out of the timer, I can still kill them, you know, go play with the boss, so. Like, whatever. Yeah, Concussive Stomp just, like, prevents them from grouping up, and it does make it difficult to get them all nice and piled for what I'm trying to do. And it's a little bit of a problem. Oh my god, I have an idea too. This could be it. I think we might have just sealed the deal on this build. We need to figure out what Needle Flare is, because if we can go on like, I don't even know what it goes on, if it's an offensive aspect or a defensive or a utility. I think it might be a utility, I don't know. No, it's probably offensive. It's been a little while since I've looked at Needle Flare with any kind of like serious eye, as it's generally relegated to Thorn builds only. And this is, I mean, yeah, this is a Thorns build, but it's a little bit of a different Thorn build than you would normally make. The way that I can see this is that the Needle Flare aspect has basically doubled my Thorns damage, if I'm understanding it correctly. So whatever I was doing before, it's essentially double that number. Boss damage, so much boss damage. Boss damage, so much boss damage. I'm actually not doing bad against the boss. I don't know if I'm gonna clear it in the 2 minutes left on the clock, but get out of the thing that will kill you. That thing will bloody definitely kill you unless you got some serious defenses. Aw, what happened? Oh, dang it. Well, right in the middle of the stagger. Rude. Aw, did I get killed by the ads? I mean, that's pretty good for an 80, though. I feel like I was doing pretty good there. Especially considering I couldn't even handle an 80 before I made these changes. I really doubt I was even going to be able to handle that boss before I made the changes. I have an idea for another change, which could potentially add even more damage into this build. It's an idea. Keep on striking, stop striking, keep on striking. Oh, protector. Yeah. Well, that's stupid. I don't even know how that happens when I have, like, casting a gorilla skill grants you 300% thorns. You get 15% barrier up to, like, 90% of my life. That's what I'm currently at, by the way. This is my current stats. 15% maximum life barrier for 90 up to 90% for 3 seconds upon casting a gorilla skill. So my barrier is at like 90% constantly just through the gorilla itself. And then like the concussive stomp also provides an additional 10% barrier. So I should technically be at 100% barrier essentially all the time. That's one thing I got is I got really low health. Might need to build in the viscous shield. Alright, so instead of playing around with this guy, I have some ideas on how we can potentially make this stronger. We can't tap to portal out in this? Okay, I'll just suicide. No big deal. There are some ways where we can make this a lot stronger. First off, getting more HP would be a big boon. Like a huge boon for us. And we don't have enough hit points. That's step number 1. Number 2 is removing all the Mystic Circle potency crap from our equipment, which is currently clogging up, essentially, the chain, because we're no longer using Mystic Circle, so that's another big one. So let's start there. So we would replace the Mystic Circle Jaguar potency, but what are we replacing it with? Basic Core and Ultimate don't do us any good. Flat damage would work. Could also potentially use flat damage to close, which is a little bit higher. Gorilla damage doesn't help us because Thorns damage doesn't count as gorilla damage. And we're scaling Thorns damage, not gorilla damage. I think the best option for us is probably either the vulnerable damage on Eagle Finesse, or a more basic like application for all damage, which would be like Natural Finesse. I think those are our 2 best options. Bastion gives us like no thorns whatsoever and is kind of just useless. The real question is do we have anything that actually acts as a multiplier for this build? And it doesn't really seem like we do. Unfortunately, we're not scaling basic, we're not scaling core. Ultimate doesn't do us anything either. We're scaling thorns. The only thing on here that has anything to do with thorns really is Bastion, which Bastion is meh at best because it gives you like 40 thorns. It's like, woo, 40 thorns. I'm so excited. I mean, technically, from a standpoint of this particular character, like the bonus that you're getting from Bastion isn't like the worst thing in the world because you're getting 40 thorns because we're multiplying it in many places. So we're applying like, you know, instead of 40, we're applying 200% or 300% thorns, right? So we're instead of 40, it's more like what, 40 to 80, 80 to what, 120. So it's 120 thorns per point. We also need Resilient maxed out. That's also a big one there. Let's pull Vehemence, because Vehemence isn't really important. Let's stack up Resilience. Let's stack up Bastion. We don't need the ranks in Concussive Stomp, because Concussive Stomp's damage, while it is interesting, it doesn't actually... We're not worried about the damage of Concussive Stomp, because that's just something extra. We do want the points in Toxic Skin, and we need the points in Ravager to make sure that we're able to keep using Rushing Claw, which is important. we probably want resolution. Because we do get some nice bonuses there. We can probably even pull... intricacy. I'm not really sure if intricacy is worth it. I don't know. One way or another. I mean, this allows us to cast a potency, defensive, or focus skill every single time we use our ultimate. This is a potency, this is a defensive, and this is a focus skill. So, like, we get constant uses, extra uses of intricacy, through intricacy by spamming our ultimate. We're using Prodigy's Tempo right now just simply for, like, the resets and stuff like that. But I don't think we need it. Like, I'm actually thinking we don't need it. So maybe instead of going Prodigy's Tempo, we go like adaptive stances or something like that. To get the extra multiplier. Give us more dexterity, etc. Like, I feel like that's probably a better play. Just go with the other one. If we have troubles with it, like if we try it out and it doesn't work, then we can like swap back. That'll be alright. We're not caring about critical strike damage because that doesn't do us any good. I mean, a little bit of extra damage reduction wouldn't hurt, but that's not really what we're there for. That doesn't reduce the cooldown. I guess we could just throw this back into Concussive Stomp. Okay, so back to the idea of potentially increasing Bastion. Let's go do a really stupid test, and I don't even know if this test is going to show us anything whatsoever, but I want to just like take the 3 points out of Bastion, put the 3 points back into Bastion. I just want to see if Bastion really gives that much damage. We are multiplying our thorns by 300%. So whatever the value is rated on the skill, we're multiplying it by 300%. So any value of thorns that we can get may be better than not having it. In fact, I think I actually just convinced myself to put a point in Armored Hide and pull it onto the bar, because Armored Hide also gives thorns whenever it's active, which is the 400 thorns for the duration of Armored Hide, which again is getting multiplied, so that 400 becomes 800, 200%, and then what, 1600? And 10, no wait, no, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, it's 1200. So it becomes 1200 thorns with what we're doing, since we're multiplying it by 3, essentially. I think we can probably afford to pull a couple points out of the Protector to grab... We actually don't necessarily want that, although that is nice. We really just want to stack points in Armored Hide so that it stays active all the time. Actually... We could potentially keep it active all the time, now that I think about it. That is a potential option that we have. I'm not exactly sure if we can squeeze it in, but it is an option. It's an aspect called Temporal Incisions. Actually, it's not... Is it? Yeah, it's an Incarnate skill. Temporal Incisions makes it so that your active effect of your Incarnate skills stays active for up to 10 seconds, depending on whether you're using Rushing Claw or not. The problem is it's a defensive aspect, and we really just don't have a lot of defensive slots. What is Needle Flare? Needle Flare is an offensive. Okay. Hmm. I mean, we just spam it, I guess. I mean, that's the only other option. We just spam it. So like we can't really afford to like work that into the build. It's I don't think there's any option. I mean, we do have the. Well, actually, we could potentially work it in. Like, I don't see why not. So, what we would have to do is take Needle Flare and put it over here. What's the cooldown of the Protector? 14 seconds, and he lasts for 6. I guess we don't have enough cooldown reduction, do we? So that's probably why he's coming up so fast, is because he's a defense ability. And I'm using that to also increase the, or decrease the cooldown of Concussive Stomp. I've actually started to kind of like come around to maybe like not having Concussive Stomp on the skill bar, which is kind of interesting. And the reason why I'm thinking this is because, well, like the rune version fires off Concussive Stomp so fast and so often that I'm not entirely sure that it's required for that to be on the bar with this build. It's just going to keep firing it no matter what anyway, just on a steady stream of just pop, 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 pop all the time. And so we're getting the full effect of Concussive Stomp without actually having to have Concussive Stomp on the bar. Which leaves us with pretty much just the Protector at that point. I mean, we get 43% faster cooldowns on our Protector while we're moving. But we're also using Wuxie, which gives us the attacks reduced ultimates cooldowns. We should be fine. Like, I think we should be fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So we take Needle Flare, we throw that on the ring. Then, unfortunately, Rushing Claw is a defensive, which means that it can't go anywhere except for the amulet slot, which kind of sucks. We could potentially put one of the other defensives on the amulet slot. This one turns the incarnate skills to a 15-second duration. What's up, YouTube? So here's my thinking on this. All right. So if I go with, there's a passive that you can get that increases the thorns. I don't know. I think it might take the same place as the resolve. I don't know. I have to take a look. I think it's in the utility. If it's in the utility, we're fine. Because then we can use it to replace basically all these with the Armored Hide Thorns Potency or something like that. I can't remember the exact amount. And then we're going to be tripling it. Go take a look at the tempers real quick, because we need to replace all the tempers on this crap anyway. Bum, 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 la, la. The question is does 2 to Bastion equal more damage than an additive bonus? That's the question. And I can't really, like, for the life of me, think about that answer. What we're talking about is, I guess it seems oddly appropriate to pull up my thorns testing. I'm going to write this in here too. Needle Flare aspect applies to damage, thorns damage via Gorilla Spirit Hall application. This is like a big one. I'm going to put like 3 exclamation points on there. That was actually something that I just discovered today. Probably should have had that in the Thorns testing video, but Thorns testing video is already up. I suppose I could pull it since it actually hasn't launched yet, edit in that little bit, and then like, and then I don't know. Okay, so let's run the numbers here real quick. So if I got, I don't know, like 3, let's say 3 Bastion is easy to get, right? So 3 Bastion is what I can get on the offensive slot here. So I could potentially put 3 Bastion here on the Gorilla, or on the Amulet. I can also put 3 Bastion on the Glove. I could also potentially put 3 Bastion on both the rings. Yeah, so both the rings. So that's a maximum of, what is that? So 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 Bastion. The Bastion gives 40 apiece, okay? So assuming that we're going with the 40 that we're getting from Bastion times 12, it doesn't really seem like a lot, I know. Is 480 total thorns. However, we're tripling all thorns that we're getting, right? So because we're using the 300% Spirit Hall bonus from the Gorilla, that means we go 300% of that, which means it's going to be an additional, I don't know if it's 1920 or if it's 1440. I think it's 1920. So that's technically 1,920 additional thorns that we can add into the base if we go that particular route. Now the question becomes, is 1,920 thorns, and that also gets, you know, like plus 300%, equals 1,920. So that's what we would end up with base after everything's finished. Is that better than a potential additive bonus, which we could apply instead? So the biggest additive bonus that we can apply is, according to this panel, the 80% vulnerable damage, it looks like, on the Eagle Finesse. So if we go that direction, that would be 80% times, and we could beef it up a little bit. So let's say like we get a couple of Masterworks and it goes up to like bare minimum like 100% bonus additive, right? So if we do add vulnerable damage, we can get vulnerable times, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we get 4, which is a total of 400% vulnerable damage, which is an additive bonus. Not exactly the most amazing. So are we basically assuming that this 1920 base thorns is far more valuable than this 400% additive, I guess is what I'm kind of like pointing out. And that's kind of where I'm going with this, is I think this base thorns with our 300% bonus, so like we only get like, it's not a lot when you're talking about like the base, because if you look at it just from the base perspective, it's terrible. Like it's 12 times 40 equals like 480. So all you end up with is 480 thorns, which is awful. But then when you add 300% to it, then that 480 suddenly becomes 1920. Or it might not even be that. It might just be a different calculation. So instead of 480 plus 300%, it might just simply be 480 plus 480 plus 480. Which is just a application of 100% of the thorns 3 times, which would be 1440, or 1440, depending on how they calculate it. But 1440 is still a lot of thorns, by comparison to the 480 that I was originally getting with only the 100% thorns applied. Getting those tempers is going to be a pain in the butt, though. Unless I get, like, super duper lucky. Let's see if I get, like, super duper booper duper lucky. Can we get super duper booper duper lucky? Oh, a perdoo. A super duper booper lucky. Oh, a perdoo. Super duper duper lucky. Who am I kidding? This is the frickin' temper system. Holy Jesus. Okay, we got two. We got two. That's a greater masterwork, though, so it rolled as one. That's unfortunate, but at least we got it. Okay. So let's see if we can grab another one. How many tempers does this thing have? 5? Oh, Bardu. Super duper booper lucky. Oh, super doo. Super duper booper lucky. We got 2 bastions, so again we got another one. There we go. So we're getting something. Maybe not the most impressive tempers, but we're getting tempers. That one is bricked. That is unfortunate. Come on, Bastion. Come on down. Alright, now on the utility side, we can change this temper, which is only thorns right now, 74. We want to change this to Armored Hide Active Thorns bonus. That's what we want on the utility item. There we go. Concussive stomp size. We don't need 2 concussive stomp sizes. We can get away with 1. So let's get another Armored Hide. Armored Hide active size. Actually, which one has the most tempers? 2 out of 6. 1 out of 7. Oof. Oofity boofity. Oof. Oofy boof. Oofy boofy doofy boofy. Oof. Oofy boof. Rock splitter thorn size on both of them. That's just absolutely atrocious. Do I got any scrolls in here? Was I smart enough to put some scrolls in my chest? Do I got a brain? Brain! Do you have a brain? I don't see no brain, guys. He doesn't got the brain. Oh my god. Oh, no, that's anvils. Nope. Nope. Dang it. I don't even know if these can be fixed. Cody, do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Huh? You guys go Pep-Doo? Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Oh, Cody, do you guys do go Peppa-Doo? Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Cody, do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Oh, Cody, do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Oh, Cody, do you got to go Peppa-Doo? Oh, Cody, do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take him out. He's winding up a storm. Cody out there chasing possums and doing stupid stuff. What's up, Lambo Original? Oh, you like the Diablo 4 vibing? Good. That's what we do. We vibing. We're gonna do something. I need a better needle flare aspect. I need a better Felsu Slayer aspect. I need a better lot of stuff. Let me go get my scrolls. I'm pretty sure my scrolls, yeah, are on the Green Ranger. They should be anyway. Boom, 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 boom. Beam, 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 beam. Cody, will you stop hot breathing me? Why are you hot breathing me? Hot breath boy. Get your hot breaths off my arm. It's weird. Okay? Your breaths is like 9 trillion degrees and my skin is cooking like a bacon. Alright? I said it. My skin is cooking like a bacon, and you don't even care with your hot breaths. 800 pounds of dog. They're not 800 pounds. It's 110 pounds. Give or take a couple pounds. Not 100 million trillion. Oh, the pants are bricked. That's sad. Those are my thorn pants. Boo. Well, at least I can try again on the on the ring. These rings aren't even really all that great. I wonder if I should just like spend a little bit of time rifling through my stash and see if I can find a better ring set. The amulet's not really that great either, technically, because dominant I don't think provides me with any bonus. So, like, I'm sitting on that dominant and I'm not really getting anything from it. That's a nice tearful reactive armor amulet. Oh, that's imprinted. Never mind. Imprinted. Let me see what other amulets I got. Maybe I just re-roll a better amulet. See if I can find something better than that. Not unique. I probably got a Dex one in here somewhere at the very least. Which is really what I need. I need Dex ones. Rings. This one has no tempers. It does have all the right things, but it has no tempers left. It's missing the Bastion, but it does have vulnerable damage instead of the Bastion, which is the other option that I was potentially trying to go with. So it does offer me maximum resolve stacks as well. I mean, that's an option. This one hasn't been messed with yet. It does have dexterity and attack speed. I need life as well. Life would be really nice. Life dex. Some decent dex life rings would be amazing. Alright, so we'll use this one if this one fails. This one's actually pretty nice. This one can be re-rolled to be pretty much equivalent to this one if we can get the rolls properly. And it has the... They both have the dex on them, so I figure that's pretty much par for the course. I forgot you can also do utility on here, which means I could get Armor Hide active Thorns bonus instead of the Bastion on the amulet. So we do, what is that, in the defensive? So we grab the Spirit with the Resolve stacks. Of course we got Resolve generated. Hey, there we go. Do we go for a better Armored Hide? The 32.5 is like a mid-roll, like it's like dead center. in between the two. I mean, how much is this actually going to give us? Like, assuming that we have a utility here, we have a utility on the pants. We have to see if we can get a better pair of pants. You can get, what, utility on the boots? So technically we could end up with... I'm not sure if we want to drop all the concussive stomp size, though. Like, I'd like to keep at least one concussive stomp size. I mean, that 70% on the boots is perfect, so that works just fine. Which means we need a better pair of pants so that we can grab a concussive stomp size on that. But if we get active hide thorns bonus on gloves, pants, amulet, and we get them as close to 40% as we can, and then masterwork them, I'm assuming, let's just assume that we don't triple masterwork them. We're just going to do like the basic masterwork to 12. So that's like 40% times 3 plus, what is it, 45% for like basic masterworks. So that's 174%. And then we take the armor hide bonus, which is 400 base, although it's currently 577 because we have the bonus. So 400 plus 174%. That's 1,096, and then we basically just like multiply that by 3, which gives us 3,288 thorns. To put that in perspective, the amount of thorns that we're getting from Razorplate right now is a total of, what is that? 5, 8. That's like probably about the same amount, actually, just looking at it. So 4211, 831 is what we have left. So 4211 is what we're getting. 4211 minus 831, 3,380. So we would essentially be getting identical amount of thorns as what the Razorplate is granting us. That's what we would be getting. And then that's going to get multiplied by all the other stuff as well. So that's worth it. That is 100% definitely worth it. And I think that pushes us much further. So the answer to the question, I think I just asked myself, is do we try for a better armored hide bonus? And I think, yes, we do. Hey, look, we got a 40% right off the bat. All right. Then we need to re-roll this enchantment. So I was thinking about some of the passives. And, I mean, we could also go for armor, which would obviously help with our armor problems. And our resistance issues and things like that, but I wanted to like at least explore the idea of going for one of the passives here. So we've got oppressive. You can get +2 to potent. That's one of the ones that's really good for like bosses and things like that. That actually gives us a really nice damage bump when we're fighting bosses. Dominant and brilliance are both crap. Furnace doesn't apply to us. Apex is the vulnerable multiplier, right? Yes, Apex is the 3% multiplier for being vulnerable. And then we also get unrestrained power. Is unrestrained power on here? Because that one's even better. Unrestrained power's on here as well. So 2 or maybe 3 in unrestrained power would be a significant multiplier for us. I mean, we're talking about an additional, what, 12% multiplier that we could just simply add in. Or we could go with potent. Potent is what, 10% per point. So 30% times. So that would increase it to 60 times multiplier if we got at least 3 ranks. And you can get potent here. I think potent is actually the strongest of all of them. The problem with potent is you have to hit the monster multiple times. That's the problem with potent. So you have to hit them, and you have to hit them again and again and again and again and again, and you have to keep hitting them until you reach the maximum amount of the threshold for potent. So like when it comes to potent, potent says hitting an enemy with Jaguar skills increases the damage that they take from you by, and of course it goes up, so it would be 0.6 if we manage to get 3 potent. 0.6% up to 30%, but it would be 60% at this point. And then it would take us I think it's a maximum of, just take your 60 and you divide it by 0.6 and you get 100 times. So you have to hit a boss or a monster 100 times to get this multiplier. But we are having issues with boss damage. So whereas the unrestrained aspect is going to, or the passive, is going to give us a 12 flat multiplier, this one is going to give us an additional 30 multiplier, but only after we hit the monster 100 times. Now granted, after we hit the monster 50 times, we get a 30 multiplier, and after we hit them 100 times, we get a 60 multiplier. If we hit them 15 times, we get a, you know, like a 15 multiplier, and so forth and so on. Like, it really just depends on how many times you hit them, right? So if you hit them at 0.6, if you hit them 10 times, now you have a 6 times multiplier. Or if you do 0.6 and you hit them 20 times or 15 times, you got a 0.9 or a 9% multiplier, and so forth and so on. But the cool thing about this is it seems to apply to everything that hits the monster, so it's just like a scaling damage increase for any monster that is under the effect of this, because it's a debuff that applies to the monster, not an effect that applies to you. So whereas unrestrained is applying to me directly, and it's increasing the amount of damage that I'm putting out, this one is applying to the monster and increasing the amount of damage that they take, which is a slightly different way to calculate out that damage output. I mean, that seems like a good choice, but my main issue right now is that I think if I take off this amulet, my armor is down to 222, which is pretty darn terrible. That's very, very bad. These gloves need to be replaced, actually, now that I look at them. They're attack speed and critical strike chance, neither of which I need. There's no dex on them. They're actually quite terrible. So, yuck. I actually would like to save this amulet for maybe somebody else, like a different build. I think I replaced the movement speed? I think I replaced the movement speed. Leave the attack speed on there. Let's see if we can roll for potent. We'll see if we can fix our armor problem without having the armor bonus on the amulet. It may or may not be possible. I don't know. I mean, there's the armor bonus right there. Getting potent is probably going to take way too much time. Every single time I do this and try and roll for a passive, man, wish I hadn't. I'd be here just like zoning out. Gotta get a little bit of a do-jank, and we just keep... Oh, accidentally replaced the do-jank. Oh, lost the armor bonus. Guess we commit, boys. We commit. We're committing. Full commit. Oh, there's the armor bonus. Back. Potentate. We need the potent effect, please. We need the potent passive, please. Unrestrained power is not what we want. We want that potent Jaguar do-jank we do. We need the potentate. We need the potentate. +1 Ravenous again. Wasting lots of money. That's okay. Furnace, that's close. That's the one that's next to potent. Almost got it. You almost got it. You can do it, buddy. Oh, there's +1 potent. Hey, we got +1. We're making progress, boys. We need +2, though. +2 is where it's at. That's the moneymaker. That's the moneymaker, my friends. The maker of the Monty. +1 brilliance. Maximum resource. Your butthole looks like a horse. Alright, guys. For those of you who played Diablo 2, I need to settle something. Alright, since I'm mindlessly doing something, I need to settle something. Alright, the Vex Rune, which is also in Diablo 4, by the way, so you Diablo 4 players can weigh in on this too. Alright, does the Vex Rune look like a man in a canoe or a penguin with a stone? Alright, man in a canoe or penguin with a stone? Like, which one does the Vex Rune look like? This is an important conversation, and I need you guys to weigh in on this. Vex Rune, is it either a man in a canoe or a penguin with a stone? As I burn all of my money out of existence. I'm about to give up and just grab the armor, because, like, I don't think I'm going to be able to counter the armor loss anyway. My armor's just way too low. Do I hold on? Do I hold on? Alright, let me bring the Vex Rune up on the screen. I'm going to show it to you guys. Are you ready? Alright, you guys, so you guys can decide. Alright, so this is the Vex Rune right here. Just gonna like get a good image up here so you guys can see it really well. Okay, so is this a penguin with a stone or a man riding a canoe? Okay, this is an important question and it needs to be answered. All right, penguin holding a stone or man in a canoe? I mean, the man in a canoe I can see. But he's also sideways, so like, why is he sideways? And the penguin is standing upright, so like, the penguin has more, he's got more credence, because he's actually the right side up, whereas the man with the canoe is like, you know, he's wonky ways, so like, he doesn't really quite have the same, you know, like chutzpah about him. You know, maybe if you flipped it, like, if I could, I don't think I can flip it. I can save it, and then I can flip it. But see, like, that just takes credence away from the man in the canoe, because then you got to flip it around to get it in the right place. But the penguin, he's already set. Like, he's already in the right place. All right. Now you guys will never forget that. Be like 10 years from now, you'll be like, the Vex Rune? Oh, you mean the little penguin with the stone? And then somebody will be like, no, it's not a penguin with a stone. It's a man in a canoe. Get out of here, you stupid. It's part of the penguin camp. Ah, okay. This is why we can't be friends. This is why we can't be friends. Movement speed. God, how long is it going to take me to get a +2 potent? Am I going to burn all of my doojanks away? The final doojanks. Be-doo-dee-doo. Be-doo-dee-doo-doo. Be-doo-dee-doo. Be-doo-dee-doo-doo. Be-doo-dee-doo. Be-doo-dee-doo-doo. I think I'm gonna give up and just go for the armor. It's taken forever, and I don't want to sit here just like re-rolling this amulet for like 10,000 years until I get what I'm looking for. So we're gonna give up on that. Potent, I think, would be the optimal choice, but I think you also need the armor as well to cap out your armor, because it just doesn't work otherwise. We need temporal incisions on the Emulato. I need a new pair of pants, and I need a new pair of gloves. Let's get a new pair of gloves and a new pair of pants. I need some pants, beautiful pants. It would be nice if my pants had some thorns, but I don't know what to do if my pants don't got no thorns. 'Cause I need some thorns on my pants. Give me some damn pants. I need some delicious pants without crotch rot. If you could hold the crotch rot, that would be real nice. 'Cause I don't want no crotch rot on my pants, no sir. Taking that crotch rot out and throw it in the curb. I don't want none. No, oh, oh, oh. You got any more with thorns? No, I got any more with thorns, do I? No, it's not. Okay, well, these will work. I can re-roll the Withering Fist of Thorns, and we can try and pull off. Before we go re-rolling the Withering Fist of Thorns, though, let's also... I know exactly whose pants these are, and I'm destroying them. It's very sad. Alright, so first let's see if we can grab the Armored Hide Active Thorns bonus. That's the most important thing. So 44.3, that's pretty close to perfect. That's not bad. That'll do. Redirected Force. What would Redirected Force do for me? Dulay. What would Redirected Force do for me, sir? I'm interested. I've already tested it, and since Thorns damage doesn't crit, and since Redirected Force directly affects crit, there's basically absolutely no benefit to using Redirected Force, but I need Kinetic Suppression. Kinetic Suppression. What you're talking about is this, which is gain critical strike chance damage equal to 70% of your block chance. Blocking doubles this bonus for 10 seconds. Thorns doesn't crit. It does not crit. Thorns damage doesn't crit if they hit you. Thorns damage doesn't crit if you hit them. Thorns damage does not crit. So Redirected Force does absolutely nothing for this build. It does not crit Sam I am. It does not crit green eggs and ham. It does not crit in the rain. It does not crit on the plane. Okay, so that'll work. Now we need to take our runes. Back cry. We need to put back cry in there. So back. I'm not even gonna bother to take them out. I'm just gonna do it like that. Okay, you can just sit right there. And better pair of gloves. We need a way better pair of gloves. Let's go see if we can find like anything better than that garbage, which I'm pretty sure we should be able to find something better than that garbage, because it's pretty garbage. Like, it's got a life roll on it, and it's got attack speed, and the critical strike chance doesn't apply, and like, I don't even know why I even have like no dex on there. They're just not good gloves. Like, let's just get better gloves. Of course, I always try lots of stuff. I don't just go with the super easy, like, stolen build guide from Rob's channel. Like, I usually try to make my own build. What is this beautiful thing that's sitting in here? It's even got Masterworks on it? It's got critical strike damage, though, and critical strike damage is not for this build. But it already has a perfect Armored Hide Active Thorns bonus on it, and +2 Bastion. Isn't that like exactly what I want? That is exactly what I want. So I guess the only thing I would do is roll off the critical strike damage, which is no good for this build. And I have a Doojank. So there we go. It's like, that's like 1,000% better than what I have on. Why is that so much better than what I have on? Okay, so if we need a Health Suit Slayer on here. Razor Wings have already made several versions of it that work just fine. It's all about trying to keep the Razor Wings active on a regular basis. There's actually a really fun aspect. It's called the aspect of a temporal incisions. It's right here. The aspect of temporal incisions is casting Rushing Claw extends the duration of your active incarnate skills by 1.88 seconds up to 15 seconds, which basically makes it so that your incarnate skills are active permanently. And then on top of that, you can also make it so that your counterattack is active permanently. And this is through the aspect for the counterattack, which is a defensive. So you're going to go in here and you're going to pull up the counter attack aspect, which is called the aspect of deflection. While active, counterattack reflects incoming Razor Wings back out again, and other small missiles are also deflected back at enemies and deal 32% of counterattack's base damage impact. Counterattack is an incarnate skill. So how this works is you are essentially going to use Rushing Claw to extend the duration of counterattack so that it is always active. This means that whenever you are using Razor Wings and it goes out and it tries to come back in, it will automatically bounce off of you, and you just end up with an infinite number of Razor Wings in the air. You can get like 12 Razor Wings easy, which is the cap. And then like you can just build around this. So then you have infinite Razor Wings, you have infinite counterattack, and you can also include some other incarnate skills in the mix too if you want to. Like you could include Toxic Skin, which is an incarnate skill, and that would be active all the time. You could also include Ravager, which is an incarnate skill, and that would be active all the time. And you can also turn Razor Wings into an incarnate skill, which is through this particular ability right here. It's a boot aspect, which turns Razor Wings into a incarnate skill. It's called Fleet Wings. So Razor Wings is now an incarnate skill, and it gives you the passive effect of you are unhindered, and it also gives you an active effect of a 35% increase in movement speed per active Razor Wing, which is times 12 Razor Wings, which gives you like a total movement speed of like 480%, which is some crazy ridiculous number. And on top of that, if you're using the aspect of temporal incisions, you can make this permanently active, which means it never stops. And so you always have 480% movement speed. Yes, you cannot have more than 200% movement speed. But as far as I understand it, Brilliance doesn't care. And so I think Brilliance just scales with it anyway. Okay, so you go there. You go there because I don't care about you no more. You already got some masterworks on you. You need to be enchanted. Oh, I see why I'm not using this item. Okay. So I rerolled the attack speed. That's what I did. So because I rerolled the attack speed, that's why this is sitting in my stash. Well, what else could it potentially be? Core skills, which I don't want. Primary resource, which I don't need. Chance to heal, which I don't need. Chance to make enemies vulnerable, which I don't need because I already have that on one of my rings. Resistances, which suck anyway. Lucky hit, crit chance, attack speed, armor. So the only thing that that would probably be better than attack speed is life. I think life would be a better roll than the attack speed. Yeah. Because I am kind of sucking on life right now. Let's go ahead and re-roll like see if we can get like a really good life mod. 509 is a bottom roll. 540 is 8 shy of a top roll. I mean, I know it's only 8 life, but there you go. 548. Perfect roll. Okay. I'm feeling a lot better about this build now that we have appropriate equipment. So let's get a couple masterworks on here. And we hit the dex, which isn't terrible. That's not terrible. I'm not mad at that. I kind of would prefer to hit the armored hide bonus, but it's not awful. Are there any other tempers that we could choose besides a defensive cooldown? Thunderspike, secret charges, protector cooldown, resource cost, incarnate cooldown reduction, which we don't need anymore. Not really. I think defensive is probably the best for us. So we lost a lot of armor because this isn't fully masterworked. So I guess maybe we might want to just go ahead and dump the rest of our masterworking mats into it. We actually need some masterworking mats is what's happening. So like we're kind of like stuck here. Hold on. I can reclaim some masterwork materials from you. I can reclaim. I'm not destroying you. Nay. Shadow. I can destroy you. You're kind of sucky anyway. Boom, 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 boom. Any other like piece of crap in here sitting with masterworking on it that I don't need? Banished Lords is not a piece of crap. I can kill you too. I don't need you no more. How many tempers you got? One. Need to keep that because they're Ravager boots. Yeah, you suck. Okay, you can go and you can go. You both suck. That's from my Razor Wing build that I was playing around with. Damage over time. Yeah, okay. I think that's got 0 tempers on it, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like mishmashed of like a couple different things. I think that one also goes. Alright, reclaiming masterworking mats.
Too hard.
Nice. Armored hide, active thorns bonus. Oh yeah, this ring failed to roll the armored hide active thorns bonus on it, didn't it? We still need to retemper it. Or what was it supposed to roll? Bastion? Yeah, it's supposed to roll Bastion. Okay. Gorilla damage. Gorilla damage. Gorilla damage. Gorilla damage. Gorilla damage. Gorilla damage. Oh look, gorilla damage. Did we just brick that? I thought that was a new ring. But nope, it's not a new ring. So yeah, we bricked it. That's okay. Fill out another ring. Yeah, you're going right in the trash. That's where you're going. Let's just pull out another ring. Not a big deal. We're trying to get this thing min-max so he can actually perform properly. I'm sure we've got another ring in here. That's Dex, Life, and Vigor on Kill. Okay, so we can re-roll one of those. That's fine. Alright, so Temper. We need the Bastion 2 ranks. And we got it on the first try. What do you friggin' know? Somebody loves us. Bow. Bow. Bow, 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 bow. 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 Ah, bow, 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 Are any of these any good? Vigorous, velocity, or endurance? Like, I don't know. What am I running on the other one? Just defensive cooldowns? Which is pretty much what I was thinking in the first place, but... Counterattack. Vigorous, velocity, and endurance. Vigorous is the one that gives you what the... that's endurance, that's vigor, so you don't need that. Vigorous. Velocity is this one, I know that. I don't know which one vigorous is. Very, very vigorous. Very vigorous. With a very vigorous captain. He was a very vigorous man.
Very vigorous. Oh, he's so vigorous. I can't believe how vigorous.
Who knows what movie's that from? I need to know. Like, who knows what movie that's from? Casting a score skill increases all core generation by 5%. So that's horrible.
He was very vigorous, father. He was a very vigorous. A very, very vigorous.
Wow, I need some more pixels on that, please. Can I get some more pixels?
Zorro was here. I fought him, and he left. He left. Did you recognize him? No, but he was young and vigorous. He was very vigorous, father.
Vigorous?
Yes, vigorous.
I'm sorry. My head is a rat's nest of like pop culture references. I hope you forgive me. All right, so none of those are worth it. So like, just that's all garbage basically. Most of this stuff has to do with either cooldowns or like getting you resources, which we need basically none of. How this build works is we really don't need any of that stuff. But I guess we could go with defensive cooldown. That's probably the only one that that we really actually need. So we got a 7. I'm sure. Why not? Done. Alright, so we need to put the thorns aspect back on here. Which is the aspect of needle flare. Then this one did have a rather large resistances to all elements on it. What are our resistances at? Garbage. Of course, we're also missing the 2 diamonds that were in our equipment, so that's a whole nother thing. So we're gonna have to pull those out and check it. Let me go fix that real quick before I decide what I want in the 3rd spot on the ring. Okay, so add sockets, unsockets, unsockets. That amulet can stay. Let's also unsocket the other diamond too. I'm kind of curious like where we're sitting. So cold and fire are the worst of everything. With shadow falling shortly behind. So not really the greatest there. I mean, we could potentially roll like a ruby, which would fix the fire, and a sapphire, which would fix the cold, but then we would be screwed on the lightning, the poison, and the shadow. Bum 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 bum. Ding 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 ding. We don't have much choice, do we? Let's see what it looks like if we put a ruby here. A sapphire here. And then we just put like a diamond there. Now we've got 48 lightning and 35 poison, 28 shadow. It's god awful. Pretty sure I was better off with the three diamonds. Yeah, I was way better off with the 3 diamonds. Looks like I need that resistance to all elements that I'm getting from that I was getting from the ring. So I guess we can reroll to res. It's not awful. It's not the best choice in the world, but it's not awful. So we'll reroll the vigor on kill to life. Or sorry, resistances. Forgive me. My brain's broken. I have the broken brain. It is not very good. My brain comes down from the ugly hood, and I do my best. That's not bad. See, 64, 70, 51.5, 70, 51.5. That's passable. Like, that's passable. We're also just shy of our armor as well, which is unfortunate. I have enough to maybe do this one more time. There we go. Now we're capped on the armor. I think we're about the point where we want to test. There's one more thing that we need to change, which I totally forgot about until just now, like an idiot. And that is the ritual rune itself. We forgot to pull the ritual rune out of the Paragon board since we're not using Mystic Circle anymore. So the ritual rune needs to go. We're still using Headhunter, we're still using Hubris, we're still using Revenge, and we're still using Colossal, so those are all good. But Ritual was wasted, because we're not using the Mystic Circle Jaguar anymore. So we need to replace that. I do have an Exploit Glyph leveled up, but that might not necessarily be the best option. What other options do we have besides the Exploit Glyph? Increased physical damage to non-elites and bosses. That one could be massive. Thorns damage is physical damage, isn't it? Isn't it? Boom, 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 boom. Dee, 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 doo. Says no. Well, at least what I can find. It says no, but I don't think Thorns even has a damage type, according to what this is saying. Does it even have a damage type? Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Do, 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 do. Okay, so I don't think that one will work. Unless there's other... We could always test it. Another person says it is physical damage. I feel like this is something that I'd have to test, unfortunately. I'm gonna assume the answer's no. Let's take a look at some of the other ones on the board. That 15 times multiplier would have been so sweet, though. Would have been sweet, sweet, sweetie, sweet, sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweetie, sweet, 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 sweetie, sweet, sweet. Casting an Incarnate skill grants you 15% damage reduction. That's some sweet DR. I'm going to be spamming some more Incarnate skills, too. Dealing damage with your Gorilla, Jaguar, Eagle, or Centipede skills increases all damage you deal by 4% times for 10 seconds, stacking once per spirit. I have Gorilla, I have Jaguar, I have Centipede because I'm using Toxic Skin. I'm also using Eagle because I'm using the pull-in, so technically that would probably be my best one. It also increases our Incarnate skill damage by 5% times, which would increase my poison damage, but not necessarily my overall damage. I mean, that's a multiplier of what? 4, 8, 16, so 16% times multiplier. And it increases magic nodes. Menagerist. This one also works. I checked it. So the critical strikes increase damage to an enemy. I actually checked this one with Thorns, and it does work. Because it's also applying to the enemy. It's not applying to you. But the problem is that the additive bonus is completely wasted on us because it does no damage. We don't have any critical strike damage to boof. We do get the elite bonus though from Spirit, so we would have a total of what, 15 times and an 8 times, which isn't bad, and that would apply to thorns. With this one, we're getting a 16 times and a bonus to magic nodes, which may or may not potentially apply to us. We'd have to play with that. Could potentially apply to us. This one is eagle skills, so it does nothing. This one is not probably good for us either. Damaging enemies with direct fire damage has a 30% chance to reduce active cooldowns. I think Spirit is the choice. The only problem is like, I mean, we will get crits. Like, crits happen naturally as you're fighting, so it's not like they won't happen, but they won't happen very quickly because we don't actually get a large number of crits. So maybe at the end of the day, maybe the other one is better. So we're left with Menagerist. So I think Menagerist is the choice. I mean, right now we get the 5% multiplier on vulnerable damage at least. I don't think it goes here though. I mean, we do have damage if you get a barrier. That's actually kind of nice. I do like damage if you get a barrier. Who doesn't like damage when you get a barrier? Let's pull these intelligence nodes. Is there somewhere better we could potentially put it though? That's the question. Because there's really not a lot here, like, to buff up. It's actually kind of a crappy spot. And I'd rather put it in a place where it's not a crappy spot, where I actually have more things to buff up. Actually, this one would probably be amazing. So let's drop Headhunter and put Headhunter here instead. That way we can get all the bonuses to the normal nodes within range. And we can focus on beefing that up. And then we take Menagerist and throw that here instead. And the reason why we threw this here is because look at all these damage nodes, right? So this is a magic damage bonus, and we get magic damage. We get elite damage here, and we also get bonus damage here. So we're gonna get the most out of the magic node in this spot, out of every spot that we can put it. We only need 40 dex to activate it, and that's it. So I guess that's already finished. We can take the rest of this. We already have Hubris. Hubris is increasing our thorns, which is what we want. Where are we putting the rest of these points for stacking purposes? Not there, because guerrilla skills aren't really important for us. I guess we're putting them in Headhunter. I guess that's the play. Just beef up our dex and like our normal stats as much as possible. Just get as much of these normal dex nodes as we possibly can. Boom, 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 boom. We don't need that intelligence node. Strength. We don't need that strength node either. I'd actually rather have that intelligence node than that strength node, because that's just armor value, and that's nothing too important for this character. There's another dex node over here that we could get access to. It's going to take like 3 points to get there, though. Alright, so I think that gets us like min-max. We need to go level up the Menagerist Glyph to get the most out of it, because we want that incarnate damage. And we also want to beef up the amount of additive bonus that it's adding from these damage to elite mods and get access to these two up here, which are also giving us more damage to elites. Let's go rerun that 80 again, and let's see how terrible we are. Now that we're min-maxed a little bit, and we're actually, like, pulling the right stuff, let's also craft up some thorns potions for ourselves. So iron barbs, I think that's what we're looking for. Thorns by 250, that's what we're looking for. Let's just cast 20 and craft 20 of those. Put those right there, where they're easy to see. Can we get any more thorns from, like, the, I'm going a little bit far here with the incenses, but get some EXP while we're at it. What are the 3 reses we suck at? Fire, cold, and shadow. Look at that. Fire, cold, and shadow. Exactly what we need. Okay, so those are type 1 incenses. We need a type 3 incense. And we also want a type... we need type 2. Yeah, we got type 1 and we got type 3. We need a type 2. I think Redimint Fuzz is the only type 2, isn't it? Oh no, there's a couple other. Oh, there you go. Thorns. Yeah. Alright, so we got another Thorns bonus. That's what we're looking for. So we got 2 Thorns bonuses, and we got the resistances that cover up the problem resistances that we're currently having issues with. That should be nice. So we're going to go bink, 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 bink. And what does that bring our Thorns up to? I'm so curious. We need to activate our Armored Hide, and then we need to actually get in there and start attacking stuff, but we should be able to see our Thorns value. Like our base Thorns. Our base Thorns is currently 5,108. 8,000, 7, 9,000, 9,226 I saw for a second there. Hey, Logero. Hey, Logero. Get some points in the Menagerous ability too. I think will enhance this quite a bit further. I got this song stuck in my head. My HP needs to be a lot higher. I don't know why my HP is so low. Is this with the gorilla skill, like, bonus? The 20% bonus or 30% bonus or whatever? Or did I take that out? Like, because that just seems really low. I don't know why my HP seems so low. I'm even using the casting a gorilla skill. It grants you 15 times increased HP. 5,286? For 10 seconds. Where is my little HP bonus? 4,596. It's just ridiculously low. I mean, I've got HP on my gloves. I've got HP on my pants. I don't have HP on my boots. I don't have HP on my amulet. I got HP on my other ring. I got HP on my other ring. So it's not like I'm like completely devoid of hit point bonuses. But I got like no hit points for some reason, comparatively to like a lot of my other characters. I'm like easily riding like 10k, if not even higher hit points on some of my other characters. So like I don't know why it's so freaking low on this character. Well, this character is easily pit 80 capable at this point. I'm like interested to see how he does against the boss, but obviously we get some multipliers that are going to be applying. I'm managing to maintain the 16 times multiplier for the 4 spirits, like, relatively easily. So, I mean, that's worthwhile. Can't even see what the hell's going on half the time because the damage numbers are so ridiculous. There's a shrine down there. Not really something that actually helps me, but whatever. He does, I think Channeling Shrine does give you an attack speed bonus though. Even if you don't need the actual channeling thing. I'm pretty sure there's an attack speed bonus from the Channeling Shrine. Which is another way that I could potentially go with this, is trying to get my attack speed up. Seeing 615 million hits like they're nothing. So I'm approaching into the billion range. 512 million. Once we get the Menagerist glyph up enough that it is actually doing something proper to, you know, like hitting all the nodes within range and whatnot. I might have to go and grab some masterworking mats so that we can try and like remaster work our razor blade. It's currently just kind of pathetic. Like, we got 2 double greater affix master, you know, like freaking razor blade, and we didn't even hit like both of the greater affixes. Like, it should be really easy to get 2 greater affixes on the masterwork, but it's not what we did. What level are my glyphs? None of them over like 50. Maybe like 55 or something. And like one of them is unfortunately not. One of them isn't even leveled up. It's currently only level 1. I just put it in because I needed to replace the other. Oh, 60, 59, 58, 57. Yeah, it was about right. With one level 1. I've got some room to grow. I'll get quite a few levels on the Menagerist from this 80 run. Might be beneficial to drop this down to 70 just for the time being so I can cliff up Menagerist, but I also need quite a bit of masterworking done on all my equipment to try and get like the optimal build here. The interesting thing is that with the exception of Fellsooth Slayer, I don't think I have one bug in the build, really. Not even one. Viscous Shield is a bug, yes, but my HP is currently so low that I'm not taking advantage of Viscous Shield. I don't know why my HP is so low. It doesn't make any freaking sense. I mean, I'm pretty sure I took all the HP mods on the Paragon board, but if I didn't, I guess I need to go check and see. But we'll do a run over the Paragon board and make sure I'm actually pulling the health nodes. I'm pretty sure I grabbed all the health nodes, though. Like, I'm like 9,000% sure that I did. Sometimes just like getting Rushing Claw to get into a rhythm is kind of a pain in the butt. Always gotta get out of that one. That one sometimes gets me killed if I don't get out of it. I mean, not the fastest 80 boss kill I've ever seen, but fine. Like, just fine. It's fine. Let's get some levels on this Menagerous Cliff so we can start actually seeing the bonuses from it. That actually, I think, puts it into range of the two other blue nodes within range, yeah. So we get a nice little bonus there, and we also get quite more bonus to the damage to elites than these two. So that was already a really big buff, like additive bonus. We got the additive bonus here, 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 and then we also grabbed these that weren't in range before. So we can get even more. We can just keep buffing this thing up until it hits maximum. Let's take it down a notch, though, to 70 so we can fly through it. Let's see how fast we can, like, fly through a 70. It's weird, my Spiritborn can crush anything and T4 bosses, and I realize I don't even have his 5th Paragon board linked. And my Sork can't even do a tier 4 boss and has all 5 and almost all items at 12 of 12. Yeah, that's not weird. The Spiritborn is borked as all get out. You're using, like, the bugged... I'm sorry. Almost cursed. Almost cursed. You're using the super bugged, ridiculous, broken character that has about 10 trillion bugs in it that multiply your damage in a various number of ways, which create just massive feedback loops, which lead up to, like, quintillion damage numbers. So yeah, like, you're playing a character that's broken versus a character that's not broken. The Spiritborn is like easy mode, basically. Like, when you put the Spiritborn together, it's essentially easy mode. And if you use any of the bugs, like any of them, it doesn't matter which one you use. If you use any of them, your character just launches past Torment 4. And we're talking about, like, the Interdiction Redirected Force bug. That's number 1. The Viscous Shield stacking HP and barrier bug. That's number 2. The freaking, like, resource cost reduction Kepeleke bug, which basically makes it so that Kepeleke gets extra damage from stacking resource cost reduction. There's also another bug, basically, with the Kepeleke itself, which multiplies the redirected force and interdiction critical strike damage even further than you would normally be able to, resulting in, like, frickin' hundreds of thousands of crit damage, which is just absolutely stupid. The Fellsooth Slayer is another bug, which basically multiplies all damage through all of your multipliers a second time for some reason. And then on top of that, there's also the Jaguar Spirit Hall, which is also multiplying everything through a second time, which means that the Jaguar Spirit Hall and the Fellsooth Slayer can actually interact with each other and multiply, like, multiple times, depending on, like, how quickly you're able to apply the effects. And that's not even like all the bugs. It really isn't even all the bugs. Unyielding hit is the only one that I think that's good that's not bugged, but it's still like ridiculous. If you're building unyielding hits, that also launches you into frickin' stratosphere. It's just crazy. That's why I commented earlier that this character is actually doing really good for a character that is currently not using any bug within the game. As far as I'm aware, I am not using any bug except for Feltooth Slayer. And Feltooth Slayer, as far as I'm aware, is not bugged per se. It's only bugged when it interacts with other problems because it's remultiplying everything a second time. So as long as I'm not utilizing one of the other bugged problems, which is then feeding into Feltooth Slayer and then multiplying a second time, I'm not using the bugged version of it. I'm just using the regular version of it before it becomes the bugged version. So this build actually functions really well for a build that is not using any bugs at the moment. Unless there's a bug that I'm unaware of. Which, you know, that could be the case as well. And, you know, don't give me any credit. I'm not, it's not that I'm not using any bugs because I have some sort of high superiority or whatever, and I'm like, people using bugs, I'm not gonna use those, you guys suck. No, this character just doesn't use them. Like, unyielding hits doesn't work. Interdiction and, you know, like redirected force are critical strike damage, which Thorns doesn't crit, so that's useless for me. I'm building HP and I'm using barrier, but my HP and barrier are pathetic, and I don't know why. I need to potentially fix that. So I could potentially be taking advantage of the viscous shield bug at the moment, but I'm not really. Like, that is one that I could potentially feed into. And then Feltooth Slayer doesn't really react in the bugged way unless I'm using the Jaguar Spirit Hall, and this particular build does not use the Jaguar Spirit Hall, so I'm also not using that bug. So it's like, I guess I just don't have the right character to take advantage of the bugs, I guess is all it really is. Nay. Zero. Welcome to the Diamond Wonderland. Zero. Alright, we're getting some levels on the Menageries. Let's get that jank snacked up. Snack it, snack it, snack it. That's kind of cool looking. It's a cool looking graphic. Oh, wow, it's a 460.
I forged more than horseshoes and nails. What's still got some good in it?
Let's go to another 70. We can just blast away. We should be able to get that Menagerie up to at least a 46 relatively quickly. Just a couple runs. That way we can grab the incarnate damage too, which is also applying because we got we are using toxic skin in this particular build, which is, I mean, it actually does a considerable amount of damage. It's kind of crazy. I'm not sure if you guys have actually been paying attention to like just the poison damage, but the poison damage has actually been hitting pretty hard. Like it does like 100, 200, maybe sometimes a million. I've seen a million. I've seen like 2.2 million a tick, like just from the poison damage from toxic skin, and I'm not even really stacking it at all. Like it's not my purpose to stack poison damage, but it is my purpose to poison the monster because I need that to enhance the thorns damage because of the interaction between toxic skin and a poison monster. It's part of the passives. So you get the while active, Toxic Skin's poisoning is increased by 100%. No, not that one. Toxic Skin passively increases thorns damage you deal to poisoned enemies by 100% times. So you just get 100% times multiplier as long as the monster's poisoned, and it's like, it's insane. It's a very good modifier. And so keeping Toxic Skin up so that I'm constantly poisoning the monsters is very, very effective. Man, I need a name for this build. Like, what do I call this build? Like the spiked cannonball or something? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like I'm almost shooting like a cannonball flying through the air, and I've got like spikes on me, and so like my spiked cannonball is like tearing up the monsters or something. Like, I don't even like Sonic the Hedgehog build, like because I got quills. I got the hedgehog quills. Boom, boom, boom. Sonic the Hedgehog build, build, build. Boom, 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 boom. Sonic the Hedgehog build. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. God, I love how fast the packs die with this needle flare aspect. I was not expecting that interaction. And I guess it just kind of completely left my head that needle flare aspect existed. And it's such an old aspect. I don't really know, like, why it's so freaking ridiculous. I guess because they didn't think about that when they were building the thorn system, that you would be able to apply it to like a large group of monsters, and then the large group of monsters would explode, and then it would exponentially dish out damage to all the monsters within range. I'm not sure if you guys even know how needle flare aspect works, but I did not expect it to have an interaction with an attack that happens to have thorns applied to it, which is kind of the exact opposite of the way that I thought it would ever work. And it is like absolutely demolishing packs. Like, I can't even explain. The damage output that it has on packs is nuts. And there's a reason for that, because it's essentially exponential damage. Like, I don't even, it's kind of like frickin' Javazon. Like, I think I just literally made a Javazon from D2. In a way. Boom, boom, boom. Let me finish this one real quick, and we're going to talk about needle flare and why it's like broken for this build. Just absolutely broken. Nay, pushing wrong. Why you always teleport away from me, huh? Huh? Why can't you ever just stay close? Why can't you ever just get smacked in the face? I just want to smack you in the face, that's it. I just want to punch you in the eye. I just want to punch you in the eye. Okay. So, bink, 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 bink. Nice. We're at 38, so we're getting pretty close. Okay, so how does needle flare work? Let's bring up paint so I can like annoy you guys with like really bad paint drawings. This is gonna be amazing. You guys are gonna love this. All right, so really bad paint drawings. Okay, so we need some shapes. Okay, so let's get our shapes. All right, this is gonna be me. Okay, over here. I'm gonna be the extremely pale person that with like blue skin. All right, so here's me. I'm over here. Yeah, there you go. Like, see, I'm a very pale person. All right, so let's pretend we have a monster, and the monster is gonna be over here. He's gonna be red, and he's gonna have like demon horns or something. We'll make him into like a he gets to be a triangle. There you go. No, we want a red triangle. All right. So he's a red triangle. All right. And what happens is the monster hits me. All right. So the monster has to hit me first. So we need a representation that the monster has slapped me. Like does a little All right, so bink, the monster hits me. All right. Oh, ow, it hurts. All right, now Needle Flare has a 45% chance to basically apply my thorns to him, right? But that's not all it does. So, like, I get my little shapes out here. We're gonna make a lightning bolt. I need a blue lightning bolt. We need a blue one. Okay, and then we're gonna take this and like so my thorns goes. All right, and it hits this guy with my thorns. So I get all the thorns and it hits him. And then what happens is he doesn't just take the thorns damage. So what it does, if you read the actual aspect, it says thorns damage dealt has a 45% chance to deal damage to all enemies around you and your minions. Now this is a lie, and I've actually tested this because it doesn't actually deal damage to you around you. It actually deals damage around the monster. So what happens is the monster then emanates thorns outward from himself. So he starts to like shoot out thorns in all directions around him. And it's actually a pretty large radius, okay? And he does my thorns damage as a radial attack to everyone within range of him. All right? So now imagine you have, you know, like many of these monsters. So instead of just one of these monsters, you've got a big pack of these monsters, right? And all of them are within range, right? And I hit all of them at the same time, okay? Every single one. And they all get hit with thorns. And at least half of them are going to get the needle flare aspect applied to them, which means that at least half of them are going to have thorns emanating from them and hitting all of the nearby enemies with the needle flare aspect. So what's happening is when I get into these big packs and I hit these monsters with these big AoE attacks and they're all standing next to each other and they're emanating these needle flare thorn aspects into each other, it basically just forms one giant chain reaction where everybody is getting annihilated by this tremendously massive amount of thorns pulse, which is coming out of every single monster that the needle flare aspect triggers on. And it just annihilates the entire pack of monsters. So all that has to happen is I hit the monsters, then the monsters just start emanating huge bursts of thorns, right? But then the thing is that this isn't how it's supposed to normally work. Okay, it's supposed to work by the monster hitting me, and then I apply the thorn burst to the monster. So at best, you might be thinking like, okay, one monster or two monsters. But because the needle burst and needle flare aspect is applying when I attack the monster instead, that means all I got to do is walk up to the monster pack and I just got to go, oh, okay, well, give me, I'm going to do a concussive stomp. And I just do myself a nice big concussive stomp like this. And I concussive stomp the whole pack of monsters. And now they're all needle flaring at the same time. So one concussive stomp triggers half the monsters to needle flare. And then the whole pack disintegrates from existence. And that's basically what's going on right now is the thorns is applying through the actual like gorilla spirit hall bonus, and then it's making all these little explosion happens. And it's no different than like the Javazon back in like D2 where you throw the javelin in and then like the lightning bolts come out in all directions and then the monsters just like fall down and they're like, ah. I'm basically a Javazon at this point. A roundabout non-lightning damage Javazon. Do 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 do. Beep 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 beep. All right, one more run. I think we got this at 46, and then I think we're good to go. What's up, Drizzits? I just seen you in there.
How's it going?
Oh, not bad. Finally getting my my Thorns Spiritborn like really well built. He's doing better and better every single day. Every single like run I do, he's getting a little bit better. Boom, 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 boom. Beep, 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 beep.
Doing the stinger build for the poison on the Spiritborn.
Oh yeah, doing a stinger build?
Yeah. And so I'm trying to see if I can use the consumption glyph. It says you deal increased damage to each active pestilence swarm.
Yeah. And then you can set up a whole build around the pestilence swarms.
And so it stacks up to 50. And so I'll increase my damage by 2 times 50, like 100%.
It stacks up to 15.
15?
Yeah, you can get 15 swarms. They don't have a very long duration, though, which is one of their biggest issues. So you do have to, like, really focus on trying to spawn them. I would also highly recommend that you use the unyielding hits aspect with that build, because it does beef up the damage of the pestilence swarms, which is nice. There's also a couple aspects, like there's a couple of swarm aspects. So one of them is the pestilence, I think it's called the pestilent one. That one's for Stinger itself. That makes so Stinger generates pestilent swarms when you use it. But that one's not enough. There's also another one which converts your pestilent swarms into poison damage, but it also gives you a 35% chance to spawn a pestilent swarm whenever you use a centipede skill, which of course Stinger is a centipede skill. So you can stack those two together. The other one, there's a ring. I'm not sure if you want that one or not, but it is an option. It gives you the ability for the pestilent swarms to spin around you in a circle. So instead of just spinning, instead of just like, you know, going wherever, like they actually follow you and they spin around you specifically. So that's an option. There's also other swarms that you can get besides the pestilent swarms. So if you read the glyph, it says, and Touch of Death swarms, right? So it says pestilent swarms and Touch of Death swarms. So if you include the Touch of Death swarms into the build, you can get an additional 3, because there's a maximum of 3 Touch of Death swarms total. So I think you can have up to, I think it's 18. So 15 plus the 3 on the Touch of Death. Although don't quote me on that. But it's interesting. You can get some definitely some crazy effects going. Were you going? What was thinking? Were you going Noxious Resonance, or are you trying to just do like straight poison?
So I'm just using mostly poison from like the Stinger. Let's see. Yeah.
Bow 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 no no no. I don't know bow bow no no no. Oh, one more run. Poopies, poop, poop.
Bro, I'm using Scourge. I got it mixed up.
No, you
So
told me
Scourge,
you were
like-
using Scourge. That's not what I asked. Which key passive are you using? Are you using the Noxious Resonance key passive? Are you using the Prodigy's Tempo key passive? Are you using the I can't even remember the name of the other one. Or are you using the vulnerable one? Like the key passive is what's going to change your build entirely, and like how you build things. So like Scourge is just the core skill that you're using. The key passive is like the thing at the end that changes everything. Like it either turns you into like a poisoning build, or turns you into like a crit build, or like Noxious Resonance, for instance, steals all the poisoning damage from the target to cause an explosion, which then, you know, like you build critical strike damage to cause the explosion to like magnify. Prodigy's Tempo is really good because it decreases the cooldowns of your abilities whenever you utilize a core skill, so you can get like massive amounts of cooldowns. If you're doing a poisoning build, I would also highly recommend that you include Noxious Resonance, or sorry, Toxic Skin. Toxic Skin has some amazing poison damage. It's actually, I think, one of the strongest poison damages in the game. I mean, I've done extensive research into the poison builds, and I've played around with all the skills so far. Stinger's interesting. I don't know what to think about Stinger. It seems to be like designed around the Pestilent Swarms. So if you're going to use Stinger, then going with the Pestilent Swarms I think is a good idea. There's a couple aspects for Stinger that allow you to get like the most out of it. You also want to focus on trying to spam Stinger so you get like the most damage. There's also two options on Stinger. So one of them increases the damage of Stinger, but steals the poison damage from the targets around it to increase the damage of Stinger. The other one makes the enemies vulnerable all the time, which is really nice. So that one's like a permanent uptime of vulnerability. Depending on which one you go with, Stinger's kind of an odd one. Like, either you want to poison all the enemies around you, or you want to increase the damage of Stinger directly. But if you can't really do both. So if you choose the one that increases the damage of Stinger, you lose the poisoning damage on the targets around you. Or if you choose, you know, like, it's kind of hard to explain. Without that passive, though, the one that increases the damage of Stinger, it does a lot less damage. But it doesn't. But what it does do is it applies the damage of Stinger to all the enemies around it. So I'm trying to like explain this properly, so I'm not like confusing the crap out of you. So Stinger's main mechanic is that when you attack a monster who is poisoned, it reflects the damage that is poisoned to all monsters surrounding who are poisoned. Okay, so if you deal 500 damage to one monster, and there is another poison monster nearby, you will deal 500 damage to that other poison monster as well. So the general idea of Stinger is that you're applying a large amount of damage to all the monsters that are currently around you that are poisoned. If you choose the upgrade that increases the damage of Stinger, you lose the ability to poison the monsters around you, but you gain additional damage on the hit to that one monster that you're hitting. It basically, instead of like damaging the monsters that are poisoned, it instead pulls the poison off of the monsters that are around you to increase the damage to the monster that you're attacking. If that makes any sense. It's like they're in opposition with each other, basically. The two different forms of Stinger are like in direct opposition to each other. They do completely different things. So depending on which one you want to build, you can get like different damage in different ways. One is more AoE, and one is more single target.
Push up my damage. Like the highest number I've seen is 2,100 and something million.
Oh, so you got some billions?
Yeah, but the highest I've seen is
billions and billions and billions and billions. Billions and billions. Billions and billions. Billions. Gotta go destroy some stuff. Noxious Resonance could be interesting if you're not running that. Like, that could be a very interesting way for you to go. But that requires kind of like a whole build to change out. Because instead of building for like damage over time, you build for crit, and it kind of like works slightly differently. Alright, so we finally got the doojank that we need. Let's go run some Nightmare Dungeons real quick so we can grab some, we want to grab some masterworking mats. That way we can get some of these items masterworked up. We're missing a lot of masterworking, which is a huge loss of damage that we don't have. And we need to properly masterwork some of the pieces of equipment that are masterworked poorly. I wonder if we should just run, with how fast we are, I wonder if we should just run Undercity. I probably got a bunch of masterworking ones that I can run for Undercity.
Does anybody else want to run Undercity? I'm pretty sure the masterworking ones are shared between everybody, so... how many masterworking ones do I have? Summoning, I'm gonna have to go hunt them down on my characters, aren't I?
With you if you want.
Bow. Bow, bow. Alright, let me go find them real quick. I got a bunch of them hiding all over my characters. Won't take me but a minute. Let's go to Green Ranger. I think she has a bunch of them. God, farming masterworking mats has been like the thing that has just eaten up the most of my time. Do you have any? Oh yeah, you got a bunch of junk, don't you? What do you got? Oh, you got 11? Oh, that's plenty. Nay. Well, Cheryl. Boom, 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 boom. The spiked hand. Might have to spend some time working on the builds. Like, just build guides. I know people like build guides. Mm-hmm. Bow, 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 bow. Alright, keys. I don't even really care about the bargains, to be perfectly honest. Chaotic Uniques is kind of funny. Just do like more weapons, whatever. We should be able to fly through these, literally. Like with the 70s, we were doing 80s like with ease. So like we should be able to literally just like speed through these with a speed that most people have never even seen. Well, that monster just doesn't want to die. The whole pack just exploded. That was beautiful. That whole pack just exploded. What's up, big boy? Yep, you did. You did. Your mama's dead. Everybody did. That was a lag spike. That was weird. It's like I hit the button and then like it just didn't do anything for a while. And then all of a sudden I just moved. Everybody died. Yep. What's up, Tome the Inferno Blight? Die. Yeah, nobody like you never was. Take me more time to hit this thing than to kill the monsters from the thing. I'd actually like to test this guy on a boss too, just to see. I mean, he's handling Torment hit 80s with relative ease, so probably flies through a boss. Get him some masterworking done, and I think we're gonna see quite a bit of an increase in damage output. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. I don't even think you have to do all the statues. As soon as I hit 4, I'll just go to the end. And when I say go to the end, I mean go to the end. These monsters literally don't have any way to stop me from going to the end, which is kind of funny. Dun. I haven't had a crash in like quite some time. I'm due for one. I also kind of will look for the goblins too. The goblin chests are really nice. I'm halfway curious to just run around the map and just see if I can like get all the goblins. Good. Die. Die. Everybody die. Die, 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 die. Die. Monster. I don't care about you at all. Oh, die. The monsters, you can die. We're at 4? Okay, we're at 4, so let's go. We don't even need to fight any of these monsters anymore, we're at 4. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I thought that was a dead end for a second. I was about to turn around. Will you get out my way? You guys was being so rude. Get out my way. Masterworking mats, please. We need all my masterwork mats to the yard. My masterwork mats are better than yours. I teach you what I have to charge. My masterwork mats are better than yours. Hey, for a build that I put together myself from scratch, this is definitely a very fun one that has come a long way. A long way. Why's my mouse clicking the button when I'm like... Really? All I gotta do is just like tap the mouse and it clicks? I think my mouse is broken, guys. Look at this. Look, look, watch. Look, no fingers on the clicks. Watch. I guess I broke it. I guess I broke it. I need a new mouse, guys. Who's sending me a new mouse? Alright, so we should have some masterworking mats so we can actually redo some of these masterworks. Bonus ranks to Bastion would be nice. We don't necessarily need like other things, but let's see if we can get this one. So we got maximum life, which we do need maximum life. But I would like to get at least one roll on the Bastion, so let's see if we can grab one roll on Bastion before we go forward past that point. Max life, max life. It's telling me something. It's like, bro, you need the max life. Like, just take it, okay? Just take the max life. What's wrong with you? Look, I'm giving you what you need. You need is the max life. What are you doing? Just take the max life. Why are you throwing a fit? Just take the max life. 5 million go down the drain. You could just taken the max life the whole time. You could have just taken it. Man, it does not want to give me any of the bottom ones, does it? It hasn't even rolled on either the defensive cooldown or the Bastion the entire time. There we go. +3 Bastion. Okay. First one, success. This one needs to be reset, unfortunately. I think this one accidentally rolled a 2 on Bastion, didn't it? Does it even have temper? It only has 1 temper left. That's unfortunate. I don't even know if this one's worth redoing, especially since that's not a perfect Bastion. Let's see. Yeah, that one's kind of poopy. Mm. Yeah, let's not worry about that one. This one is 5 out of 12, and it's on the Dex. So let's reset this one too. Let's see if we can get this one on the Bastion. Hey, look, we did it. First try. Look at that. Alright, this one needs to be reset as well. We want the maximum result stacks or the armored hide active thorns bonus. Either one. I think they're both about equally good. Not the thorns. There we go. Okay, so we got the armor hide active bonus. That's what we wanted. Ne. Ojero. Do I have a better loyalties mantle than that? I feel like I probably do, but... No? There's no other loyalties mantles in the entire stash full of items? Apparently it is not there. Okay. Let's get another upgrade for this character too, because I kind of cheaped out on this character when I was putting it together earlier, and I used non-grand gems, which I don't have enough, but that's fine. I can just go steal some from one of my other characters that actually does have enough. Let's go thieve. We're gonna thieve, guys. We're thieving. Thieve, thieve, thieve. Thieve, 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 thieve. Thieve, 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 thieve. Oh, she's only got 2? What? What is that BS? Why do you have a skull in your helmet? What is this garbage going on here? And you still need 1 more. Not enough. Okay, blowout maybe? I don't know who has my gems. They exist. I don't know where they exist. They exist on one of my characters because of all the thieves. Thieve, thieve, thievey, thieve, thieves. Thieve, thieve, thievey, thieve, 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 thievey, thieve, thieve. No, I don't want to delete my character. Thieve, thieve, thievey, thieve, thieve. Red Ranger, maybe? Did I put them back on Red Ranger for some reason? She needs to be updated, too. I'd like to get her build, like, measured out and fixed completely. She's got some work that needs to be done. Man, I've already checked, like, almost every character. We check Green Ranger. We're on Spiked Hand. Blue Ranger. Let's check Blue Ranger. I doubt she has anything. Oh, she does have them. Oh, you dirty whore. You dirty hoe bag. She got all my emeralds. Well, I found them at least. Bink. Okay, back to the spiked hand. The hand that spiked me. She's getting about as well set up as I can get her. Like, I mean, some more masterworking mats is definitely going to push her a lot further. I need to get everything masterwork to 12 and whatnot. Hopefully with some decent masterwork rolls. But, getting there. Alright, so now we have actually good gems. I got a box. I guess I need to replace that one ring that's masterworked wrong. Or tempered wrong, and I can't fix it. I don't believe I'm going to be able to fix that ring. It's got a GA on Dex, and that's about it. Other than that, everything is just kind of extra. I also don't need that roll for vulnerable on there if I'm using Feltsu Slayer, because Feltsu Slayer makes all the enemies vulnerable for 5 seconds every single time I cast my Incarnate skill, which is Toxic Skin, which also happens to be Ravager, which also happens to be Armored Hide. I'm using 3 Incarnate skills, which means that every single time I use an Incarnate skill, I'm getting vulnerables around me. So I don't need that vulnerable on there either.
It is done.
So I think it might be time to replace that ring. It's it's a decent ring, but I just need to replace it. We could always give it one last chance to redeem itself. The last temper that it has available. It has one more temper available, and it needs to roll +3 Bastion, which is what we currently need. And it did not roll it, so poopies, poopy doopies, poopy doops. And I don't think it can be reset either. Let me check. No. You know, it's currently an 8 out of 10 masterwork. We can get some good masterworking mats back from that. Let's just go jewelry. We just need one that's like anything decent. Like, it doesn't have to be like super duper amazing. Those are terrible. Max life and lucky hit chance. Dexterity. Nah. Nah. Sharon. Why does it gotta be so bad? Oh, nah. Oh, Sharon. I guess that one will work. That one's got life. We can reroll the overpower. Or this one. It's got life. We can reroll the overpower to Dex. Or, sorry, we can reroll the fire resistance to something useful. That'll be fine. Let's see if we can temper it. It's got to pass the tempering test before we actually put it on. So we need 2 Bastion. Oops, that was the wrong one entirely. I done you dirty, ring. I done you dirty. You didn't even have a chance on that one. Stop giving me damage to knockdown enemies. Okay. And then we just need defensive cooldown reduction. Nice. And it rolled an 8. Sweet. Alright, so then we're going to enchant it. What do we roll this to? We got, attack speed could be a good one. Vulnerable damage is fine. So either attack speed or vulnerable damage. One or the other. All the other things on here are pretty much useless to us. Except for like the raw damage, that could be useful too. Vulnerable's higher though, so... I mean, there's the raw damage right there. It's a 33. See if we can get that higher vuln. I think the vuln's going to be better for us overall, since we have a permanent vulnerable uptime. Cold res. Oh, that was a 34 damage and I didn't take it. It was 1% more. Oh, there you go. 48% vulnerable. What's the cap on that? 50? That's 2% off. That's fine. We'll live with it. So that replaces you, which means we need a barrier on you. Conceded. Alright, so you get destroyed. We need to socket you. Come here, beautiful. You need a socket. Then we can destroy the old ring. And we can get the masterworking materials back. We got 880 back from them. And then now we want to try and masterwork Bastion. That's what we're looking for. We just want to make sure we hit that first Bastion. Everything else, I don't really care about. I'm not going to sit here and like triple masterwork every single item like some streamers do.
Never seen something finer.
But I will at least try and get, like, the one masterwork. The one that I'm looking for. We don't want defensive cooldowns. That's not really important.
Rare to have something so fine.
Just burning 5 million gold every single time we do this. So. Burning my money away. There we go. Alright, so we got 3 Bastion, 3 Bastion, 3 Bastion. So that's 3, 6, 9. And we got no Bastion here because we got Armored Hide Thorns, but that's been masterworked too, so that's good. We can go ahead and bring these up to 8. Oh, we doubled it. We got the 4 on the Bastion. Nice. And that one hit the vulnerable, which is fine. And then, so we don't have that yet. So now we're sitting at, what are we sitting at for Bastion? We're sitting at 13 Bastion, so 520 Thorns at the moment. Not terrible. Alright, let's go back in and we'll do a couple more of these. We need more masterworking mats so that we can get at least these up to 8, if not 12. So we can actually get this character, like, somewhat set up. Boom, 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 boom. We get another 2,000 next time we run this, so that'd be fun. If anybody wants to run with me, just let me know. I will certainly take you along. These are, like, super easy for me, and even if I was carrying you, I'd probably still just, like, fly through them, so. It's just, the masterworking mats are shared, and it doesn't even matter. Like, everything in here is shared with everybody who comes in. Unless you're using one of the things that doesn't share, which masterworking is one that does, so. It actually tells you whether it shares or not, by the way. Why are you... Oh, I killed you and you were just, like, pretending to not be dead? Okay. That's a little rude, but... Oh, I didn't put the diamond in the new ring. I did socket it, though, so... Yay. Oh, it doesn't let me change my gem while I'm in here? That's just rude. That's just rude. That's what that is. That's not polite. You still alive? No. What's up, big dog? I heard you like big butts and you cannot lie. No other snake can deny that when a snake walks up with a big old round thing in your face, you get boiled in a spring. And it's actually quite embarrassing. And I don't want to talk about it anymore because it happened to me at the door. I got sprung. Sorry, I made myself laugh. That is a no-no. You're not allowed to laugh at your own jokes. That was pretty funny though. You know, because he coiled like a spring and he got sprung. That's right. Because I like big springs and I coil up nice. Everybody likes it with my rice. Yep, you die. And you die. Yep. Yeah, you die. And I go in here and I kill all you guys with the needle flare explosions. summon you guys from the grave. Spirit attunements. Sporekeeper, the Herald of the Affliction. Wow. What's up, Sporekeeper, Herald of the Affliction? Can I say hello to you? Oh, you're dead. Never mind. I think he's dead. He's not getting up. Yep, he's stuck on the floor in a rut. He is not breathing. His eyes don't blink. I'm pretty sure that he is in the drink. Yeah, baby, he's dead. Bink. Yeah, is my Twitch chat bugged? I swear I haven't had like a single chat on Twitch like the whole day. There's been people in there. Well, it's like I think there's people in there. Plenty of people on YouTube, and they've been talking, but like, I don't think anybody has said anything on Twitch like all day. For like 6 hours, and it's just like a blank screen of like no chats. I look over there sometimes and wonder if you guys are alive. I'm like, they might have died. I might need to call somebody. Like an undertaker in the house. Alright, it's already 4. Let's go. We don't need to be here. We don't need to be here. Let's go. Well, let me put the diamond in while I'm in the boss room? No, it will not. How about now that the boss is dead? Yay, finally. Yeah, full of lurkers. Lurkers! Demons! Demon lurkers. Ooh, that's getting spicy there. It's getting spicy with the demon lurkers.
Not like I used to, anyway.
Hey, those are better pants than what I have on. Dang it. These are got the greater FX stacks, and these don't even have a greater FX stacks. These have life, and these don't have life. Or these have life, but these like rerolled the thorns. Hey, I want these. I want these. Give me good armored hide dujink. I need good armored hide dujink, not the bad dujink. I need the good. You do not give me the bad dujink. Why do you give me the bad dujink? Every time with the bad dujink. You are just doing the dujink. Oh, that is not it. That is not it. That is not it. Those are terrible. They're so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. This is terrible. They're terrible bad. That's not good. It's very, very bad. That's not good. Stop being rude. We need armored hide active thorns bonus. No. Armored hide active thorns. What's the worst? That is terrible. That is a terrible roll. That is awful. Do I even, like, try to get again? Like, that's such a... I mean, I got it, but it's garbage. We're going again. Okay, we failed. We're going again. Hey, final temper. We got a perfect 40. That's what I'm talking about, son. That's what I'm talking about, son. I know you don't know what I'm doing, no. Now, here's an interesting question. Does 6% block chance, which is currently, or dodge chance, which is on here, does 6% dodge chance equal more thorns than a thorns roll? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I don't even know if it shows up in town. Like, I don't even know. Like, I guess I could play with it. Let me go outside of town and let me see if it shows up out here. So Hubris gives a thorns bonus based on your dodge chance. And I'm assuming that you'll be able to see it if you put on dodge chance. So our dodge chance is currently 19.2, and if we put on these 6% dodge chance pants, we go to 26.6. Our thorns should also likewise go up, so 4,606 to 4,754. So we got, what is that, 148. So we got 148 from that dodge chance. Not as much as we would get from just re-rolling a Thorns mod on the armor, so we'd get 328. But we also get more dodge chance. So it's kind of like which one's better? I think our base damage is more important than some dodge chance. But we could potentially have dodge chance and thorns. And we could get another pump of thorns. So we could roll dex, dodge chance, thorns. Which is a possible. That's a possible. That's a thing. We could do that. That's a thing. Which means that we could get the 100 and... what did I say it was? 48. So we could get the 148 thorns and the thorns on the armor. But we would lose out on the maximum life, which is rather unfortunate. So our life would go down again, back down into the dirt where it belongs, because we are pathetic dirt beings. Beings of dirt. Beings of dirt. Dirt, 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 dirty, dirt, dirt, dirty, dirty, dirt, dirt. I think for the sake of argument, we probably just go with the thorns, and screw the block chance, but technically when we masterwork it, we'll get bonuses to both the thorns and the dodge chance, and the dodge chance will, of course, even then give us more bonus to our thorns, so... If you're wondering how this is actually happening, it's the Paragon node. So the Paragon node called Hubris. Where is it? Where are you at, Hubris? There it is. It says you gain up to 2,000 thorns based on your dodge bonus. So you basically are like chipping away at this 2,000 thorns that exists up in the air. And the more dodge chance you have, the more thorns you get out of that bonus. I think there's actually some dodge chance like on the board here, like that I may or may not have grabbed, which I probably should grab. I don't remember where it is. Yeah, here it is right here. There's some dodge chance right here that I probably should snag. I can get like 1, 2, I can get like 2% dodge chance right there. I think there's another one somewhere. I don't remember where. Goodness, 61.9 and 41.2 damage. That's nice. That stacks up nicely. The Menagerous Glyph stacks up nicely on those. I took like every HP node I can see. There's some dodge chance. I could have sworn I took like every HP node. I could probably drop that armor node because I don't think I need it, and we can put that dodge chance node in place. I can drop that armor node too. I think we're like overcapped on armor by quite a bit. This is a bunch of dodge chance right here. So how about we pull this cooldown reduction, which I'm not sure we even need. That gives us the ability to come over here and grab the dodge chance and the attack speed, which can increase our thorns a little bit more. And we get like 2 whole points left. Where's our headhunter glyph? Because we are stacking that. Headhunter, there you are. There we go. A little bit more dexterity. And we should have gotten that masterworking mats, right? So let's masterwork. We can masterwork our new pants. And they are set up very well. Other than the fact that we haven't rerolled the thorns on there yet. You know what we could do? We could masterwork this twice, and whatever the second one rolls on, like if it rolls on the dodge chance or if it rolls on the max life, we could re-roll the thorns into the blue one. Because you can do that, by the way. You just can't re-roll the greater affixes. We want to hit the armored hide active thorns for the first one, though, so that's like our goal. Maximum resolve stacks. I mean, that's not a terrible one. That's an additional multiplier. I'm not, like, upset about that. I would have liked the armored hide active thorns bonus, though. I think the armored hide active thorns bonus is better. And it goes right back to the max resolve stacks. There we go. Alright, and then we'll hit the second one. Ooh, we doubled on the armored hide. Nice. I love that. That is glorious. Well, now that it's been masterworked, we need to put those runes in there, by the way. What do we got in there? Back cry. How much is it giving us now? Like 7.6. What does that come out to? What's up, pork sniffer? All the way from Denmark. Crazy. Crazy, crazy Denmark. Alright, so how much thorns are we getting from this? 4,898. 4,706. So 192 is what we're getting from that 8.1% dodge chance. I mean, it's kind of nice to have the dodge chance. Like, I feel like that's not a terrible thing. So that we're dodging some attacks as well as getting thorns bonus in the process. And yeah, if we drop the HP, we're going to lose out on that. But, I mean, we're talking about double thorns. That's what we're talking about. So I have the opportunity to get double thorns. So thorns from the dodge chance and thorns from the max on life, which is just another way that I could push my damage up even higher. And yeah, I know, I could build into the viscous shield bug and I could increase my HP and my barrier through that method. But let's build the character the right way. And that way, when next season they nerf the ever-loving bejesus out of all of those bugs, you know, we'll be in a good place, you know, and, like, we'll actually have characters that work after they frickin' absolutely destroy the ones that are currently in place. That's pretty close. The 382, I mean, that's like, what, 3 off of max? That's fine. The only other place I think we can get thorns is potentially here on our boots, which is... I think I do have another pair of boots in here. they're already set up for Ravager 2 and they have resistances. Unfortunately, Ravager is the reroll option, so that doesn't help us. I guess we could take a look and see if we have any other boots. If we're really trying to refine this as much as we possibly can, this is another way that we can potentially do this. So, getting a little, squeaking out a little bit more damage in the boot category. Boot, boot, booty, boot, boots. Boot, boot, booty, boot, boots. Boot, 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 booty, boot, boots. Boot, boots. This one has dodge chance, 5.5% dodge chance. It also has a life roll, and it has dexterity. That's an okay option. This one has a greater affix dodge chance, but it also is strength, so that doesn't really work. Unfortunate. This one is dodge chance, maximum life, and vigor per second. That's rerollable. It doesn't have dex on it, but that does give us more thorns, which is what we're looking for. My dog is whining repeatedly in the background. I'm not sure if you guys can hear him, but he's pretty loud, so maybe you will. I'm not sure what he's whining about. I took him out just recently. He's a big baby dog. He's huge, and he'd probably scare you if you saw him. But he's also a big baby dog, and yeah, he's just a big baby dog. Him's a big old baby dog. Big old baby dog. Him's a baby dog, and big old baby dog. Him's dang old baby dog. Can you get thorns on here? You cannot get thorns on here, but you can get dodge chance, which is why I like that 9% dodge chance. We miss out on the dexterity though, which is unfortunate. And unfortunately for this build, you have to have the Ravager bonus. Cody, I'm well aware that you are making noise. I can hear you 10 counties away with one bad ear and a cockroach crawling in the other ear. I can hear you. Okay? But I also know that you've got food, that you have water, and I took you out to go pepper doodahs within the last hour or two. And I cannot take you out 10 trillion times a day. But I will ask, out of kindness, do you have the mud butt? Do you got a mud butt? Is that what's going on? Do you got the diarrheums? Do you got the pooping squirts? Do you got the plop plop fizz fizz or whatever relief it is? Do you have the doodahs? Is that what you got? A doodahs? You don't seem very excited. Okay, so I'm going to take this hand. You see this hand right here? You probably just want attention. All right, so we're going to give you some attention. Are you ready? All right, watch this. See that this is the claw. Okay, nobody can stop the claw. The claw is a dangerous individual, and he's going to get you. You ready? You ready for the claw? Oh, no, the claws are coming. He's wiggling his fingers in there, and he's going... Oh, no, the claw's going to get you. Oh, no. Oh, no, the claw's coming. Him's going to get one of your fangums. Oh, no, he's got one of your fangums. Oh, no, he's going to get it. Oh, no. I don't like this game. You gonna steal my fangums? Cody, would you like a green apple candy? Would you like a green apple? Huh? Want one? Would you like one of these? The green apples? You want that? What do you think of that? Yeah, you like stems? He said, give me that. That's mine. I was wanting it. You didn't even chew it. You just swallowed it straight down. Now you're going to have a green apple candy coming out of your bullet. Right out of your butthole. It's going to come right out of your booty hole. He said, well, that's gross. He said, but that's where it's supposed to come out, so. How about one? Is there one or two? Two sassafras candies? I'm going to take one for me. Alright. Then, I'm going to give you the wrapper here. And take it. Alright, go get the last candy out of there. Give you something to do. Keep your brain exercised. That's right. What did I have on here? Mobility cooldown reduction? I guess that makes sense. We don't really have any mobility cooldowns though, do we? Besides Rushing Claw. That's the only one. Maybe we'd be better off with Rushing Claw charges or just regular movement speed. I need a little bit more masterworking mats. However, I think that I can destroy these and get the masterworking mats from it. Yep, good 2,000 some odd masterworking mats just popped out of that thing's butthole. Perfect. Now we got +5, which is what we need, and a huge dodge chance bonus of 11.1%. So that should bring our thorns up even further, because now we're at 41.8% dodge chance. Now I would assume that the way that this 2,000 thing works is that we have, 100 minus 41.8 equals 58.2. So then we take 2,000 minus 58.2%, and we end up with 836 thorns that we're currently getting from dodge chance, is basically how that works as far as I can tell in my mind. In my brain. That's where it works, in my brain. So that should up our damage significantly. How much more masterworking mats do we have? I kind of want to go ahead and start getting some of these other ones at least to 8. Boom. Okay, so everything's at 8 now, so now we're just working on 12. Okay, good. Perfect. We're closing in on a semi-reliable like setup build with, you know, like gear that actually isn't garbage and stuff and things. Am I seeing like? I don't know what I'm seeing. Like, was that 7 billion? Or am I seeing 6 million? Can't tell if it's 7 billion or 6 million. It's hard to see what's going on with this stupid stuff. That's 131 million. Cody, will you stop checking my pockets for snacks? I swear. I must have had a pocket in my snack, a snack in my pocket at some point, a long time ago, ages ago. I must have like put one of my the milk bones in my pocket or something, and he must have just like latched on to the idea that there would be a milk bone in my pocket. I swear, dogs are like the epitome of the well, it worked before. Like, it worked. How many times did it work before? Well, just the once. So wait a minute. So it worked one time, and now every single time, without fail, you always check? How many times have you checked? Well, 32,785,452. Oh, and how many times have you succeeded? Well, just the one, the first original time that it succeeded. I know that if I keep checking eventually, though, it'll work again. So you just keep checking my pocket repeatedly, over and over again, hoping that eventually there will be a milk bone in my pocket. Because one time, about 10,000 years ago, there was a milk bone in my pocket, and you're hoping that out of the, like, 60 trillion times that you check, that eventually there will be one. And he says, yes, that's right. Now you understand. Congratulations. You have been enlightened to the superior knowledge of the dog. So y'all think I'm joking. This is not a joke. This is reality. Next time you go outside with your dog, I want you to pay attention, okay, to where he goes, what he does. All right? You'll notice that he goes to, like, the same spot every single time. That he sniffs the same place every single time. That he goes over to the same area and checks the same thing every single time. Because one time, a long time ago, there was like an apple, like in the corner of the yard. And he went over there and he found the apple, and he was so excited that he found the apple. And now every single time he goes out to the yard, he's going to check that spot where he found the apple, because there could potentially be another apple. I mean, it worked once before, after all. You can even get routines set up with your dog by doing this. Like, go out into the yard before your dog goes out there. You know, like hide him in a room or something so he can't see you. Go hide a milk bone somewhere in the yard where you want him to go every single time you go out to the yard. Let him run around the yard for a while until he finds it. Alright? Once he finds the milk bone, the next time you go out, watch. He will go out to the same spot and he will look to see if there is a magical milk bone hiding in the grass in the same spot where you hit it last time. And it will become part of his routine to go out and check because, you know, why not? It could happen, okay? Like, it could happen, all right? It's like when that girl tells you that there's like a 0% chance that she's ever going to like you. It's like, look, I'm never going to like you, okay? You're the most horrible person in the world. I think that you look really ugly. You stink. You're very short. I probably would never date you, even if you were the last man alive. And if you were the last man alive, I might consider it. But I probably would still say no, and then just shoot myself in the head. And then the man just turns around and goes, so there's a chance. To which she just kind of like, her mouth just falls open, and she's like, that's what you got from that? And that is dogs in a nutshell. Look, there's a chance, okay? Look, they found a magical milk bone in the grass that one time, okay? And so they're going to check every single time because, you know, like, there's a chance, all right? There's a chance. It could happen again. It could be, there could be, lightning could strike twice, all right? It could strike twice, okay? You don't ever know. Don't say. It could strike twice. It's hard to break him of the habits too. Like Cody got into some bad habits when he was a puppy. He would just dig in the trash can. It was like his routine. It wasn't even like he was being bad. It was like he learned that there were goodies in the trash can, and just like the milk bone in the yard, he was just like, he was like, oh, well, he goes, I'm gonna check the trash can every time now. I mean, even if there's nothing in there, you never know. Like there could be a half-eaten donut or something. There could be a can of peas with like 2 peas left in there. Like you don't know. Like there could be good stuff in there. Like whoever is throwing this stuff away is obviously not the smartest individual, because some of this stuff is primo grade A food, and so this is just part of my routine. Every day when I come in, I just check the trash can, see if there's anything in there for me. And wouldn't you know it, a lot of the times there's snacks in there. Like I found a whole roll of paper towels that had grease on them, and I ate the paper towels with grease on them because the grease was bacon grease. Get this, bacon grease, okay, on towels. So I just ate all the towels. I mean, freaking delicious. Do you believe it? I can't believe it. Like, I know I didn't believe it, but I ate them. Okay, they were good. Even though they yelled at me for it. I didn't do anything wrong. They're probably just mad they didn't get any bacon grease towels. Maybe next time I'll have to leave something for them. Fat chance. Well, I found the goblin. That's nice. I get the goblin chest. It was so bad at one point that I had to actually, scare the ever-loving soul out of my dog. I'm not even kidding. So let me see if I can explain to you how I stopped my dog from digging into the trash can every single day that he had an opportunity. So I used to just yell at him, like most people would. You just yell at your dog and you're like, stop digging in the trash can, and you give him the finger and give him the daddy voice or whatever, and you yell at him in such a way that he won't do it anymore, right? No, that doesn't work, right? Because basically all that does is that teaches the dog. The very unfortunate side effect is that you don't like it. And because you don't like it, he will make sure that you're not around when he does it. Which is the exact opposite of what you want. You just want him to stop doing it altogether. You don't want him to do it when you're not looking. Which is what they learn. So if you yell at them, they just learn that, okay, well, he doesn't like it, so I'll make sure to do it while he's not looking. That way he doesn't get upset. And I even had one time, this was crazy. He comes into my room. I'm on the bathroom. I'm actually on the toilet, okay? Taking a dump. Imagine me there squeezing one out, okay? I'm really trying. And he comes in, and he literally, pushes the door open. Because I didn't shut it all the way, but it was shut enough to give me privacy. He just pushes the door open, right? And he peeks his head in, and he goes like this. And he just looks at me. And about 3 seconds go by, he's just staring at me. And then he just walks off. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, why did he just bust the door open, stare at me, and then walk off? And it dawned on me really quickly. I'm like, that little son of a hoe is going to dig in the trash can. He came in to check to make sure I was in the bathroom before he went go digging, because he wanted to make sure I wasn't there to watch, right? And that was when I realized that nothing was going to stop him from digging in the trash can, because if he thought he could get away with it, which he did, he was going to get away with it, right? So I had to come up with a plan to stop him from digging in the trash can that would teach him that he couldn't get away with it. That was what I had to figure out. How can I teach him that he can't get away with it? So I came up with some ideas. I was like, all right, I've got to let him think that I'm gone. Because obviously he's smart enough to know that I'm there. And he even came into the bathroom to check to see if I was there before he went to go digging, because he knew I was indisposed and I wouldn't be able to stop him, right? So what I did is I got my keys, I put on my shoes, I pretended like I was leaving for work. I then proceeded to, tell my girlfriend goodbye. I was like, all right, have a nice day, and I gave her a kiss and everything. I did like the whole 9 yards, like I was gone. I walked out of the door, and instead of leaving completely, I shut the door just enough so that there was a tiny, itty bitty little imperceptible crack that I could peek through. And I watched because the trash can was right there next to the door. And when he started digging in that trash can, I bust through that door like the Kool-Aid man. Okay? And I let him have it. Verbal yells, screaming, big arms waving, like ran at him like I was a big like bear tiger or something. I don't know. Something ridiculous. And I'm telling you, I busted in like the Kool-Aid man. Even my girlfriend was like, what the hell is going on? And my dog did that like Scooby-Doo thing, where he like he started running in place. Like he literally tried to turn around and he was running in place and he was just like, and he couldn't go nowhere. And I got him good. I got him really good. And after that, rarely ever, and I won't say he never, but he rarely ever dug in the trash can after that. There'd have to be something really good in there to tempt him to go in the trash can, because he wouldn't dare risk it anymore, because he thought he was safe. He thought he had snuck in there while I was gone. He thought I was gone and that I wasn't watching. And so when I caught him that time, he was under the impression that he had, like successfully infiltrated the trash can when evil Ginger is gone. But it wasn't. He got it. He got it. Really, I wish I had caught it on camera because it was like the most funny cartoon level stuff I'd ever seen. And ever since then, I'll sometimes when I'm leaving, like for the day, I'll like shut the door a little bit and I'll wait just to make sure he never does it again. And sometimes he looks, like he comes up to the trash can and he looks at it and he'll give it a sniff, but he doesn't actually dig in it anymore. So I think he's mostly learned his lesson, but not completely. What's up, VVP Creations? How's it going? I'm having fun min-maxing my Thorns Spiritborn. I'm having fun with this class. It's really nice. I need to get like all my builds finalized and maybe even like run some build guides on them. It'll be fun. This is just one of the many builds that needs to be finalized. I've got a whole bunch more that need work. The Green Ranger needs to be like optimized too. He's gonna take a little while to get him fixed, and then like gear is the biggest problem. I need like good pieces of equipment and not crappy ones. After we get some more masterworking mats, because we're actually getting close to like finishing off the masterworking on this guy. We just need enough to finish off the 12. Like a lot of them are at like 9, so they need like 3 more masterworks to 12. You need a bunch of points in Omniscient. Oh yeah. Masterworking is a pain in the butt. Once I get this guy set up, though, I don't think I'm touching him anymore. He's just gonna stay. He's gonna stay set up. I'm not swapping his gear to nobody. Maybe the Wuxie Knockback, because that one's like really hard to get the 8 supremacy on, but everything else can just stay. You have a few GA SP gear you can look at if you want. I mean, I need like all the gear I can get, but I don't want to like rifle through your belongings. Dude, this build is so much fun. I love this build. Oh, man, I have been enamored with this build. Zulun the Stormcrow. I think this build's probably going to top out at around 90 or 100. That would be my guess. He's not going to battle. I'm not entirely sure he's going to be like a 90 second 100 pit runner. I don't think that's going to happen. He's close. He's very close. But he's not quite there, unfortunately. I mean, and honestly, like I said earlier, though, like, for a build that's not using any of the current bugs, he's actually doing really freaking good. Like, really, he's doing really good for a non-bugged build. I'm actually very impressed with him so far. I kind of want to put together, like, a bunch of builds that aren't using all the bugs, because I know that they're going to get fixed eventually. And that way I'll have some solid, like, non-bugged builds that I can give to the community. Because once these Kapeleke bugs and the interdiction bugs and the redirected force bugs and the Vistic shield bugs end up getting fixed, which they are, like, I can pretty much guarantee you that they are. They can't leave them in place. It's just a matter of when, not a matter of, like, if. Once these get fixed, you're going to need builds that actually work, like, without those bugs in place. So it'll be fun to set those up for you guys. So far, I've got a really fun Green Ranger build that actually works really well. It works really well without the bugs, although when you put the bugs in, it actually works even better. It's actually kind of insane. The Spiked Hand build is actually really good. I also have a Payback build, which doesn't really use bugs either. That one's actually really fun. That one's easily like a Pit 100 clearer, like no problem. If I threw in a couple bugs, it would be even better. I think I could probably work in unyielding hits, and I don't really consider unyielding hits to be bugged, so that one would probably beef it up considerably. That's something I do need to work on. Boom, boom, boom. Diamond Wonderland. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Dong, 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 dong. What's that bring my Bastion up to now? Min-maxing on this build would probably involve getting like perfect rolls on the armored hide bonus, as well as getting perfect rolls on like basically just about everything else. I mean, I'll add you, but I'm focused on trying to get this stuff. Like, I'm focused. I'm laser. I'm laser focused. I'm trying to get this masterworking done. I want to get these 12 ranks. Laser focused. Laser focused. I'm burning as much of these masterworking doojanks as I can so I can get all the doojanks. I don't think that they're going to fix all the problems with the Spiritborn in the mid-season patch now. I do think that maybe they might fix one of the more outlandishly ridiculous bugs on the Spiritborn. One of the ones that might be like responsible for most of the like ridiculous scaling. I'm not sure exactly which one I think is the worst as far as like the bugs for the Spiritborn. It's kind of hard to like really talk about them in terms of like which bug is worse, because they're actually kind of just feeding into each other at this point, which means that a lot of the times, you know, like it's not necessarily one bug, but it's all of them like coalescing into like a conglomeration of evil. I don't know. I think maybe the Fellsooth Sayer aspect, when in combination with all the others, like I don't think it's bugged by itself. Like, don't get me wrong, I actually kind of think the Fellsooth Slayer aspect is actually really good and well balanced. but in combination with the other bugs, I think this one might be the worst. So once you start combining together things like the Jaguar Spirit Hall, the Viscous Shield bug, the Kepe Leke ridiculousness with the interdiction and the, you know, the redirected force. Once you start like putting all those things into the Felsuth Slayer, that's when the Felsuth Slayer really starts to just like show its face as an ugly monster underneath. It's weird in the way that it works, because it's kind of like the Barber Gem from Season 2, for those of you who remember that far back, where it would take all your damage and multiply it. So if you have all these bugs and they're letting you get these like massive amounts of damage, and then it's multiplying those bugs, then you can imagine that if the bugs are causing a huge problem, then the Felsuth Slayer is causing even more of a problem, because it's even more bugged. Right? So it's just multiplying the bugs by a rather large degree. Armor, basic skills. Those are some really nice pants, but not really for this build. I wouldn't want to steal those for this build. That's more of a... Those would be nice on my payback spirit barn, but not really on this one. And these, I don't know about those. Cody, what are you doing? Yeah, I said, what are you doing? He just like peeked at me. Like he was over here behind the thing, and I said, what are you doing? And he goes. This peeks at me. He's like, oh, nothing. Oh. Not doing nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. What I need VVP creations is crazy pair of pants that's thorns based. So for this build specifically, I need a pair of pants that is dodge chance, thorns, and dex. Dodge chance, thorns, dex. That's actually a very interesting one. The boots actually need to be, for like the optimal, it would be like focus skill GA, dodge chance, and most likely dexterity or life, either one. The gloves are probably dex, life. I can't remember if you can get armor on the, thorns on the gloves. I can't remember. So dex, life, maybe thorns, or dex, life, vulnerable damage or something like that. Maybe attack speed, I don't know. This is a weird build. It's just weird. Like, I don't even think the items that I'm looking for are really all that valuable. Because most people don't want them. Everybody wants life, and everybody wants crit damage, and everybody wants, like, you know, like there's specific stats that everybody wants for these builds. You know what one might work? I was actually just thinking about this. I could probably drop conceded. I could probably drop conceded. For Peacemongers. I haven't put the Peacemonger's ring into a build in a little while. That could be interesting. I wonder how that one would work with this build. Whether it would up my damage or bring it down. Peacemongers. I'm trying to think of some other ways that I can potentially, like, optimize this build too. You know, if I did Peacemongers, That would handle my resolve. I don't necessarily need to do... Oh, I forgot to grab that aspect. Well, that's stupid. I forgot to put my aspect on the friggin'... And I forgot to put the aspect on the boots. Okay, I need to fix that. Because I just replaced the boots and I just replaced the pants. I'm going to remember to do that when I get back to town. But I was thinking that maybe if I went Peacemongers, I wouldn't necessarily need... the resolve from the other. I actually don't need the resolve at all, actually. And all I really get out of that is the kinetic suppression is my concussive stomp is in a circle. I could use another defensive there instead. Maybe something more of like an offensive. I could also maybe swap temporal incisions to my pants, and then it's an interesting thought. We could maybe do a little bit of swoopity swoopities, and we could see if that fixes us somehow. Did I not get 4? Oh man. Oh well. I was like just there at 4. I thought I got 4, but I guess I didn't. Whatever. Ooh, an amulet? What's it? Critical strike chance. It's got an unyielding hits on it. That's really bad. It's got a 21% out of 45. That's awful. That's terrible. Alright, let's do a little swoopity swoopities. I kind of want to see, like, if we do a little swoopity swoopities, how we can potentially make this a little bit better. So... we were using kinetic suppression. Kinetic suppression is the one that gives us the concussive stomp in a circle around us. It also gives us resolve. But, like, I don't know if that one's even really necessary anymore. I mean, I like the concussive stomp going in a circle, but it doesn't need to go in a circle. It's still very effective even if it doesn't go in a circle. So maybe it might be better to run something else there. What I was thinking is we could take temporal incisions and move it to the pants. That way it's off of the amulet slot, which is one small change that we can make. At that point, now we can take one of the other offensive aspects and we can put it onto the amulet. So the question is what do we want to put on the amulet? Do we put the Felsuth Slayer on the amulet to get slightly more damage to nearby enemies? The problem with this one is it only really works versus like trash mobs. Like I don't really think it works versus bosses at all. So I don't think building into this one is important. Which leaves the other options, which is our thorns percent chance to like deal to multiple targets. This one also doesn't really work versus bosses as much. So again, probably not the best one to throw on the amulet slot. We do have this one, which is the, obviously the conceited aspect, which is not terrible. I also need to throw the, we were utilizing, Exploiter, I think, is what we were utilizing. Yeah, Exploiter's aspect for the 45 times multiplier versus unstoppable monsters. I don't know if that one applies to thorns, though. Like, I'm not entirely sure if that one actually does apply to thorns. I'm not sure what else we would put there, though. So then that leaves... changing the Rushing Claw to conceited, most likely. That's the only one left that I think I would probably throw there. Let's take a look at the offensive ones again, just to make sure we don't have any other good options. Besides conceited. I like conceited. I think conceited is one of the better ones in terms of damage for us. Could he chew on his horn? He's gonna use horn. Cody, can I see your horn? Let me see your horn. Can I see it?
Can I see your horn? No, I want to see his horn. Let me see it. Okay. Well, don't show it to me then. I'm just the one that bought it for you. Retribution. Distant enemies have a 10% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds when they hit you. You deal 35% increased damage to stunned or knocked down enemies. That's an offensive aspect? I mean, it's a 35 times multiplier, which is higher than the multiplier on Conceited, but Conceited applies all the time, whereas this one only applies when the monster is stunned or knocked down. Now, granted, we are using Concussive Stomp, which knocks down monsters on a regular basis for 3 seconds every single time we hit them with this ability. So we do have knockdown going on a regular basis. I don't know about that one though. Beep beep beep. Do 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 do. I did consider this one, the Tormentor's aspect. That one's kind of interesting. The one where you poison the monsters and they take your thorns damage when you poison them. I actually haven't tested this with the Needle Flare aspect since, because I would suppose that every time they are affected by the thorns from the Needle Flare aspect, or from this, they would also pop with the Needle Flare aspect too, allowing me to get like almost like a residual like damage over time effect on the targets, which does sound really interesting actually. That does sound really nice. But they do have to be moving for it to apply to them. So that's kind of like a whole thing. I don't think there's anything in the resource category that would apply to us. Meh. Didn't think so. Alright, so let's try putting Conceited, because I don't really think there's a lot of really other better choices. I mean, we took a look through them all. There's some okay choices, nothing too amazing. So Conceited goes on the amulets, which is going to give us a larger multiplier there. And then we're going to take off the Conceited ring. Yes, we're going to take off the Conceited ring. And the reason why we're going to do this is because I have this really snazzy Peacemonger's ring, which we're going to throw in its place. Which I don't know where it's hiding, but it's on here somewhere. Where are you at, snazzy Peacemonger ring? You're so snazzy. We gotta type in peace. That is not the snazzy Peacemonger ring. We want the snazzy one. The really snazzy one, which must be on another character, because it's not in the stash. So we're gonna have to go find it. It's gotta be on one of my characters, so it has to be on either this one, the one of the Spiritborn, because it's the Spiritborn ring. I wouldn't have thrown it on any other character. Where is my Peacemonger's ring? The really, really nice one that likes to sing. I need my Peacemonger's ring. I need the really nice one that likes to sing.
There you are, my beautiful Peacemonger's ring with the skull in you. So the reason why I'm thinking about this ring is for two reasons. Number one, it's going to give me a lot of dex, which is what I want. So I'm going to get a large amount of dex. I'm also going to get a large amount of like other stats as well, which is kind of neat. And I'm also going to get a large amount of dodge chance, which the dodge chance is kind of like the main draw, but the stats are the secondary draw for what I'm thinking of for this ring. So it gives me 13.2% dodge chance. It also gives me 9 to all stats per ferocity or resolve stack, which means that I have like a massive amount of all stats that are be giving to me. This allows me to stack up strength, intelligence, willpower, dexterity, the whole 9 yards. And in stacking dexterity, I'm also going to stack more dodge chance, which should bring my thorns up to a pretty high value. My dodge chance is what, currently 51.7. And let's go outside of here real quick because we need to go out of town to trigger the full effectiveness so that we can see like the full bonus. So let's go stats and materials. Actually, we need to get closer to the dummy. Alright, so our current dodge chance is 52.2. And then we're going to attack a little bit to get our bonus stats. So 58.4 is what we're sitting at. Here, let me attack for a little bit to make sure we're at maximum. So 60% dodge chance is what we're capping out at. Okay. And let's take a look at our thorns too. So we're currently at 6,900. Okay. As you can see, that when the buffs fall off, we start to lose thorns. So let's go ahead and stack that too. So let's get this back up to its maximum. And we're at 9,901. That's not bad. We're nearly at 10k base thorns, which is exactly what we're looking for. $10k base. All right, we need to put that diamond back in the ring. I'm halfway considering swapping this for duelist so we can get more stats. The 45 times multiplier is kind of nice, but if we get the duelist, we also get some more stats, which could mean more thorns, which might translate out better. So let's use duelist here. That way we can get an additional stacks of ferocity. So for every stack of ferocity, we get another 9 all stats. On top of this, we're also currently using the key passive, which is adaptive stances, and this gives us a very nice 50% bonus to all those stats. So it all stacks very nicely together. So hopefully we end up with a lot. Let's burn the rest of these masterworking mats. I'm just gonna do them like evenly across the board for the most part. It doesn't really matter until we get these capped out. I kind of want to try out the new setup, but I also kind of want to keep working on these masterworking mats. I'm not sure. Do I have any way to make ferocity? Like, I don't know if I actually do have a ferocity stacker, now that I think about it, with the duelists. Like, I don't think I have any way to actually generate ferocity. Besides, of course, the passive bonus that I'm getting from Ravager. I don't think there's any way for me to generate ferocity past the initial 4 stacks. I can generate resolve, infinite amounts of resolve, but I don't have any way to generate ferocity. No, and I can't swap the spirit because I'm using loyalty helmet. Yeah, I don't think there is. I don't think there's any way to generate ferocity for me. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. We did gain a little bit of armor from that too. That's kind of nice. Because the ring has armor on it. Does that mean one of my resistances are garbage now? Yes, it does. Yes, yes, it does. All right, let's go in there. Let's see if we can do a 90. Let's push it and let's see if we can do a 90. We've made a lot of progress. We've refined the build significantly. Maybe for the best, maybe for the worst. I don't know. Let's just go into a 90. Let's see if we can push it. There's DR guys in this pack, but it is a little bit slow. This build does have kind of an issue killing, like, the DR guys. That is one thing that I have noticed, like, when it comes to this particular build, is that a lot of the times the DR guys kind of just hide in the pack. Like, I think the DR guy finally just died there. That was, like, the first time. And there was 2 in that pack, too, so it was a little bit worse than normal, but I think the boss is going to be an absolute pain in the butt on this one. Cody the monster dog. I mean, did we kill the pack? Yes. Are we on time with the current amount that we need? Yes. Is it fast? No. It's not very fast. We seem to be doing excessive amounts of AoE damage, so the bigger the pack, the better. Probably one of those situations where we kind of want to, like, pull everything together, like, even from, like, multiple rooms, and maybe see if we can, like, get them all squished into the same pile so we can dish out all the damage at one time. Nay, for Sharon. Cody, I'll take you out after this, okay? I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know if you got the mud butt or what's going on with you. Maybe you just got the mud butt and you just got to take a dookie real bad. As much as you whine, though, I think I'd rather you just take a deuce right on the floor over there, instead of taking you out every hour on the hour. You're not an old man dog, you know that, right? Like you're like 3 years old. You're a baby dog. You know. I mean, maybe if you stop trying to eat out of the trash can all the time and swallowing really weird stuff like outside. Like, oh look, here's a mushroom. Like, let me just eat this, and then just like swallows it whole before I can have a chance to even go over there and stop him. Maybe your tummy wouldn't be upset all the time. Did you ever think about that? And your mama is not here, okay? Your mama is at her mama's house for her birthday, okay? So, she's not downstairs for you to talk to. No, she's not down there. I can take you down there and you can go and look in the bedroom and you can see that she's not there. Is that what you want to do? You want to go check and see if she's there? Because she's not there. Okay. I mean, a couple things that I can see right off the top of my head. I'm safe and comfy in a cocoon of like, just, I'm not probably going to die anytime soon. I'm not really worried about dying. I'm not dishing out damage as fast as I probably should be. Obviously, some of these monsters that are still alive are the increased HP monsters, and I should probably just bypass them, but I want to see if I can kill Reckoncrex the Blink Swift. Mr. Reckoncrex over here. Mr. Reckoncrex. Single target damage is low. I hate to say it, but maybe Felsu Slayer. Well, no, Felsu Slayer is the way I'm getting my vulnerable right now, so I can't really remove that. Alright, everything's dead except for the enhanced health monsters. Let's bypass these enhanced health monsters. Let's see if we can get these a bigger pack going. Because honestly, the bigger packs is how we can get most of our damage. We just gotta pull them all in. That's what we gotta do. Okay, so we got a nice big pack going here. Nah. Well, general. I don't know if we can catch up to the timer though. I have a feeling that even if we complete this in the time allotted, we're gonna get to the boss and we're gonna find that the boss has too much HP for us and we just can't kill it within the time that we have left after we're finished. But it's good to at least hop into a 90 and see what we're looking at 90-wise. And where we need to go from here. I think we probably just cancel this one, because I'm pretty sure it's a waste of time at this point. Let's just go ahead and hop out of here. We're not going to be able to complete it in the time limit. I mean, we're not going to die, but we're not going to complete it in the time limit. That's really all there is to it. I'm a wonderland. Bum, 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 yeah, so the duelist was a complete waste, and we need to swap that back out because we basically just lost a bunch of damage for no reason, because we aren't even getting the ferocity stacks. Like, that's the problem. So we're not even getting the stacks of ferocity that we are increasing the maximum for. Oh my god, will you guys just leave me alone? I really gotta kill a bunch of like enhanced health monsters just so that I can teleport out. I just want to leave. Let me go. I don't want to be your friend. There you go. Get him. Get him. Don't let him touch me. Don't let him touch me. He's ooky. Alright, so I don't know if that aspect really would make that much of a difference, but it is a 45 times multiplier for being unstoppable. It's the exploiters aspect, which is the one that I was using. I kind of want to just like hop back in real quick. I just want to check and see if that exploiters aspect really makes that much of a difference. We'll just fight like 1 or 2 packs, and then if it doesn't really work, we'll just hop back out. Oh, good. We got a nice big pack right by the door. Bum 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 bum. Did you say something, Drizzt?
No, I was wondering how long you're gonna be on.
Well, I've been on for 7.5 hours, so I mean, I don't know. Girlfriend's not home, so I can stay up as late as I want. I don't know, what is today? Sunday? I gotta work tonight. Or like tomorrow, basically. Like, tomorrow night. It's still tonight. Yeah, I don't know. As long as I wanna be, I guess. At least for another 4 hours. If I'm not gonna go over 12. I rarely ever do. I mean, it feels better. I will say that. That with the exploiters aspect in there, it feels better. But it's not good enough to, like, be clearing pit 90s or anything. Now, one thing that I haven't done is I haven't capped out all my glyphs, and that's definitely something that could be done to push me further, and maybe that's something that I need to spend a little bit of time doing as well. So let's drop this back to like 75. We should be able to burn through those really quickly, and then we can enhance the glyphs, get those glyphs up as high as we can possibly get them, and then we can bump it up a little bit more, and we can just keep doing that until we approach the 90 tier. Because getting our glyphs to 100 is going to be part of this journey as well. Nah. Well, Sharon. I'm curious what my thorns is at right now. 10,684. Nice. If, like, I don't really need Concussive Stomp on the bar. I know I'm like, moving away from Concussive Stomp, but, like, not really. Like, I don't really need to cast it, I guess is what I'm saying. So, like, I wonder if, maybe if I threw Counterattack on the bar. Counterattack gives, like, a static dodge chance, doesn't it? And the dodge chance could potentially beef my thorns up. Just to, you know, like a wee bit further, right? Get my dodge chance higher. Or does that actually even add to the actual static dodge chance, I wonder? I don't know. I could also potentially throw a Vortex on there. Actually, I don't even know. Do I still have Vortex, like, points in Vortex? I think I do. Well, this 75 is like super easy. Wonderland. Thorns build, yes, yes it is. Aye, aye, Captain. Oh my god, I just had an idea. Nay. Well, Shenron. I just had an idea. Mirage. Gain 20% increased dodge chance during evade. Whenever you dodge, you gain 5% critical strike chance. That's gotta be affecting my thorns. No? 7,147? 6,595? It is, in fact, affecting my thorns. Huh. Which means that if I weave in some Mirage into the build, I can get a huge amount of increased dodge chance. And if I put 2 more points into it, I can bring that up to 40 and then 60, I think. which will give me a large extra percentage of the hubris thorns. And basically all I've got to do is just spam dodge every now and then when it's up. Like, it's not even that big of a deal. I just dodge every now and then. Like, big whoop. I think I've got an idea. I'm cooking with some bacon grease now, boys. I think I've got even more than an idea. I've got a direction that potentially could increase my thorns damage even more. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know. Man, I wish I could play that song on stream and just like not be copyrighted. I'd be blasting that thing. Time I wonderland. Oh, do, do. Boko onu. Time I wonderland. Blood Bishop. Don't, don't, don't. Don't, 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 don't. Start with the lowest one and bring it up to the others. Alright, so what's my idea now that I can actually, like, do it? So my idea is that I take Concussive Stomp off the bar and I rely on the rune word to cast Concussive Stomp, which is fine. That way I'm getting the Concussive Stomps constantly and the rune word is casting them for me, so I don't necessarily have to do it myself. I also don't technically need this one either, this little point right here, so we could potentially pull that. We also don't need these 2 points in the Armored Hide because we actually we just don't. We also put like way too many points in this because we needed to, because we can't get to the next tree without putting points in one of these. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull 1 point and we're going to throw it into Accelerated Thunder Spike, which is going to give us the ability to use that as a evasion ability. So we're just going to evade with it basically. And I'm going to swap that so that Toxic Skin is actually on the right click because I don't care about Thunder Spike. We're never actually going to use it. That's not the point. What we are going to do is we're going to evade every now and then. And we can evade by getting 60% dodge chance. And when we evade, we'll get a nice thorns bump, like as we evade. And we can try and use that to our advantage. I wonder if there's any tempering that has Mirage on it. Mobility, maybe? No, it has Swift. Just kind of curious. I really doubt there's any Mirage. It might be in the defensive, maybe. Auspicious, Patient Guard, Fueled, Resilient. No, so it's not even in here. So that's fine. So we got 3. I mean, that's the best we can do without having something else in this place, like a shroud or something like that. So we get a 60% dodge chance increase during evade, and whenever we dodge, again, 15% critical strike chance. I don't care about the 15% critical strike chance. But that will give us what we're looking for. So we're going to get a bonus whenever we use our evade. So we're just going to like work in an evade every now and then, specifically for that purpose. And now that we have the accelerated thunder spike, the evasion is going to trigger accelerated thunder spike. So we're just going to get a free attack every single time we evade, which is also going to apply our thorns. So we're going to get an application of thorns every now and then, which is going to be stronger than the rest. That thunder spike is going to be enhanced by the 60% dodge chance, essentially. And we can just do that whenever we want to. Then we'll just keep like trying to activate it, get that bonus pumping. Like when we get the packs all nice and grouped together, we can do that 60% dodge chance evasion through, and we can get like a much more powerful attack with our thorns. Because it should technically be a lot stronger than the regular version, which if I go down to it, here we go. So let's go ahead and stack up our thorns, get everything running, and then evade. There you go, 11,286 while evading. So we're up into the almost in the 12K range at this point. And we can use that to evade through the boss too, which should work. Oh, I just had an idea too. Oh man, I'm an idiot. We should have swapped the passive on Armored Hide. We should have swapped the passive on Armored Hide. Armored Hide has a passive effect which makes it so that when you evade through targets, you dish out 100% of your Thorns damage, which means that we can apply 2 pumps of Thorns damage at that particular moment when we evade through, allowing us to get a second pump of damage on the evasion. That will work very beautifully. We'll change that after this one. I'll change the passive. I can't change it while I'm in here, unfortunately. I mean, that's going to increase the damage by another 100%, so... I mean, I'll take it. Another 100% Thorns. That's up to 400% Thorns during the evade. And on top of that, during the evade, I also get the dodge chance bonus, which enhances the amount of Thorns that I have, which means that I'm going to get the increased damage and also the 300%, as well as the 100% coming from the Armored Hide. So that should work really well together. Now I'm taking advantage of just about every bonus that I possibly can, pushing this even further than I would before. Get some of these glyphs pumping, and our damage is going to be off the hook. I really wish Thunder Spike wasn't on the bar. Like, I wish we didn't have to have it on the bar. That would be great if it just wasn't on the bar. Nah. Well, Cheryl. I'll see how it works on the boss. It'd be kind of interesting just to like evade through him and see how much damage it takes with like the Armored Hide passive. Wonder what my evade percentage goes to. I didn't even check that. Dodge chance goes to 120%. Did it really say 120% there for a second? 113%? Well, that's nice. So the value that is being applied via the Mirage is bypassing the maximum value of 100% and is putting me over the percentage for the duration of the dodge. So I'm ending up with over 100%. Does that mean I get more than 2,000 thorns? Does that mean I get like the whole kit and caboodle and then I get like a little extra bump on the top? I get a little something something. Alright, so the passive I'm talking about for Armored Hide that I probably should have had is this one right here. It's Adaptable Armored Hide. When you evade through enemies with Armored Hide active, you deal, 100% of your thorns to them and heal for 5% of your maximum life per hit. So that is really nice. Let's pull one from... Well, as I said earlier, we're not even using... We weren't even using Vortex. Vortex wasn't even on the bar. That's actually kind of funny. We do have that, like, enhanced Vortex, though, which casting Vortex increases the damage of the next... that's the next skill, though. So that doesn't really help us. Alright, so we want Adaptable Armor Hide. That's going to give us the additional Evasion Thorn Pump, which is what we want. We want stats. Let's put one in Dominance. I don't know. We already have... No, yeah, we want one in Dominant for the chance to execute on bosses. That one's definitely worth it for at least 1 point. I don't even think we need 3 points or 2 points in Protector. We can probably pull that one. We don't need more than 1 point in Dominant. We could always put 1 point in Auspicious for more barrier, but maybe 1 point in Anti-Venom so that we stop dying to poison. How about 2 points in Anti-Venom? I like not dying to poison. Not dying to poison is a fun pastime. Apparently that aspect is better than mine.
What's still got some good in it?
My HP is terrible low. 4,067. That's rough. Oh, somebody just put up a bunch of incenses. Wasn't me. Alright, let's go to an 80. That 75 was a little easy. Plus, we just made a buff, so let's see how the buff turns out. Boom, 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 boom. Why did my evades have such a long cooldown? It's like 5 seconds? I thought evades were only like 3. I'm not using Juggernaut or anything. I wonder if I did use Jaguar with this build, what would happen? If I would increase the damage at all, or whether it would just be the same. I would lose 100% Thorns, which, that's the first thing that would occur. I would lose 100% Thorns. It would also be a little bit harder for me to maintain my my Supremacy stacks, which are like super easy with the Protector. Other than that, I don't know what else exactly I would potentially lose. I would, however, gain the multipliers from Jaguar, which could be interesting. We can always do a test run and like see how it works, or whether it's terrible or not. I don't know. I mean, I do like the protector's like ridiculous tankiness, but and losing 100% thorns is a little sad. But on the other hand, we would gain a ability to multiply our damage on a target, like almost exponentially. So it could be interesting to see how Jaguar feeds into this if we use Jaguar and Gorilla Spirit Hall at the same time. Let's finish this 80. Let's see how this 80 goes. And then we'll switch it to the Jaguar. We'll see if it's any faster from this point. So we'll do a little bit of a test and we'll see. I don't think it's going to be faster, personally. But we can always check. Happy anniversary. It's your birthday? Well, congratulations, Cashit. Are you older than me? I'm 40 years old. I'm an old man. I'm an old man. I can be an old man if I want to. I can leave my channel behind, but then you don't get none of the videos no more, my friend. I don't know what to tell you. I think I've lost my mind. But that's okay, cause I know exactly how to rhyme. And I'm going to tell you exactly what to do. This is how you do the things that you want to do. You just don't care no more about what people think. Because when you care, that's why they will run away. You can care if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. But if you don't care, then they cannot hurt you no more, my friend. Because I don't care. 32. Youngin. A youngin. She's a youngin. And we smack them in the eye, and they just don't die. I don't know what to say. Hey, we smack them in the eye, and they just won't die, and I don't know what to say. Hit them anyway, poke them in the butt, smack them in the nose, and tell them frickin' what. But they just won't die, you see, 'cause the monsters are for me. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve. We're just counting in Spanish, but it sounds so cool, it's Spanish. That's what I get for messing around with my buttons instead of pressing them like I was supposed to. That was my bad. I was just playing around and doing stupid stuff.
Die. In the eternal hellfire of Satan's brigade. I want to be the very best. I think I have an idea for another build. It's so silly, I can't even tell you the idea. No, seriously, I just had an idea. It was kind of an interesting idea. So soar can be converted into an evade. Every time you evade, you dish out 100% damage of your thorns to those you go through. You also are going to hit everybody with the evade when you pull them in. If you use Vortex, you can apply thorns to everything that you pull in, which means that you can potentially do 300% thorns on Vortex. And you can also do Vortex through Soar, so you do Vortex exclusively through Soar, essentially. And you apply your thorns to the targets, pulling them all in. Make sure you have Needle Flare aspect on, which causes all of them to explode. They're all in close proximity to each other, so the explosion damage basically backfeeds into all the monsters, killing essentially all of them almost instantaneously, which is kind of a very interesting idea if you think about it. Because it doesn't rely on the damage of Soar itself. Instead, it relies on the Thorns damage to dish out the damage for Soar, which is fine. Like, you don't necessarily need Soar to do any damage. And that's actually really freaking cool. Utilizing Armored Hide, you can of course make that work. Interesting. Interesting indeed. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Dude. It's unfortunately it's kind of slow, but if you did use the one that made it so that it sucked in enemies as well. Yeah. Okay, so we said we were going to do another run now that we have a kind of like a baseline. And we're just going to... So all we're going to do is we're just going to pull this and we're going to do this. And that's it. That's like the entire build is just pulling this and doing this. We might not have the cooldown reduction that we need to spam the hunter, though, which is unfortunate. So we might have to, like... maybe pull some points to cap him out. That's about like the gist of it though. So let's just see. I think I'm gonna die a lot because the protector really does have a lot of amazing like damage reduction, which makes him like it's just he gives you lots of barrier. He kind of like knocks my targets back. He slows down missiles. Like he's pretty impressive. So. Be interesting to see which one works better. Okay, well that pack died with the quickness. Holy Jesus. I think this is faster.
Well, maybe not on the big monsters. Having trouble maintaining my supremacy stacks, but I mean, I would say that it's comparable, if not the same, in damage output. I mean, there's really not much change. I feel like my barrier's about the same. My supremacy stacks are at least staying above 10, which I think is the important thing. Although occasionally they are going higher than 10, which is good. That buys me a little bit of room to function. Haven't really felt like I was in danger at any point. Of course, with the ridiculously high dodge chance that I currently have, I don't know if, like... I just really don't know. Like, my character's ridiculous. She's got like nearly like 60 or 70% block chance, and then like when she uses her evade, she goes up to like 120. And then she also has 100% dodge chance too, which I think is a moot point at this point, because it really doesn't matter. To go back on the tapes and look at this one, I'm not sure which one's faster. I'm not sure if I gained time or lost time. And obviously I don't want to move backwards, but I mean it feels faster. I will say that. And plus I was playing around on the last one and died like an idiot, so I'm sure that doesn't help. Having the mobility skill is nice though. That definitely is a bonus of running the Jag, because the Jag functions as a dodge or an evasion or whatever. Gotta get used to using it as that. It's like a teleport basically. Come on, Durward, Bolt Crawler. Die. Oh, there's a shrine down here? I like shrines. Last wave.
My resistances are good and my armor is good, but sometimes if I step in the wrong spot at the wrong time, I just immediately die.
How much HP do you have?
Like, yeah, almost 13,000.
Well, maybe your barrier then. I'm currently running 4,677 HP. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. I could have so much more HP. I should have so much more HP. Still don't die very often though. This build is kind of ridiculous in terms of like the monsters actually hitting me. Like they don't hit me. It's very difficult for the monsters to even get a chance to hit me. Gotta make sure I'm using the evade in the right direction so I'm actually hitting the target. The evade gives me thorns, and the thorns is good. I'm losing my supremacy stacks on the boss. Like, that's one thing I am noticing. So, like, no supremacy stacks for the boss, basically. Maybe if I just focus specifically on just dishing out damage and I don't worry about using the evade, but nah. Still ran out of supremacy stacks. Yeah, so my group damage went up, but my boss damage went down. That's basically what I'm saying here. So because I can't keep the supremacy stacks active, I lost damage. I mean, I don't know if I could get enough cooldown to make that worth it. I mean, he'll die, but it's just going to be really slow and really painful. I think I'm switching back to the gorilla. Maybe if I was doing content that didn't have a boss at the end. Of course I died to frickin' Lilith's stupid drop-down bullcrap. Drop-down bullcrap. I hate that stupid attack. I didn't like it when it was new back then. Alright, we're just gonna focus on DPSing and not worry about the dodge. Or the evasion. I'm also not going to use the ultimate to try and stack supremacy. I'm just gonna focus on keeping the Spirit Hall active, which is the main thing. Just keep the Spirit Hall active. Fighting bosses is like so obnoxious. I don't even like watching it. I want to close my eyes. Probably end up dying though. Yeah, unfortunately the damage just isn't there, like for the Jaguar. I don't know why. I guess maybe because I don't have enough targets to multiply, because I'm not feeding into the Felsu Slayer. Whatever's going on, it's restricting. I'm not even gonna try and kill this one. It was a test. That's all it was. It was a bad test, especially considering how easily I killed the boss earlier with the gorilla, versus how terrible it is with the Jaguar. I don't think it's because the Jaguar sucks. I think it's because it's not keeping up the supremacy stacks, which is like one of the main ways we're getting large amounts of damage. And so because it's not keeping up the supremacy stacks, we're losing. What is that, like 110% multiplier? So we're basically losing 110% multiplier because the hunter is too quick. Like it doesn't keep the supremacy stacks as well as the protector does, unfortunately. So it just bleeds them out too quickly, and then you just lose all the multiplier, and it doesn't work. We'll go back down to 75 so we can get some more of these glyphs up. It's just bleeding too much. Ah, crash. Oh no.
8 hours. 128 gigabytes of RAM is just not enough, okay? It's just not enough. Boom, 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 boom. I try to sing the song, but the song is hard to sing, to be honest. Like, in Japanese, it's not easy to sing. Like, I've been trying to learn the lyrics, though. It goes, what is it? Uyo-yo, bo uken suzo zetai hamurozo nazo darake, nazo darake no makai da. I can't get the timing right on it, unfortunately. It's hard. It's in Japanese, okay? At least I'm trying. I can sing the English part. John Jacka John. I'm not even joking. Like, these are the lyrics right here. Look. It's hard to sing, okay? It's hard to sing. They got Akira Toriyama's name in there. Look, Akira Toriyama. But it's part of the song. It goes, Yume wa Toridori Nayama Nai Akira Menai. It's not even a real world. It's just they wanted to put Akira's name in the song, and it works beautifully, actually. Bow, 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 bow. Time I want a lot. Do 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 do. Wah, 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 wah. I went back to the unstoppable, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Hmm. I don't think there's any better way to build this. Like, I'm refining it, I'm getting everything set up, I'm doing a good job with it, but like, you know, there could be another way to like, to do it. Maybe my way is not the best way. Maybe there's like another path I could take. I mean, there's a couple ways that you can enhance damage, okay? You can enhance damage by, number one, increasing the base damage, which is very powerful. Increasing the multiplier of, you know, like of the base damage, which is something that pretty much everybody does in every build. You could also potentially increase the frequency of attacks. So frequency of attacks is another avenue that you can potentially take, which is where you increase the number of attacks, not necessarily the, you know, the ferocity of the attack, right? So that way you have more attacks coming in. I mean, I kind of did that by adding in the Thunder Spike evasion
which essentially just allows me to get like a free every now and then like double thorns attack, which does more damage than my regular thorns attack. If only I had some more evasion pips. Unfortunately, my evasion charges suck, so I can't really like do a couple of aids through the monsters to get like the best effects. Or to like keep the thorns bonus running. It's amulets. It's terrible. It's terrible. What's up, Baron Earthshaker? Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. I wonder if maybe building into the poison a little bit might not be helpful as well. There are some ways that I could do that to beef up the poison a little bit more. Although unyielding hits is not exactly the direction that I need to go, unyielding hits could be an interesting option as well. Although it doesn't enhance the thorns, it does enhance everything else, so it just simply adds raw damage into the build, which could then be multiplied by their abilities, enhancing the other side of the aspects, like giving us more damage on our crushing claw, giving us more damage on our poison, giving us more damage on our like ravager and things like that. Wow, such a big room. What's up, buddies? I still haven't activated this thing? Did I miss like an entire room back here or something? I must have, like, because there's a pretty big chunk missing on the bar, and I guess I just must have missed like a whole... Oh, it's this area over here, okay. There's like a whole area over there I just walked by, I guess. Still not enough? Is it bugged or something? Like, good lord. How much am I missing? I think I killed like every single monster in the area and that thing ain't budging. There better be like the biggest pack of monsters in the world over in this corner. So... Bugged? Seems like it's bugged. I've explored this whole area, so that's done. Unless there's something I missed. And it doesn't seem to be moving. Like, I just killed a big pack of monsters and then a second big pack of monsters, and there was like no budge. It didn't even budge. Not a budge. Not a single budge. There's like one guy, or two guys. Okay, that did like nothing. There's another like one guy. Nothing on this side. Nothing on this side. Okay.
Bug, bug, buggy, bug, 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 buggy, bug, bug, buggy, bug. Because there's no more monsters. The dungeon is freaking empty. No, there's no more monsters. And we can't kill anymore. Oh, there's no more monsters. And I'm pretty sure we are done. So we just don't get to go on to the next level. Oh, one more monster. He's not gonna be enough. Just one more monster for me. Anyone? Come on, Shenron. We got no one left. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, well, yeah, I think it's bugged because we've covered the entire map. There's nowhere left on the map. Like, we did every single area and looked in every single nook and cranny. And, I mean, it says there's something called the unexplored areas right here, which I don't know where the hell that is. We did that one too, and that one's not anything. Like, I don't know where I'm going. Is there just like an entire area I can't get to? What's up, Step Stranger? How's it going? Alright, well, I give up on this one. That portal takes me to this area, and this area, that portal takes me right back, and there's like, apparently there's an unexplored area somewhere that I can't find. I don't see any more on this map, but that is what it is long. Bow, bow, bow. I should let the timer run out just to see what happens. That'd be funny. Failed. You have failed this city. Yep. Nothing. Boobies. Boom, 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 boom. That's right. Smash your fists into the ground in retribution. Retribution. I'm gonna go get some snacks real quick. I'll be right back.
Time well spent. I got snacks. Well, so much for getting any kind of bonus on that one. I was hoping I was going to get my glyph leveled up, but no. What I got in here in my snack bag? I got some grandma huts. Snack bag. Snack bag.
Yeah, I was doing tier 80 in the pit, and so I moved over to my druid. I'm going to try to get my werebear, do my pulverize build, see if I can get that E4 viable.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can. I think pretty much any build can be 4 viable, at the very least. I mean, once you're 65, when you're working on that, like, that's Torment 4. 80 is the deep end, from what the developers said originally. So, like, when you get to 80, that's when your build really has to be refined. The Spiritborn was never meant to, like, go to 150. That was kind of like a quirk. So on most classes that are non-spirit-born, you'll find that things get really difficult around 80. And you really got to refine the build to push further. Likewise on this Thorns character, because I'm not using the bugs, I'm also finding that like 80 is also where my character starts to struggle a little bit and I have to start doing refining. To get revenge up. Revenge is increasing the rare nodes, which are giving me lots of thorns. Actually, which one is giving me the thorns? One of them, it's the one that's on the thorns board itself. Yeah, this one. Oh, hubris with the magic nodes. Okay. Yeah, nice bit of thorns coming just from hubris. Like the magic increase. Make sure to put that in the right spot. Ugh. So sitting like too far with it all left.
How shall I guide my hammer? My hammer sings on your return.
Cody, back your little juicy jowls up. You heard me. I said juicy jowls. But back them juicy jowls right on up. I got a Halloween cupcake left over from Halloween. It's green. I'm sure my poop's gonna come out green. My brother called my dad one time, all in a tizzy, because his kid was pooping out blood. And my dad, being the smart father, is like, "Are you sure it's blood?" I was like, "Did he have?" He's like, "Did he have anything red, recently, like with red food dye or anything like that?" And my brother's like, "Oh yeah, he just ate yesterday. He ate the birthday cake and it had red food, icing on the top." And he's like, he goes, "So it's not blood, it's icing."
Everything happened to my niece. She got in when she was a baby. She got into a box of crayons. Ugh. Everyone see the rainbow colors come out there. It was terrible.
Hello.
Yep, rainbow colored crayons. Surprised it wasn't just brown. Usually we take all the paints from art school and you mix them together, you just get brown. That's why poop's brown. Take all the colors, mix them together, you get brown. You're supposed to get white or black, one way or the other. Like all the colors are supposed to represent white, and none of the colors are supposed to represent black. But, that's not how it works. Because there's impurities in the dyes and whatnot, and it all comes together to make brown instead of white. Besides, I'd be kind of scared if I pooped out a white turd. I'd be like, "Oh my god, I go to the doctor." Albino.
Yeah.
This build is fun. I like it. I need to finish watching Outer Banks. All right. So which one was on top of my phone? It was Hubris. Oh, 2 failures. Guess I gotta bump up the tiers. Start doing 80s. That was 1.4 billion. Impressive. It's the first time I've seen a 1.4 billion. I haven't earned my B yet, though. I've got to get to 10 before it actually shows a B. Right now it's just showing 1408 M, which is 1.4 billion. Trying to cheat me out of my B. Trying to cheat me out of the B. They don't like handing me the B's. All right. And the search for perfect aspects is rough. I think I gotta like all the aspects I have on. Not perfect. Not perfect. Not perfect. That one's perfect. That one's perfect. I've got like, what, most of them are not perfect. There aren't even good ones. Probably could have bought those by now. Shaman Clan.
What's up, shamans?
Die. Die. You die too. Thank you. I think an additional pull-in could help out tremendously on this build too. I don't know if losing that 45 times multiplier would be worth it, but I'm watching the monsters spread all out. I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Boss time. 8 minutes and 42 seconds left at the boss. I'm having trouble maintaining a damage rotation on this guy. He's like too close to the pillar. There we go, he moved a little bit. Oh, wait, never mind. He didn't move enough. Not to get murdered by the shadow effects. They always end up getting me, like, because I'm not paying attention. Ah, 2 greater FX ring. I like those. I forgot to gamble, didn't I? Nice. More thorns. Key hit chance and HP. It's very mediocre at best. Might be better than the aspect I have. 5:31 a.m. in the morning. Maybe it is time for me to hop off. Sun's about to rise. I've been up all night. It doesn't say it's better than one that I already have, so I guess we keep it. The aspect, it's not a better aspect. We need to gamble. Which aspect do I need the most? Like, the thorns aspect would be nice. Fellsuit Slayer would be nice. The conceited would be nice. I mean, that's offensive. Offensive, offensive. These are all offensive aspects. So maybe we just go with gloves.
Hello. Hello. Vasily's ghost. I had that in my bag.
Bunch of garbage.
Well, hello, shiny. Not a bad pull, that.
Bunch of garbage.
Not a bad. Hello. Oh, too bad, friend.
See some steel you
Bunch
need?
of garbage.
My hammer sings on your return.
Oh, too bad, friend.
Wushay Knockpaw.
Use
Yeah,
it well.
do a little bit more gambling.
Vasily's ghost.
Nope.
I had
Garbage.
that in my bag.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I feel like she needs a new outfit. I've refined her so much. She needs like a new awesome outfit. Something to really like pop. Although her outfit is really cool, to be honest. I do like her outfit. But she needs to pop. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Tooth and nail. Oh, that looks kind of cool. What's the tooth and nail set? There's no tooth and nail armor. It's just tooth and nail hat. Kind of matches though. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Boom, boom, boom. Do, 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 do. Boom, boom, boom. I like that. It's kind of neat. Glaive of the chosen, 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 chosen. All her footwear is open-toed. Everything has got toes on it. I like this. It's got spikes on it. It's got spikes on it too. I like that. Also kind of glows. I think I'll take the one without the glowy. I got a little boar. Forgot about the boar pants. Breaches of baleful intent. I mean, they do match. That's for sure. Hoochina cloth. I got a hoochie cloth. Hoochina cloth. Oh yes, you see. My hoochina cloth. I kind of like how this looks. The breeches of the baleful intents. Is that Mephisto on the front? It's hilarious. Man, she might as well not even have any pants on. She got her cooter hanging out. It's pretty hard because that jank's up there. Yeah. Ooh, I like the spikes on this thing. It's got some spikies. I do like the spikies. Those are kind of neat. That's actually the baleful intent, which is the same one that I was looking at on the pants. The baleful intent pants. They have a baleful intent. Where'd I put them at? Oh, yeah, I do like that. That's kind of nice. I don't know about the dye job on them, but... Are there gloves of baleful intent, too? Mine are pretty spiky, though. They got like shredder level, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle spikes on them. Those are pretty spiky too. They got the weird little tentacle things on them. I don't like the tentacle things. No tentacle things. We don't want that. Yeah, see the boots have the tentacle things on them too. I don't like the tentacle things. So yeah, that's not good either. No tentacle things. We don't need that. I think we were what, Soul Drinker boots? Yeah, those are pretty nice. Okay, so let's look for a dye color that we want. I like it. I like it a lot. It's very pretty. Yes. I spent like way too much time on that. But now my girl is fly. Come on down, you see. She looks like.
She looks so freaking fly. I know you're jealous of me. She looks so freaking fly. Bow, 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 bow. Alright, one more round and then I might call it a night. It's funny when the rushing claw gets stuck up against the wall, it like starts to spaz out and it attacks really fast because it can't move. It's kind of funny. Next. Yes. Excellent. Chilling strong. Attack speed would make this build like a lot better too. I just have no idea how to get the attack speed up to the appropriate level. Hey, thanks for the follow, Silent Shade. Appreciate it. How's my day going? Pretty good. I've been spending most of it refining this Thorns build, and I think I got it pretty well down packed. Like, I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's so very wonderful. It's interesting to see how far you can push a Thorns build. You know, like dishing your Thorns damage out as damage. Although it doesn't feel like a traditional Thorns build, but whenever I do get hit, I am actually applying Thorns back to the monster, so there's that. And the Thorns that I'm applying back to the monster is pretty strong, so
wonder if I made this as a rock splitter build, if it would work really all that well. I mean, if I just took Rushing Claw out, just threw Rock Splitter in instead. I mean, I don't know how much would change. I mean, I could probably do a Rock Splitter version of this with relative ease. It'd be interesting to see. Did I mess up? Okay, no, I'll spot over here. Somebody's got a 4 greater affix just hit shell. What did he roll? Did he roll 10%? 9% with 4 GA. That's pretty good. Not a bad shell. Keep on stacking, keep on attacking, don't stop attacking, keep on going, don't stop going, keep on going, don't stop going, run away. Oh, come on, I dodged. Stupid Rushing Claw. I saw that thing coming a mile off and I tried to get away, and Rushing Claw dodged me back toward it like 3 times. And every time I dodged back toward it, I tried to get away. And every time I got away, it literally pulled me right back to it. I'm not stupid enough to stand in that. That thing's ridiculous. Run, run, run away. For we die today. Oh, run, run, run away, my friend. Do, 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 do. I can't see my screen today. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, are you kidding me? I literally just walked right, dodged right into the center of his attack when he did the jump. This is not really the most, like, safe build, is it? Just randomly dodging about, like, and then just, like, randomly dodging into things that kill you. I said this was going to be my last run, and I'm failing miserably at it. I really don't like the whole shadow boss mechanic in the pit. I think it should just die in a ball of fire and never come back, but that's just me. Maybe just sing another song. I wish I could get the song stuck out of my head. Maybe if I can get it out of my head. What other song you got? Give me another song. Okay, give me another song. I'm waiting. What you got? Cause that janky is stuck solid in my head, like cement or super glue or something. Like I don't even know. It is in there good. Like it is really in there good. Kind of scared at how good it's in there. Like it's in there real good. I be singing it. I don't even know I'm singing it. Like I just be humming it. Maybe it's because I really like the show. I don't know. Cause it's a dime wonderland.
Every time you do the, like, my mind just goes to nothing's ever gonna bring me down.
Da, 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 da. Bum, bum, ba, la, la, la. All right. You guys gotta make fun of me. Just you're not the one with the song stuck in your head. I'm the one with the song stuck in my head. I hope you guys get it stuck in your head too. And then we can talk. All right. I'm gonna link it to you guys. How about that? I'm gonna link you the freaking John.
Getting 8
We're
ads
linking
every 20
it. We're linking it. I'm linking it. Here you go, boys. Get it stuck in your head, okay? Get it stuck in your head. There you go. I'm gonna link it everywhere. Take it. I'm gonna link it like 6 times. Get it stuck in your head too. There you go. Get it stuck. Get it stuck right in your eyeballs. Get it stuck in there. There you go. Spammed it everywhere. Listen to it. Let it feed into your soul.
Well, hello, shining beauty.
Right into your soul.
Return soon.
Alright, Drizzits Doeward, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Alright, take it easy.
Alright, guys and gals. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these fun little videos. Even if it's a 9-hour and 10-minute live stream. I learned a lot today. I had some fun playing around with some Thorns builds and got this thing refined. I think I might actually kind of translate this over into a build guide. I don't really normally do build guides, but it's really a fun one, so I think a lot of people will enjoy it. As always, I do appreciate you guys watching, and be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button on the way your butt out, and keep watching.